Chapter 101. Subduing Miltank. Miltank let out a high-pitched sound. Kane didn't quite understand what it meant. Did shaking her head imply she didn't know who would win in a fight? Tilda. Slowpoke's eyes glowed blue as he used telepathy, directly connecting with Miltank's consciousness, and the two Pokémon began communicating immediately. Kane watched Slowpoke and Miltank from the side without interfering, trusting that Slowpoke wouldn't do anything pointless. Telepathy is a form of communication at the consciousness level, so the conversation between the two Pokémon ended quickly. The effect was quite evident. Although Kane didn't know exactly what Slowpoke had said to Miltank, he could see that the alertness and rejection in Miltank's eyes had disappeared. When she looked at Kane, there was a hint of calm in her gaze. Master, her story is very similar to mine, except she was separated from her group when she was young. She hopes you can help her find her group, and if you do, she will be willing to follow your orders. Slowpoke's voice resonated in Kane's mind. He was getting better at using telepathy. In reality, the communication between Slowpoke and Miltank wasn't limited to that. Slowpoke also shared some of his experiences with Kane and how Kane had changed his life, ultimately convincing Miltank. Their similar experiences made Miltank more willing to listen to Slowpoke's advice, so she finally decided to try approaching Kane. Of course, Slowpoke's strength was also an important factor in Miltank's decision. For a human who had captured a Slowpoke stronger than her and made him so loyal, Miltank's resistance to being captured wasn't very strong. Upon hearing what Slowpoke had said, Kane was momentarily surprised. He knew it wasn't that simple, but if Slowpoke said so, it meant he had managed to convince Miltank with his own method. A smile appeared on Kane's lips as he slowly approached Miltank. Although she looked at him with a bit of discomfort, Kane gently placed his hand on her head. "Please take care of me from now on, Miltank," Kane said with a smile. He hadn't expected Miltank's capture to go so smoothly. He originally thought he would have to battle and then offer her something to earn her trust. "Me?" Miltank stiffened when Kane's hand approached her, and when she finally felt his hand on her head, she remained still. She felt the warmth emanating from Kane's small hand, a friction that conveyed trust. It was the first time she had felt something like that since being separated from her group. She had been living alone all this time, finding food and shelter without anyone's help, which had made her lonely. Survival in the wild is harsh, and since she didn't like fighting, her life had been even harder. The moves she had learned were taught by other kind Pokémon in the wild who showed her how to heal herself when she got hurt, so she only knew supportive moves. When she was captured, she didn't put up much resistance. In fact, she was the calmest among the Miltank in that room, seeing humans as just another type of Pokémon. Losing a fight was something she was used to. But when Slowpoke, who had similar experiences, explained to her the difference between humans and Pokémon and told her about the bonds between them, she decided that it might be worth giving it a try. She wanted to see what humans and Pokémon were all about. Looking at Miltank, who had remained still, Kane smiled again and patted her head, pulling out an intermediate-level Pokéblock specially prepared for her from his ring. "Miltank, would you like to try this?" Miltank sniffed and caught an aroma she had never smelled before, a scent so delicious that she involuntarily began to salivate. Hesitating, she looked at Kane, finding a look of affirmation in his eyes. Is he really going to give me something so delicious? Miltank thought. Tilda. The sound from Slowpoke gave her the final confirmation, and Miltank ate that strange and beautiful object that smelled so good in one bite. The instant the Pokéblock entered her mouth, Miltank's eyes lit up, and she began to chew slowly at first, then more quickly, finally swallowing with a hint of regret. Under the watchful eyes of Kane and Slowpoke, Miltank's pink cheeks blushed slightly. Kane, seeing Miltank's expression captivated by the Pokéblock, nodded with satisfaction. He had finally won over the timid Miltank. However, Kane added at the end, "Miltank, I promise I'll help you find your group, but now that you're my Pokémon, you must follow my orders. If at any point you disobey and it affects our battles, I might not be as understanding." Kane adopted a serious expression. Although he trusted his Pokémon, there were things he needed to say as a trainer. "I know you probably don't like fighting, I can reduce the number of times you have to battle, but you must not neglect the necessary training. My only requirement is that you strive to survive and take care of your teammates, Kane continued. Miltank, seeing Kane, who had been smiling, suddenly turned serious, understood the importance of his words. After a brief moment of doubt, she nodded firmly. Me tilde? Miltank had talent and good potential. Although Kane considered her mainly a support, he needed to ensure she learned moves to protect herself. Come on, let's go have lunch, and I'll introduce you to your new teammates, Kane said, satisfied, patting Miltank's head. Back in the room at the Pokémon Center, Kane released Murkrow and Ghastly to meet their new teammate. Ghastly was the most excited. As the last one to join the team, he had always been the youngest, and although he had two older brothers who took good care of him, he didn't want to remain the youngest. Finally, with the arrival of a new companion, Ghastly was thrilled, spinning around Miltank, showing his joy, which made the shy Miltank feel even more bashful. As for Murkrow, as the team leader, he flew onto Miltank's back and patted her shoulder with his wings, indicating that she could come to him anytime. Knowing that Miltank was the first girl on the team, they worked even harder, promising to protect her at all costs. Miltank, encountering so many Pokémon wanting to approach her for the first time, felt a bit embarrassed, but being clever, she invited them all to try her delicious milk. Miltank's milk is extremely nutritious and tasty, always commanding a high price in stores. In the blink of an eye, all the Pokémon who tried it were won over by Miltank. The milk not only tasted amazing but also revitalized their bodies, tired from the morning training, making them feel full of energy. End of chapter. Chapter 102. Psychic. After finishing a pleasant lunch, although Miltank isn't very talkative, she integrated into the team. And since she's a girl, both Murkrow and Ghastly take good care of her. Even Ghastly, who is usually mischievous, puts in the effort to make her laugh. During the afternoon, Kane stayed in the room making Pokeblocks, while the Pokémon continued with their internal training, just as they had done in the morning. Currently, Murkrow is carrying a 10 kilograms weight. This weight affects his speed, but it doesn't greatly limit his combat capability. As for Slowpoke, everything in the room has become an object he controls with his psychic powers. His control over his psychic abilities is becoming increasingly precise, lifting each object and placing it in its proper spot, which enhances his mastery of his powers. Ghastly, due to the space limitations, can't train his special moves, so his training focused on physical exercises throughout the day. He's left his mark in every corner of the room. Miltank, who joined the training for the first time, wasn't very accustomed to it, but it's evident she's making an effort to fit in. Today, Kane assigned her simple tasks, doing some basic physical exercises to restore her body's condition, as she had been locked up for a while, and producing some milk to replenish the energy of the Pokémon. All the remaining milk was stored in Kane's spatial ring. Although the training was tough, watching her companions train so diligently filled Miltank with motivation. Kane collected the last completed Pokeblocks. With this, all the purchased materials had been turned into high-quality Pokeblocks, enough to feed the Pokémon for over a month. A month's worth of food will cost more than $1 million Pokédollars, and with more Pokémon joining and getting stronger, they will eat even more. Earning money has become an urgent need. After storing all the Pokeblocks in his storage space, Kane finally had time to review the psychic training manual that Sabrina had left him. He had read a brief introduction before, explaining how a psychic should use their abilities. Currently, Kane can barely lift a small pebble the size of a thumb with his psychic power, and not for very long. Overall, it's not very useful. I hope this book has more useful information, Kane thought as he looked at the thin manual. However, when he started reading the content, he became completely absorbed. A whole new world opened up before his eyes. 2 hours later. Phew. He exhaled deeply. Although it was just a few-page book, it took Kane 2 hours to read it. It turns out that both psychics and aura power users, known as aura warriors, have similar classifications, ranging from the initial level to intermediate, advanced, and finally, the maximum level. The book didn't describe the classifications for aura power or aura, but it did dedicate quite a bit of space to explaining the classifications for psychics. Among psychics, there's an item called the telekinetic pearl, which isn't very expensive but allows one to assess the level of a psychic. It also works for Pokémon. When a psychic can lift 100 orbs, they're considered an initial level psychic. If they can lift 1,000 orbs, they're intermediate level, and if they can lift 10,000 orbs, they're advanced level. The book didn't describe how a maximum level psychic is classified, possibly because the author didn't know of its existence or because such a level is just a conjecture. I don't know what level Sabrina is at, but if she hasn't reached the maximum level, then very few in this world could have. Another part that caught Kane's attention was the talent classification among psychics. That's right, just as Pokémon have different levels of potential, each psychic has a unique talent, and this talent largely determines how far they can go. The minimum requirement to awaken psychic abilities is to have 5 times the mental capacity of an average person. According to what Slowpoke explained to him, Kane barely meets this threshold, and if it hadn't been for Sabrina's psychic stimulation, he probably never would have awakened his powers. People with 5 times the mental capacity of an average person have the lowest talent level. The book mentions that if they train consistently and are lucky enough, they might become initial level psychics in about 30 years. Upon reading this, Kane almost threw the book away. 30 years? By the time he becomes a psychic, it'll be too late to be useful. It's worth noting that some of the basic abilities of psychics, such as telepathy, can only be used once they become initial level psychics. And according to the description in this book, Kane probably won't have any relation with telepathy in his lifetime. With patience, he continued reading. He discovered that those who awaken with 10 times the mental capacity of an average person are considered ordinary psychics and have the possibility of reaching the initial level in about 5 years. If they awaken with 20 times the mental capacity of an average person, they have a possibility of reaching the intermediate level, but it's only a possibility. To become an intermediate level psychic, one needs to have 50 times the mental capacity of an average person upon awakening, which would also give them a chance to reach the advanced level. The book didn't detail talent classifications beyond this. Aside from all this, most of the book explained how to use basic psychic abilities, like the levitation Kane had been practicing with small stones. There were a few pages marked as important, describing the basic training methods. This is why Sabrina had left the book for Kane. Kane tried to follow the instructions to meditate but found that he couldn't enter the meditation state described in the book. He spent 2 hours sitting without achieving anything. System, scan and record the content of this book, and search the database for any methods to quickly improve mental capacity or psychic abilities, Kane ordered in his mind. Beep! Database is being created. Searching for information. Estimated time for results, 3 days. Time remaining, 2 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 30 seconds. Seeing that it would take 3 days, Kane accepted it. Then, he set a new task, system, calculate how long it would take me to become an initial level psychic. Beep! Task set. Estimated time to become an initial level psychic, 31 years. Time remaining, 31 years. End of chapter. Chapter 103. Encounter on the train. 31 years. I simply shouldn't have gained this ability, they give you a bit of hope only to extinguish it with a bucket of water, Kane couldn't help but complain in his mind. It seems that trying to improve psychic abilities with just the training methods in this book won't be very likely. I still need the help of some external items. I hope the system can find something useful in the database. The entire afternoon passed this way. The Pokémon also trained all afternoon. Since leaving Judgment Island, they hadn't had effective battles, so with their overflowing energy, they could only release it through training. This should be Kane's last day in Saffron City, as tomorrow he will head to Goldenrod City in Johto. After an early dinner, he gave his Pokémon a full massage. Except for Ghastly, who could only watch enviously, Murkrow and the others relaxed a lot under Kane's skillful hands, easing their tense bodies after a whole day. After watching his Pokémon sleep comfortably after the massage, Kane also wished Ghastly good night before going to sleep. As for Ghastly, nighttime is his most active time. During the day, he can rest in Kane's shadow, so Ghastly has always been the team's most resilient sentry. Although the Pokémon Center is a very safe place, Ghastly, who has the habit of staying up late, continued to keep watch. The next morning, Kane and his Pokémon quickly finished breakfast and headed to Saffron City Central train station, the most convenient means of transportation connecting Kanto and Johto, the magnetic levitation train. With his League ID card, he spent 5,000 Pokédollars to buy a premium seat ticket on the magnetic levitation train. A car was divided into several small rooms, each with only 2 seats, which were extremely comfortable. Now that he has money, Kane doesn't mind making his life a bit more comfortable. Additionally, this allows Slowpoke and Miltank not to have to stay in their Pokeballs. As for Murkrow, unfortunately, there was no other option. For now, he can only stay in his Pokeball. Kane is currently presenting himself with his League identity, and to avoid future issues if his identity is revealed, Murkrow will have to bear with this temporarily. Just as Kane was sitting down and letting Slowpoke and Miltank out of their Pokeballs to relax, the train speaker announced that it was about to depart. Is the other passenger in this room not coming? Kane was surprised to hear the announcement and couldn't help but wonder. SSH, bang! While Kane was lost in thought, the room's sliding door suddenly opened, and the sound of the door sliding and hitting the wall echoed loudly. A head peeked through the door. The woman's pink hair was tied in 2 pigtails. After taking a look inside, the woman blushed, scratched her head in embarrassment, and entered, saying, "I'm so sorry, I almost didn't make it on time, so I'm a bit excited." Sorry. As she spoke, she repeatedly bowed to Kane in apology. The woman who entered looked about 15 or 16 years old, similar in height to Kane, with 2 pink pigtails that swayed as she walked. She wore a white t-shirt that radiated vibrant youth. Kane looked at the young woman and nodded slightly to indicate there was no problem. Slowpoke and Miltank, who were resting on the floor, seeing that the person entering was a young girl without any threat, lay back down to take a nap. This magnetic levitation train travels directly from Saffron City in Kanto, passing through Mount Silver, to Goldenrod City in Johto. Although the train speed is fast, the trip is still quite long, with an estimated arrival time of 5 hours. The young woman who had just sat down hadn't even warmed her seat when she noticed the 2 pink Pokémon beside Kane. Her eyes immediately lit up. She jumped out of her seat and ran to observe Slowpoke first, and then Miltank. Kane noticed the young woman's behavior and couldn't help but frown slightly. Observing another trainer's Pokémon without permission is disrespectful. Although Kane didn't sense any malice from the young woman, he still felt a bit uncomfortable. It wasn't until after a few minutes of close observation that the young woman realized her behavior had been rude. Sorry. I didn't mean any harm, I just... She suddenly became nervous and didn't know how to explain herself. Then, as if she remembered something, she struck her right fist into her left palm and took a Pokeball from her belt. She pressed the button on the Pokeball, enlarging it. The Slowpoke lying on the floor, noticing the young woman's behavior, immediately opened his eyes and began to tense his body. This was Slowpoke's attack-ready stance. Kane reached out and patted the head of the Slowpoke that had stood up, signaling him not to worry. He now remembered who this young woman was. "Come out, Miltank!" The young woman, completely unaware of Kane and Slowpoke's reaction, released the Pokeball. After a flash of red light, a rather robust Miltank appeared in the room. "Me tilde?" Kane's Miltank, upon seeing the other Miltank released by the young woman, immediately got up with wide-open eyes. Kane's Miltank didn't know how long it had been since she last saw another of her species. Incredibly, on the second day after joining Kane's team, she encountered another of her kind. I'm also a Miltank trainer, so I couldn't resist seeing these adorable pink Pokémon. I hope you don't mind, the pink-haired girl said, scratching her head in embarrassment, then proudly patting her Miltank's head as she mentioned her. Me tilde, the young woman's Miltank, also noticed Kane's Miltank and greeted her with a soft call. Pokémon. Miltank, dark green. Gender. Female. Level. 23. Type. Normal. Ability: Thick Fat. Equipped item: None. Egg moves: Endure, Seismic Toss. Basic moves: Tackle, Growl, Defense Curl, Stomp, Milk Drink, Bide, Rollout. Learned moves: Hill Bell, Block, Fire Punch, Ice Punch, Thunder Punch. TM moves: Dynamic Punch, Hidden Power, Water, Protect, Rest, Sleep Talk. Seeing the data scanned by the system, Kane's eye twitched a bit. The children of wealthy families really have it easy. Just seeing the 3 elemental punches among the taught moves, Kane couldn't help but feel a bit envious. This Miltank has excellent stats and moves. If Slowpoke or Murkrow were to battle her one-on-one, they wouldn't necessarily win. Additionally, at a glance, this Miltank's body and muscles are clearly more robust and solid than the one Kane just captured. Evidently, it's a Pokémon that has been diligently trained, not one of those Pokémon used by pampered youngsters to show off. End of chapter. Chapter 104. Whitney, the Goldenrod City Gym Leader. Oh, right, I forgot to introduce myself. Hi, I'm Whitney, from Goldenrod City. The smiling girl extended a hand while looking at Kane. Kane stood up from his seat, shook Whitney's hand, and replied coldly, "Kane." He didn't mention where he was from or say anything else, keeping his tone quite distant. But Whitney didn't seem bothered at all and kept smiling. Kane, your Miltank was caught in the wild, right? Kane nodded silently, as if agreeing with her statement. Though Miltank was purchased from the Hunters Association, saying it was caught in the wild wasn't exactly wrong. Do you want to know how I knew? Her big eyes fixed on Kane, with a look that seemed to say, ask me already. Kane felt a bit uncomfortable under her persistent gaze, and finally couldn't help but ask, why? Because my family owns a Miltank farm. Most of the Miltank come from our farm, and I don't recognize this one of yours, so it must be wild. I know all the Miltank on our farm, Whitney said proudly. So this was Whitney, the heiress of the Goldenrod City Gym, the prized gem of the richest family in Goldenrod City. Nearly all the Miltank in the Pokémon world are controlled by this family, much like the Joy family controls Chansey and the Jenny family grow live. It's rare to find wild Miltank nowadays. Through the sale of high-quality Moo Moo milk, Whitney's family has earned enormous wealth. Goldenrod City, being the largest city in the Johto region, holds an equivalent status to that of Saffron City in Kanto. And the most powerful family in Goldenrod City is Whitney's family, with their Miltank farm as their most lucrative business. As for Whitney's claim that she knows all the Miltank on her family's farm, Kane preferred not to comment. With thousands of Miltank on the farm, how could she possibly know them all? It's no wonder Miltank is her signature Pokémon, her love for them is obvious. Whitney had a very lively and chatty personality. Though sometimes she was a bit clumsy and careless, she was generally kind-hearted. Because Kane also had a Miltank, Whitney kept chatting with him throughout the journey. However, most of the time it was Whitney talking and Kane listening. Hey, Kane! Where did you capture your Miltank? Kane, your Miltank doesn't seem fully developed. I have a suggestion, want to try it? Kane, your Slowpoke is so adorable. Kane. As the energetic Whitney kept talking, Kane began to feel a headache, but couldn't do much about it, so he just endured her questions in silence. Even if he didn't respond, Whitney seemed to answer her own questions without waiting for Kane's reply. Talk. Finally, a knock on the door interrupted Whitney's interrogation. A staff member of the levitating train entered with a friendly smile and asked, "Excuse me, it's lunchtime. Would you like to order something?" Finally, Kane could breathe a sigh of relief as Whitney was interrupted. "Please bring me a steak with rice." "Thank you." Whitney responded politely, showing it wasn't her first time on the train and that she was familiar with the food on board. Kane didn't care much about the food as long as it filled him up. He wasn't picky, so he also ordered a steak with rice. "Please bring me a steak with rice as well." After taking both orders, the staff member smiled and nodded, "Very well, please wait a moment." Your lunch will be ready shortly." With that, he slowly left the compartment, closing the sliding door behind him. Being interrupted, Whitney fell silent for a moment, allowing Kane to relax a bit. Slowpoke remained lying by Kane's chair with its eyes closed. To others, it would appear as if it was sleeping, given the natural habit of Slowpoke. But in reality, it was training its meditation, essentially using the move Calm Mind. Kane's plan was for Slowpoke to be able to meditate anytime and anywhere, which required a long period of practice. For now, Slowpoke could only meditate while resting, and it was nearly impossible for someone without psychic abilities to notice. Though Kane's psychic abilities were weak and newly awakened, he could perceive the powerful psychic energy flowing within Slowpoke. Meanwhile, Miltank was sitting next to Whitney's Miltank on the floor, chatting. Whitney's Miltank would occasionally pat Kane's Miltank on the shoulder, as a sign of comfort and encouragement. Clearly, Whitney's Miltank sympathized with Kane's Miltank's experiences. Of course, it hadn't mentioned to Whitney's Miltank that it had been captured by Pokémon hunters before Kane purchased it. The 5,000 Pokédollar price for this train ticket was definitely worth it. The onboard service was excellent, and the food Kane and Whitney ordered arrived quickly, emanating a delicious aroma. Kane didn't start eating right away, but instead took out 2 Pokémon food dishes from his ring and poured Pokeblocks into them for Slowpoke and Miltank. Slowpoke, having been training for several hours, was already hungry. Upon seeing its favorite Pokeblocks, it began to eat slowly and contentedly. Miltank also stopped chatting and approached Kane. The delicious aroma of the Pokeblocks, combined with the joy of having found a companion, made it start devouring them quickly. Seeing Slowpoke and Miltank eating the Pokeblocks with such delight, Whitney's Miltank couldn't help but gulp. The aroma of the Pokeblocks was unmistakable to her. Though Slowpoke's Pokeblocks looked more crystalline, the ones Kane's Miltank was eating clearly appealed to her more. "Me?" Kane's Miltank noticed and quickly pushed its food dish toward Whitney's Miltank, inviting her to share as a good friend. Whitney's Miltank swallowed and looked at her trainer for permission. "Kane, where did you get those Pokeblocks? Miltank seems to love them." Whitney didn't pay much attention to Slowpoke's Pokeblocks, since as an heiress from a wealthy family, she was used to seeing high-quality Pokeblocks. However, the Pokeblocks Miltank was eating, though they looked ordinary, clearly appealed to her. With Whitney's permission, her Miltank also joined in, and it was evident she had a bigger appetite than Kane's Miltank, as Kane had to add Pokeblocks 2 more times. Hearing Whitney's question, Kane hesitated a bit before replying, "I make them myself." End of chapter. Chapter 105. Pokeblock Order. You made them yourself? Yourself? Whitney exclaimed in surprise when she heard Kane's words, and then, realizing she had raised her voice too much, she quickly covered her mouth with her hands. She leaned closer to Kane and cautiously asked, "You made these Pokeblocks yourself? Are you an advanced breeder?" Her eyes shone with admiration. Kane put his hand to his forehead, a bit worried, but still answered, "No, do you really think I could make advanced Pokeblocks at my age? I made the intermediate ones for Miltank myself, the ones for Slowpoke I bought elsewhere." "Oh tilde, Whitney said with a long exclamation, but the admiration in her eyes didn't diminish one bit. "You look about my age, yet you're already an intermediate breeder, while I still don't have the skills to inherit my family's gym." "Ooh," Whitney said, feeling a bit down. Is an intermediate breeder on the same level as a gym leader? However, considering Kane's age, if he were really an intermediate breeder, it would undoubtedly cause a stir. After all, the average age for registered intermediate breeders in the league is around 25, while Kane is only 15. Whitney didn't doubt what Kane said, because the process of making advanced Pokeblocks is too complex. At his age, Kane didn't seem like he could be an advanced breeder. Kane didn't try to console Whitney because she quickly cheered herself up. But then, her expression turned a bit hesitant, quite different from her usual carefree and cheerful attitude. Seeing her expression, Kane couldn't help but ask, although he regretted it immediately, "What's wrong?" "Kane, could I place a long-term order for Miltank Pokeblocks with you?" "Don't worry, I'll pay you a price you'll be happy with," Whitney said hesitantly. Seeing how much her Miltank enjoyed the Pokeblocks, Whitney hadn't even given her the advanced Pokeblocks she'd specially prepared. Although advanced Pokeblocks have a better effect, it seemed that, in terms of flavor and certain special aspects, Kane's Pokeblocks were more suited to her Miltank. Hearing Whitney's proposal, Kane was slightly surprised, then smiled and replied, "No problem. How many do you want? I may not be able to make that many right away, you might have to wait a bit." Kane's affirmative response made Whitney smile widely. "Great! The time doesn't matter. The market price for intermediate Pokeblocks is usually between 50 and 80 Pokédollars. Yours are a bit special, designed specifically for Miltank, so how about 100 Pokédollars each?" That price was quite high. Keep in mind that advanced Pokeblocks generally cost between 400 and 500 Pokédollars, but the production cost of advanced Pokeblocks is much higher than that of intermediates. Whitney mentioned that the usual price for intermediate Pokeblocks was around 50 Pokédollars, and here they were talking about double that amount. Since someone was willing to pay such a high price for the Pokeblocks he made, Kane had no objections to making a bit of money. Wouldn't he seize any opportunity? As an esteemed member of the league, Whitney may be a bit naive, but when it comes to trust, she's someone you can rely on. She promised Kane she wouldn't reveal to anyone that he could make Pokeblocks without his permission. Kane, in turn, was cautious and didn't mention that he could make advanced Pokeblocks. If word got out, his true identity could be exposed. Intermediate breeders are relatively rare in the league, but not rare enough to attract the attention of high-ranking officials. However, if a 15-year-old could make advanced Pokeblocks, even if he wasn't an advanced breeder, it would cause quite a stir. "So, how many do you need?" Now that they had agreed to keep it a secret, Kane asked directly. Whitney thought for a moment, then started counting on her fingers, 1 for red, 1 for white, 1 for pink, 1 for... As she counted, her fingers quickly added up, almost running out, but Kane, watching her, began to sweat. Was she planning to order Pokeblocks for every Miltank on her farm? In the end, Whitney lost count and decided to wave her hand, giving up. "Well, how about we order 100,000 pieces to start with?" Her big, blinking eyes looked at Kane innocently, not giving much thought to the quantity or the fact that it was a transaction worth over 1,000,000 Pokédollars. "Do you think being rich is impressive? Could you repeat that?" Kane, with a slightly stiff expression, asked. 100,000 pieces, is that okay? No, the previous question. I'm ordering intermediate Pokeblocks for Miltank. Yes, but no. 100,000 pieces is too much, I don't have that much time. Kane wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead, directly refusing. Even though making intermediate Pokeblocks became easier with the right tools and assistance from the system, the quantity of 100,000 was still enormous and too time-consuming, which was something Kane had the least of at the moment. Is that so? Well, let's start with 10,000 pieces then. Whitney scratched her chin and, after thinking it over, said. She truly didn't see anything unusual in the quantity she proposed, as when her family buys Pokeblocks, except for the advanced ones, they always buy them in units of 100,000. She was simply used to it, without considering that Kane was just one person and couldn't produce that many. 10,000 pieces at 100 Pokédollars each came to 1,000,000 Pokédollars. And considering that the cost of producing an intermediate Pokeblock is around 10 Pokédollars, this was an extremely lucrative deal. 10,000 pieces I can accept, but you'll have to wait a while, as I'm the only one making them, and I also need to buy more materials. For Kane, who was in dire need of money, this 1,000,000 Pokédollars would be a welcome relief. Perfect. No problem. When we get to Goldenrod City, you can stay at my house for a few days. I'll have someone help you gather the materials, and you can enjoy the city in the meantime. I'm not in a rush. Whitney invited him directly to stay at her place so that he could help her make the Pokeblocks. Kane thought it over a bit, then nodded, agreeing. Not only to earn money but also to give his recently captured Miltank the opportunity to meet more of its kind. Perhaps that would help improve its shy nature. End of chapter. Chapter 106. Arrival in Goldenrod City. On the magnetic levitation train, after agreeing on the specific price and quantity, Whitney transferred 1 million Pokédollars to Kane's bank account, with a carefree expression that once again reminded Kane of the generosity of wealthy people. Although Whitney talked a lot, she didn't have the typical bad temper of a rich girl, and even shared some of her knowledge about Miltank breeding with Kane during the trip. She also discussed different training methods based on the various developmental paths for Miltank. These topics piqued Kane's interest, so they had a harmonious conversation throughout the journey, with Whitney talking and Kane listening. About 2 hours after lunch, the magnetic levitation train finally arrived in Goldenrod City in the Johto region. Originally, Kane intended to enjoy the scenery of Mount Silver during the trip, but due to Whitney's chatting, he didn't get to see anything interesting. Dear passengers, the train has arrived at Goldenrod City in the Johto region. Please collect your luggage and disembark in an orderly manner. The train announcement was repeated 3 times. Kane didn't have much luggage. He returned Miltank to her Pokeball and, with Slowpoke by his side, exited the train. Since Miltank was rather shy and easily frightened, Kane kept her in her Pokeball. She needed time to adjust to her new environment and current situation. Whitney also returned her Miltank to its Pokeball and followed Kane out of the train. Kane, why don't you stay at my house first? Anyway, you don't have a place to stay in Goldenrod City, and staying at the Pokémon Center isn't as comfortable as my house. Besides, I can have someone help you gather the materials you need, Whitney said, running to catch up with Kane. All right. Kane thought for a moment and then accepted. He mainly wanted his Miltank to get familiar with others of her kind, which might help improve her character. Also, he had heard that there were many wild Pokémon around the Miltank farm. Kane hoped he might find a Nidoran there. Just as Kane was about to raise his hand to call a taxi upon leaving the station, a long luxury car stopped in front of them. An elderly man, about 50 or 60 years old, dressed in a black suit, stepped out from the front passenger seat. With a kind expression and a smile, he approached Whitney and respectfully said, "Miss, your departure has worried the master. Let's return home as soon as possible." Hearing this, Whitney stuck out her tongue and habitually scratched the back of her head. Hee, Sebastian, I just wanted to go out for a bit. The house is so boring and lonely. Then, she quickly changed the topic and pushed Kane forward, saying, "Sebastian, this is my new friend, his name is Kane. He's amazing." Hearing Whitney's words, the elderly man, as a good butler of a great family, smiled kindly and said, "Pleased to meet you, young Kane." Kane nodded without saying anything but began to slightly regret accepting Whitney's invitation. All right, Sebastian, let's stop chatting here. It's not very polite. Let's go home, I can't wait to see Grandpa." Whitney shook Sebastian's hand, speaking in a pleading tone. All right, let's go home first." Sebastian, though he looked a bit overwhelmed by Whitney's enthusiasm, couldn't hide the affection in his eyes. The 3 of them got into the long luxury car. Kane, resting his head on one hand, gazed at the scenery outside the window while listening to Whitney's non-stop chatter, lost in thought. Goldenrod City, as the largest and most developed city in the Johto region, held a status comparable to Saffron City in the Kanto region, though with some differences. Goldenrod City has a more technological feel, but lacks the overwhelming crowds of Saffron City. Instead, the people on the street seem more relaxed, or perhaps lazier. One of the defining characteristics of the Johto region is its rich religious culture, with its most prominent deity being Ho-Oh, the legendary Pokémon. The most well-known legend is that of Ho-Oh saving 3 Pokémon in the Bell Tower, who then transformed into the 3 legendary beasts, serving as Ho-Oh's representatives on Earth. Due to the influence of this belief, Johto's inhabitants live in harmony with their Pokémon. Goldenrod City, as Johto's economic and technological center, boasts 4 iconic buildings: the Radio Tower, Goldenrod Department Store, the Game Corner, and the Gym. The gym is run by Whitney's family, although it's unclear who currently holds the leader position. However, Whitney is expected to inherit it soon. That's right, inherit it. Though the Pokémon League doesn't require gym leaders to be from the current leader's family, in practice, the leader is usually chosen by the current leader and approved by the league. As long as the heir isn't completely incompetent or the league doesn't have any specific objections, the current leader has the final say in choosing their successor, with the league performing only a superficial inspection to show its presence. As expected from a powerful family, if they can choose, they'll ensure the successor is one of their own. However, not all league gyms are controlled by large families. Some gyms are founded by individuals who have earned merits or achieved high ranks in league tournaments. Their heirs are usually chosen from among the gym's apprentices. But most citizens who establish a gym tend to form their own small families around it, ensuring their descendants won't return to being ordinary citizens. Whitney is the heir to the only gym in Goldenrod City, the largest city in the Johto region, and an influential member of the league. Additionally, there's the Radio Tower, a famous TV and radio station that broadcasts in both the Kanto and Johto regions. Professor Oak, the most famous Pokémon researcher from Kanto, is a regular guest on one of its shows, underscoring the importance of this station. The radio tower is located next to the magnetic levitation train station. It's said that it was originally an ancient tower, but over time it deteriorated, and the league rebuilt it as a radio station. During reconstruction, a rainbow feather and a silver feather were found at the top of the tower, adding an air of mystery to this historical structure. It's one of the most iconic buildings in Goldenrod City. The Goldenrod department store is also a famous place, once promoted as a location where you could find any item or move. Though that promotional claim was later removed, it demonstrates the impressive variety of products they offer. Few stores would dare make such a claim. Moreover, the Goldenrod department store has not only above-ground structures but also multiple underground levels. No one knows exactly how many there are or what they contain. In his past life, Kane received a mission to infiltrate the underground levels, but he had to abandon it due to the strict security. It was one of the few missions he couldn't complete. End of chapter. Chapter 107. Long-awaited training. Finally, there's the Game Corner, a massive entertainment center located in the heart of the city. The Game Corner is filled with various types of game machines, many involving betting mechanics. Slot machines are the most popular, attracting both ordinary people and trainers with their exciting gameplay. Emotions run high here, with constant cheers and groans of frustration, making it a lively place. Originally, this Game Corner belonged to the largest criminal organization in Goldenrod City, but due to the vast interests and complex relationships involved, it was eventually absorbed by the Pokémon League. However, Team Rocket is also involved in running this place, though Kane doesn't know the details of how the profits are divided. Despite being part of the league, the Game Corner is still mostly managed by members of the city's former criminal organization, although they now answer to the Pokémon League and are officially under the jurisdiction of the Goldenrod City Gym. Team Rocket maintains a strong presence in the Game Corner, where a high-ranking member oversees operations. Kane isn't sure of their identity, but he knows that anyone capable of challenging the gym isn't a weak opponent. The Game Corner is not just a gaming venue, every token used in the games can be exchanged for items from the Game Corner's list. Rumor has it that even rare and powerful Pokémon are available for trade, though no one has ever been known to obtain one. The exchange rate is straightforward, 100 Pokédollars for a Game Corner token, and these tokens can be exchanged at any time for Pokédollars. However, few people make this exchange, as items that cannot be bought with Pokédollars are often available in the Game Corner. The quality of these items, however, is something each person must evaluate for themselves. While Kane reflected on all this, the luxury car they were in entered a huge mansion on the outskirts of Goldenrod City. This is Whitney's home. Whitney interrupted his thoughts. Kane, we're here. Do you want to meet my grandpa, or would you rather explore on your own? After thinking for a moment, Kane replied, I'd prefer not to meet your grandpa for now. It's my first time in the Johto region, and I'm more interested in the local Pokémon. I want to explore a bit on my own. Whitney's grandfather is the clan leader and at least an elite-level trainer. Knowing he would have no chance against someone of that caliber, Kane decided to avoid the encounter for now. All right. I'll go see my grandpa first, then I'll come find you. Sebastian, please prepare a room for Kane. Whitney said, not giving it much thought. Of course, Sebastian replied, nodding. With that, Whitney ran off toward the main mansion. Sebastian handed a key to Kane and said, "Here's the key to your room. You'll be in the west wing, in the guest house. The rooms have already been prepared. If you need anything, don't hesitate to call the servants." "Thank you," Kane replied, taking the key. He didn't mind staying in the guest house next to the main mansion. Many families prefer to separate guest rooms from the main ones, which benefits both parties. Kane nodded his head in thanks and headed toward the exit of the property. Sebastian watched Kane as he left, with a thoughtful look. Young people these days are getting harder and harder to read, he murmured to himself. Of course, Kane was unaware of this. Although Whitney's mansion was on the outskirts, there was a wide road connecting directly to Goldenrod City. However, instead of heading toward the city, Kane took a side path and entered a small nearby forest. As he ventured deeper into the woods, wild Pokémon began to appear, but none approached due to the intimidating presence of Kane's Slowpoke. After walking for about 30 minutes, Kane reached an area full of undergrowth, completely alone, surrounded only by increasingly strong Pokémon. In the Johto region, Ledibur and Spinarak replace Weedle and Caterpie as the most common forest Pokémon. These Pokémon tend to lazily rest on branches or leaves, moving only if startled by a Spearow or Pidgey. "Come out, Murkrow and Miltank," Kane said, throwing 2 Pokeballs. When Kane captured Miltank, he changed her original Pokeball for a Great Ball, ensuring his Pokémon were as comfortable as possible. "Caw!" Murkrow, excited to be out after a long time, flew in circles, letting out a loud cry. Miltank, on the other hand, remained calm, staying quietly to the side. "Ghastly, you come out too. Make sure there's no one around," Kane ordered. "Ghastly!" The Pokémon emerged from Kane's shadow and, upon receiving the command, faded into the shadows to scout the area for other trainers. Soon after, Ghastly returned, indicating that the area was clear. "Good job, Ghastly," Kane said, praising the Pokémon. "It's been days since we've had serious training. Today, since there's no one around, let's do some skill training." "Caw!" "Yaden." "Me." Murkrow and Slowpoke were excited to hear this, while Miltank, being new to this type of training, just followed along, slightly confused. Kane didn't pay much attention and began planning each Pokémon's training. "Murkrow, today you'll work on controlling Dark-type energy. Also, try to increase the speed with which you launch the Hidden Power move. Slowpoke, your training today will focus on Water-type energy control. Try to fire off Water Gun as quickly as possible and use your Confusion move to control the water flow, creating an effective spinning attack." After assigning the training tasks to Murkrow and Slowpoke, Kane paused to consider Ghastly and Miltank's training. "Ghastly, your level is still low, so you'll be battling the Pokémon in this forest. You need to defeat as many as you can. Miltank, you'll be providing support, supplying milk to replenish energy as needed. Additionally, you'll do some physical training to recover the nutrition you lost while surviving in the wild. Your body hasn't yet reached its full potential." With the orders given, each Pokémon began their training. Kane, taking advantage of the time, took out his psychic skill training manual and continued attempting to enter a meditative state. Although he wasn't sure if he'd succeed, Kane didn't want to give up on the possibility of developing psychic powers. End of chapter. Chapter 108. The Goldenrod Game Corner. Kane spent the entire afternoon training. Murkrow and Slowpoke methodically carried out their movements training, while Miltank, besides occasionally providing milk for the other Pokémon, spent most of her time doing basic conditioning exercises. Through his conversations with Whitney, Kane also learned about some of Miltank's weaknesses and ways to improve them, so even though Miltank's training wasn't very intense, the results were quite evident. As for Ghastly, it engaged in intense battles with the Pokémon in the area. Since the wild Pokémon weren't very high level, it often found itself facing multiple opponents at once. Despite the risky nature of some battles due to Ghastly's provocative temperament, it emerged victorious in all of them. By mid-afternoon, Ghastly leveled up, reaching level 15. Its low level and fast growth were factors, but another important reason was that since birth, Ghastly had been trained intensively in the Ghastly Cave on Judgment Island. This rigorous training from an early age, with moves and basic exercises, allowed it to progress quickly. However, as its level increases, the cumulative effect of the prior training will start to diminish. In the future, Ghastly is likely to level up less rapidly and enter a phase of more steady progress. As for Cain, after an afternoon of attempts, he finally managed to enter a meditative state for half a minute, although he quickly snapped out of it. Meditation requires a person's mind to be completely blank, which becomes increasingly difficult with age. The more a person has lived, the more complex their mind becomes, and Cain is a clear example of this. Having lived 3 lives, his mind is filled with complex experiences and thoughts. Therefore, what may be the easiest part of meditation for others has become the biggest obstacle for Cain to develop his psychic abilities. Fortunately, Cain has begun to master some techniques, though it takes him much longer than others to enter a meditative state. This makes training his psychic abilities nearly impossible. During this time, Cain also took a moment to have Ghastly bring out the Skorupi and Larvitar eggs and give them some attention. The Skorupi egg is expected to hatch in 2 days, while the Larvitar incubator still shows an unknown hatching time. In the southern part of Goldenrod City is a Pokémon Daycare very famous in the Johto region. If time allows tomorrow, Cain plans to visit the daycare to see if there's a way to speed up the hatching of the Larvitar egg. If possible, Cain also wants the system to access the daycare's database to expand his knowledge and search for cases similar to the Larvitar egg. However, these are plans for tomorrow, and how he proceeds will depend on what he finds at the daycare. Dusting off his clothes, Cain had Murkrow and Miltank stop their training. After a full afternoon of training, none of the Pokémon showed obvious signs of fatigue, thanks to Miltank's milk, which helped ease their physical exhaustion. But this doesn't mean they can train indefinitely. Mental fatigue is often harder to bear than physical, and an afternoon of intense training is already the limit for Murkrow and the others. Cain returned to the main road from the forest, this time taking only 20 minutes, 10 less than when he first arrived. The sun was already setting, but Cain had no intention of returning to Whitney's home just yet. Instead, he headed directly toward the center of Goldenrod City. After walking for about half an hour, he finally saw his first car, making him realize just how vast Whitney's family property was and reflecting once again on the strength of great families. Eventually, Cain managed to flag down a taxi, and under the driver's understanding gaze, he asked to be taken to the Goldenrod Game Corner. Cain was quite familiar with this famous game corner in the Johto region, as he used to frequent it in his past life, especially after learning how to use the system. One of the Pokémon from his second team in his previous life was obtained here, although he later stopped going for fear of being caught cheating. There's no denying that the Game Corner's prize list, which includes both Pokémon and items, is very complete, almost comparable to Team Rocket's trade list. If it weren't for the fact that only Game Corner tokens can be used to redeem prizes, many wealthy people would be willing to spend large sums of money to get the Pokémon they desire. Of course, the Pokémon's quality is also a crucial factor. The Game Corner doesn't operate to lose money. Although there are many types of Pokémon available for redemption, their quality varies greatly. If you're lucky, you might get a high-level Pokémon, like one of green or blue quality, but if you're unlucky, you might end up with one of red or orange quality. This kind of redemption is a form of gambling in itself. After all, the Goldenrod Game Corner is a betting hub. Cain paid the taxi driver 200 Pokédollars and got out of the car with Slowpoke. However, before he could enter the Game Corner, the guards at the door stopped him, pointing to a sign that read, "No Psychic Pokémon Allowed." Since Slowpoke is a water and Psychic-type Pokémon, it was included in this restriction. This rule at the Game Corner is quite standard, as Psychic-type Pokémon can manipulate the slot machines without activating the internal mechanisms, which is strictly forbidden by the Game Corner. Cain had forgotten this rule, so after a brief pause, he returned Slowpoke to its Pokeball and calmly entered the Game Corner under the guard's watchful gaze. As soon as he entered, a wave of noise engulfed him, mixed with various smells, making Cain almost sneeze. Most of the machines in the Game Corner are traditional slot machines. Although the game is simple, many people are hooked. the allure of gambling lies in the thrill of an all-or-nothing outcome, with no in-between. Even though it was almost dinner time, many people were still playing. Some winners shouted with joy, drawing the attention of others and showing off their achievements. Others, disheartened by their losses, banged on the machines in frustration, cursing loudly. Defeated expressions were everywhere. Looking around, it was clear that there were far more losers than winners, and few left the game corner happy. Losers often want to keep playing to recover their losses, while winners believe their luck will let them win more, meaning that, in the end, few manage to redeem the most valuable prizes, or practically none. This is the main way the game corner profits. End of chapter. Chapter 109. Family. Kane's arrival went mostly unnoticed, like a drop of water falling into the ocean. Aside from creating a slight, barely perceptible ripple, it didn't impact the vast sea at all. He passed by those absorbed in the world of games and gambling, observing the scene throughout the game corner. There weren't many differences from the last time he was here in his previous life. The game corner lights were dazzling, and although it was already night outside, inside it was as bright as day. Each night marked the real start of the game corner's profits. In every corner and hallway of the game corner, there was an employee dressed in a black suit with wireless earpieces. Their sharp eyes were hidden behind sunglasses, constantly watching what was happening. Those who tried to cheat rarely escaped their scrutiny. However, there were always some who, driven by the desire for big winnings, took risks, but inevitably, they were caught and taken to a small dark room. In addition to these men in black, the game corner was full of visible and hidden cameras, closely monitoring every move. Upon reaching the counter, Kane ignored the overly sweet smiles of the receptionists as he sat in front of the exchange computer, earning himself a few disdainful glances. There were about 20 computers lined up for players to exchange items with Game Corner tokens. Thousands of people were playing in the Game Corner, but only a few were checking the exchange list on these computers. This showed how many actually came out victorious, and even then, those attempting to exchange didn't have many tokens. Kane slightly shook his head and focused his attention on the computer screen. This game corner, now under the Alliance's control, offered an incredibly abundant exchange inventory. All kinds of rare Pokémon and precious items for Pokémon were available, yet the exchange prices still surprised Kane, even after seeing them so many times. Especially the first three on the list, which were extremely rare. The first of them was none other than Larvitar, a pseudo-legendary Pokémon from the Johto region. But the exchange price was so high that it gave Kane pause. 50 million tokens! And those were only Game Corner tokens. If converted to Pokédollars, it would equal 5 billion Pokédollars. It was even more ridiculous than Team Rocket's price for a pseudo-legendary. If Team Rocket points were converted to Pokédollars, a pseudo-legendary would be worth around 3 or 4 billion. Team Rocket was already expensive, but here it was even more exorbitant. Clearly, these rewards were there only for people to see. No one really knew the quality of those pseudo-legendaries, and it was unlikely anyone would choose to exchange for them, especially since most didn't have nearly that many tokens. The wealthy wouldn't need to come here to exchange for a pseudo-legendary, so it was clearly a lure to attract customers. In any case, the top 100 items on the reward list were all incredibly rare and precious, and the exchange prices started at 1 million tokens. Most people could only look at them. Although Kane had criticized this exchange system many times in his previous life, seeing it again, he couldn't help but do so once more. This game corner really knew how to make money. Scrolling down the list, Kane only wanted to browse the place and see if there were any differences from his previous life, checking if the items he wanted to exchange were available. Today's purpose was merely to make a preliminary inspection. Tomorrow would be when he would really begin. Upon leaving the game corner, he felt relief in his ears and headed directly to a small restaurant outside the game corner. Under the happy gaze of the owner, he ordered food for 10 people. With Miltank's addition, the teen's hungriest Pokémon went from being Slowpoke to Miltank. He stored all the food in his ring and took a taxi to Whitney's family mansion. Under the surprised look of the taxi driver, Kane entered the mansion naturally. As if they knew Kane would return, just as he crossed the main door, Sebastian came out to meet him and said, "Young Kane, you finally returned. The master wants to see you, he's been waiting for you for a long time. Hearing this, Cain was surprised. The master? The owner of this mansion? One of the powerful figures in Goldenrod City? He nodded to show he understood and then followed Sebastian to the mansion's hall. Although he didn't really feel like meeting that old man, who had some reputation in the Alliance, since he had waited so long, he had no choice but to go. They took several turns through the castle-like luxurious hallways until they finally stopped in front of a simple door. Sebastian gently knocked and said, "Master, young Cain has returned. Come in." An elderly voice replied from inside, full of energy, showing that he was in excellent health. Sebastian opened the door and motioned for Cain to enter. After Cain went in, he closed the door and patiently waited outside. Cain entered the room and noticed that, unlike the luxury outside, it was extremely simple. There was only a desk and a few chairs. Whitney was sitting in one of the chairs, playing with her feet. Upon seeing Cain enter, she stuck out her tongue and gave him an apologetic look. "Ha ha, this young man must be Cain, right? A young and promising lad." An old man with white hair and a white beard sitting behind the desk laughed cheerfully and motioned for Cain to sit. Cain didn't say anything, nodding slightly and sitting in the chair next to Whitney. When Cain sat down, Whitney quickly leaned over and whispered, "Cain, I'm sorry. I mentioned the request to my grandfather. So that was it." If the head of a family didn't know what the people under him were spending money on, it would be very irresponsible, especially if it was his granddaughter, the family's future heir. Large families pay close attention to their heirs. Every friend they make is thoroughly investigated. Cain had hidden his ties to Team Rocket well, so nothing was uncovered, but that only made him seem more suspicious. How could someone capable of making mid-level Pokeblocks have such a sparse background? It was only mentioned that he was a commoner, with no details about where and how he had learned to make them, nor any notable achievements mentioned. Cain gently shook his head to indicate it didn't matter. After a moment of silence in the room, the old man was the first to break it, saying, "Young man, although Whitney has already mentioned it to me, I still want to ask you where you got the recipe for making those mid-level Pokeblocks." End of chapter. Chapter 110. The true face of a great family. Hearing those words, Cain immediately frowned. This was very rude behavior, especially for breeders. Each breeder has their own experiments and creates formulas that are entirely their own. Asking in that way was already invading a breeder's privacy. If it had been someone with great power or influence, they might have reacted very negatively. "Grandpa." Cain didn't say anything, but next to him, Whitney was the first to speak up. She wasn't a child who didn't understand the situation, she knew how disrespectful her grandfather's words had been. Besides, Cain was a friend she had brought home, and now her own grandfather was interrogating him as if he were a criminal. Whitney's grandfather paid her no mind, he just kept his eyes fixed on Cain, waiting for his answer. HMPH. "Grandpa, I won't speak to you anymore." Whitney, seeing that her grandfather ignored her, huffed angrily and crossed her arms, pouting. Cain looked at him directly, without showing any emotion in his eyes. This is the disadvantage of trainers without power or influence. When facing a great family, they don't have the same standing. Even a mid-level breeder has only a slightly higher status than a common trainer, but it's hardly a difference. "It's a formula I created myself," Cain replied coldly. Anyone would be annoyed if treated this way, so the old man didn't get angry at the coldness in Cain's response. The old man observed him closely, as if trying to memorize every detail of Cain. "Ha ha, I'm sorry. When one gets old, sometimes one asks meaningless questions." "Young man, don't take it the wrong way," said the old man, suddenly changing his tone and showing a friendly attitude, as if he were a kindly grandfather. Cain, however, only smiled to himself. Although the old man apologized, Cain understood clearly what his true intentions were. "Oh, by the way, my name is Howard, I'm the current gym leader of Goldenrod City and Whitney's grandfather." Howard coughed a couple of times to ease the tension in the room. At his age, he had already seen it all. I've already heard about the deal between you and Whitney, and I've tried those mid-level Pokeblocks. Truly, they're very suitable for our Miltanks. After eating them, their milk production increased by 30%. Howard praised the effectiveness of Kane's Pokeblocks, surprised for the first time to hear about a Pokeblock that could specifically increase a Pokemon's milk production. I want to ask if you'd be willing to sell me the formula. I'm willing to pay you 30 million Pokédollars for it, Howard said after circling around the subject, revealing his true purpose. 30 million Pokédollars. For an inexperienced trainer, that would be a fortune. With those 30 million Pokédollars, he could invest in raising a Pokémon and, hopefully, become a quasi-elite level trainer. Then, he could participate in league missions, perhaps even changing his fate and becoming a league trainer, although the difficulty in achieving this is what stops 99% of Pokémon trainers. Kane shook his head without hesitation. Although 30 million Pokédollars was a considerable sum, he knew that, if he worked steadily, he would earn much more. Besides, he didn't need that much money. With the items he already possessed, his assets exceeded 30 million. Howard was somewhat surprised by Kane's refusal. For a commoner, 30 million Pokédollars is a significant sum. But he didn't have many options. He couldn't just take it by force, as if anyone found out, his enemies in the league would seize the opportunity to attack him, and he knew many resented his control over the Miltank. After thinking for a bit, Howard proposed, "Then let's do this, young man. No matter how many of those Pokeblocks you make, we'll buy them all. As a condition, we'll pay you 120 Pokédollars for each one." They raised high-quality Miltank, which needed to consume many Pokeblocks daily to produce milk with high nutritional value, intended for exclusive clients. The common Moo milk sold on the market came from Miltank that only ate grass and had a much lower nutritional value. The profits they earned couldn't compare to those simple 20 Pokédollar differences, so Howard was a good businessman. "I want a training manual for Miltank," said Kane. When it came to raising Miltank, no one in the world knew more than this family. Even though what they would give him wouldn't be their most prized technique, even the basics would be more useful than what Kane could figure out on his own. There was no need to be so direct about what he wanted, but since Howard had proposed an exchange, Kane wasn't going to refuse. As for great families, they tend to be very cautious. Even a seemingly unbacked commoner like Kane wasn't someone they would attack thoughtlessly. They preferred to resolve things peacefully, as long as their core interests weren't touched. "All right." Howard agreed to Kane's demand without hesitation. After all, it was only a basic training manual. Howard knew Kane wouldn't expect to receive their most valuable techniques. HMPH. Are you done? Satisfied? Finished talking? Kane, let's go. At that moment, Whitney jumped out of her seat and grabbed Kane's hand, pulling him along. Kane didn't resist and followed her. He knew the true nature of this seemingly kind old man. People like him were everywhere in the league, controlling half of its power. It could be said that the corruption in the league was largely their fault. They were a plague upon the league. After Whitney and Kane left the room, the butler, Sebastian, entered and looked at Howard, asking quietly, "Sir, is this all right?" Howard stopped smiling and pulled out a detailed report from his desk. If Kane had been there, he would have seen it was a complete report of his identity within the league. In just one afternoon, they had investigated everything. "It's just a small amount of money. That boy is interesting. Today's young ones in the league are truly remarkable. From that boy of the Dragon Tamer clan to this boy, they're hiding something, but even with our power, we couldn't uncover his true origin. It's best not to be too aggressive," Howard said, reflecting on Kane's report. End of chapter. Chapter 111. The Pokémon Daycare. Whitney led Kane directly outside of the entire building. Once outside, she kept apologizing to Kane, as even though she had promised not to say anything, her grandfather had managed to coax the information out of her. Kane waved his hand, indicating that he didn't mind too much. He was prepared for this situation from the beginning. Moreover, thanks to the false identity provided by Team Rocket, even with the influence of Whitney's family within the Alliance, they couldn't discover anything. This shows just how deeply Team Rocket has infiltrated the Alliance. Obtaining a Miltank care manual could also be considered a fair exchange. Besides, Kane really needed money, so by risking making a deal with Whitney, he was already prepared. The heirs of major families often have no other choice. Kane declined Whitney's offer to give him some items as compensation and returned alone to his room. Up until that moment, his Pokémon had not yet had dinner. Following his usual routine, he asked Ghastly to check for any surveillance devices in the room. Although the possibility was low, it's always necessary to maintain a level of caution. "Come out, Slowpoke, Murkrow, Miltank." After confirming that there was no surveillance, Kane called out his Pokémon. He then prepared their dinner, taking out the packed food. His hungry Pokémon did not hesitate to start devouring the food as soon as Kane gave them permission. Miltank, who had recently joined the team, fit in perfectly after earning her place with her milk. While eating, the Pokémon exchanged their dishes, making sure to try everything. After dinner, their usual training session followed before bedtime. Kane did not do his meditation training but instead performed simple physical exercises alongside his Pokémon. At 15 years old, his body was in full development, and proper nutrition had made him lose the skeletal appearance he had while on the trial island. The next morning, following his biological clock, Kane got up and left the huge grounds with his Pokémon. He didn't say goodbye to Whitney, but they had exchanged contact information earlier. It's likely that Kane won't return to that place for a long time. Although he didn't show Miltank to her peers, after interacting with Whitney's Miltank, her shy personality improved a bit. With the communication and support of the other Pokémon, she no longer blushed when trying to interact. An hour later, Kane arrived at the southern edge of Goldenrod City, standing before a Pokémon daycare famous throughout the Johto region. He wore simple trainer clothes and was accompanied by a pink-colored Slowpoke. There weren't many people around, but a few trainers carried newly hatched Pokémon or Pokémon eggs. There were also parents who brought their children, strolling around the daycare. Kane, the young man who had just arrived, had never been to a place like this in his previous life. This was his first time visiting a professional Pokémon daycare. Upon entering, he noticed that a public class was taking place. A young woman, about 20 years old with thick glasses, was fluently explaining the basics of Pokémon care. Some technical terms that could be difficult to understand were turned into simple and clear expressions when they came out of her mouth, causing the listeners to nod in understanding. Kane's arrival did not cause any commotion. He saw a few people taking notes on what the young woman was saying. In fact, the content of the class was very basic, almost mandatory for any novice trainer. But that was ideal, as the audience was made up of young people who had just received their first Pokémon or were not yet trainers. Alright, that's all for today. Remember to take good care of your Pokémon. If you have a Pokémon egg, it's best to keep it in an incubator to ensure a healthier birth. With these words, the class came to an end. Kane did not approach immediately, as the young woman was surrounded by many people asking basic questions. In the Pokémon world, many novice trainers, especially those not belonging to families within the Alliance, often lack a solid understanding of Pokémon. Even those who do belong to the Alliance, like Ash, who will eventually become a champion, are not always well informed when they begin their journey. Not all trainers have access to a Pokes during their travels, so these public classes are very popular among beginner trainers. Finally, after half an hour, the crowd around the young woman dispersed, allowing Kane to approach. "Hello, do you have any questions?" The young woman adjusted her glasses as she saw Kane approaching. "Excuse me, I'd like to know if you have computers here to look up information." "I might have encountered a problem," said Kane, explaining his purpose. The computers here aren't available to the public. However, if you tell me what the problem is, I might be able to help. And if I don't know, I can ask my grandparents. They're the experts at this daycare," the young woman responded after hesitating a bit. In the Pokémon world, knowledge is rigorously protected. Famous daycares like this one often have secret information accumulated over the years, which they do not share with the public. The fact that they offer free classes already places them among the most responsible daycares. Some daycares charge exorbitant fees for classes, and the prices for Pokémon care can be extremely high. Kane nodded, understanding the situation. I'd like to ask if you've ever come across a case where a Pokémon egg shows all normal indexes, but the hatching time appears as unknown. The young woman adjusted her glasses again, resting her head on her hand while she pondered. After a moment, she smiled apologetically. Sorry, I've never seen a case like that. Also, we don't know what that egg has been through, so it's difficult to make a judgment. If you have time, you could wait for my grandparents to return. They're at a breeders' conference and might take a while. Kane was asking about the Larvitar egg, a topic that had been quite puzzling to him. I'd like to ask again if I can access the computer to look up information. Don't worry, you can supervise the entire time to make sure I don't do anything inappropriate. Plus, I'm willing to pay, Kane insisted. End of chapter. Chapter 112. Stealing data. The young woman was a bit hesitant. However, as long as she supervised Kane while he operated the computer, she saw no reason not to allow it. Usually, her grandparents allowed a few close trainers to use their computers, since there was confidential data that could only be accessed with a password. What also piqued her interest was the case Kane mentioned, one she hadn't come across before. As an expert in Pokémon breeding, unknown knowledge always sparked her curiosity. Moreover, the young man in front of her, with his honest appearance, didn't seem like a bad person. Additionally, his slowpoke seemed well cared for, indicating Kane was a trainer with a good level of knowledge. Well, first I'll need to register your Alliance ID card, and then you can use the computer under my supervision, the young woman said after a moment's reflection. In the end, she couldn't resist the temptation of knowledge, revealing her scholarly side. Kane gave an innocent smile and nodded gratefully. All right, thank you very much. Following the young woman, they arrived at a study room at the back of the breeding center. Inside, there were several shelves full of books. Some were old and yellowed, while others were newer. There were titles like Study of Pokémon Eggs, Incubation Techniques, Fundamentals of Pokémon Breeding. Each shelf had labels indicating the theme of the books in that section. In a corner of the study, there was a computer, spotless, showing it was frequently used. The young woman sat in front of the computer, skillfully turned it on, entered the password, and opened the database. Evidently, the person who used this computer the most was this young scholar before Kane. Once everything was ready, the young woman stood up and indicated that Kane could start using it. Kane nodded politely and sat in front of the computer, deliberately searching for information. As someone knowledgeable in Pokémon breeding, Kane knew exactly which terms to look for, which made the young woman see him with new respect. What the young woman didn't know was that, while Kane operated the computer, another operation was happening in secret. System, start analyzing the information on this computer, Kane ordered mentally. In his previous life, when he input data into the system, he did so in this manner. However, the system had a limitation: it couldn't access databases through the network. Only when Kane physically touched the computer could the system infiltrate the database through the body's microelectric currents, leaving no trace. Beep! Task started. Estimated time, 10 minutes. Beginning transfer. 10 minutes later. Task completed. Kane stood up and said, I didn't find anything useful, but thank you anyway. Here's my Alliance ID card, please register me. The scholarly young woman was also disappointed. Not finding the knowledge she was missing left her with an empty feeling. Nevertheless, she took Kane's ID card and registered his details in the reception computer. I think you're quite a capable breeder. Even if you haven't found the right incubation method, don't be discouraged. Would you like to exchange contacts? I can ask my grandparents tonight, and if you find the solution, please let me know. I'd be willing to exchange information with you on an equal basis, said the young woman, handing Kane's ID card back to him. Agreed. By the way, how much should I pay? You can deduct it directly from this bank card. Kane forced a smile. No need. I'm more interested in the Pokémon egg you mentioned, the young woman replied, declining Kane's offer of payment. For her, money wasn't the most important thing. Otherwise, with her teaching ability, she could have earned much more. That Pokémon egg. I only heard about it from a friend. I haven't seen it personally, but I'm interested in learning more about this subject. Hearing she couldn't see the egg, the young woman showed a look of great disappointment. However, the fact that Kane was interested in knowledge made her eyes shine with excitement, as if she had found a kindred spirit. With a look of deep regret from the scholarly young woman, Kane quickly took his leave from the breeding center. After leaving, he couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. Talking with these scholars was as exhausting as a difficult exam. The more he tried, the more enthusiastic they became, and eventually, Kane had to find an excuse to escape. As he left, the young woman reminded him to let her know if he found the answer. However, regardless of everything, Kane had achieved his goal. He had obtained the data from this breeding center's database. Fortunately, the expert grandparents weren't there, otherwise, with their experience, it wouldn't have been so easy. System, compare the database and find a solution for the larvatar egg, Kane ordered after leaving the breeding center. Beep! Task started. Beginning analysis. Estimated time, 3 days. Remaining, 2 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 30 seconds. The system could only compare the database information and then simulate possible solutions. Even so, the effectiveness of the solutions could only be determined through trial and error. Even after comparing the database, the system might not find a definitive solution. But in the current situation, Kane had no choice but to wait. Additionally, even if Kane managed to hatch the pseudo-legendary larvatar, it might not be of much help immediately and, in fact, could become a burden. After all, raising a pseudo-legendary required an astronomical amount of resources, and in its early developmental stages, pseudo-legendary Pokémon weren't as useful as other common Pokémon. Even if Kane knew how to hatch the larvatar egg, he wouldn't opt to do it unless he could provide the necessary resources for its development. What he needed to do now was continue strengthening his Pokémon team and prepare for Umbra's missions and, more importantly, Team Rocket's final trials. For now, Kane was temporarily away from Team Rocket's test island, which was already an exception. Before the trials ended, Kane still needed to return to the island to complete the final tests. If everything went well, he might have a great opportunity, but if he failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, Kane clearly remembered what Umbra had told him before leaving the island: this trial would be different. Observing carefully during the last evaluation, Kane had noticed some peculiarities. In short, what he needed to do now was improve his strength as quickly as possible. End of chapter. Chapter 113. The Lucky Guy. At noon, right at 12 o'clock, when the Goldenrod game corner just opens, a crowd of players and gambling addicts who have been waiting rush inside as soon as the doors open. Although the game corner generates huge profits and always has players, the managers prefer to close at 2 in the morning and not reopen until noon the next day. This strategy is a form of scarcity marketing. If players were allowed to play non-stop, their desire would diminish or they would spend all their money at once, which could leave the game corner empty. Controlling the opening and closing times ensures a constant flow of people, creating an atmosphere of always fulls that attracts more players. The game corner, officially registered under the league, cannot appear willing to do anything for money, nor allow anyone to play non-stop for days, which could lead to tragic incidents and affect the league's reputation. All of this contributes to the bustling image of the place. As soon as the doors open, those who have been waiting, with evident eagerness, rush inside. 2 young men who look tired, clearly not having slept enough, are leaning against the prize exchange counter, watching the crowd enter, while one of them yawns. "Hey, Soto, did you adjust the machines and set the people up?" asks a young man with an earring in his ear, wiping away a tear that escaped during his yawn. "Relax, Wataru. The machines are set, and the actors are in place. Everything's ready for the show," replies the other young man, Soto, enthusiastically. The young man with the earring, named Wataru, nods with satisfaction, showing an approving expression. These are common tactics in the game corner. To prevent players from thinking it's impossible to win, there are always a few actors to show that it's possible to get rich quickly. The odds on the machines are controlled by technicians, who can adjust the chance of hitting the jackpot to, for example, 1 in 10,000, or the second prize to 1 in 5,000. It all depends on what the managers decide. 2 hours later, everything in the game corner is proceeding as usual, with some players celebrating small wins and others cursing as they stare at the machines, bloodshot eyes, clearly caught in the addiction. "Hey, Soto, everything going all right?" asks Wataru, waking up from a nap. "Everything under control, Wataru. There's just one really lucky guy who's already won almost 1,000 tokens," replies Soto, unable to hide the envy in his voice. 1,000 tokens amount to tens of thousands of Pokédollars, an insignificant sum for the game corner but a fortune for someone like Soto, who has only recently started working there. "Are you sure it's just luck?" "Nothing strange?" asks Wataru, now more alert. Wataru, unlike Soto, has years of experience working in the game corner. Though young, he has seen many veterans come and go, and he's one of the few who has stayed to supervise the place. His experience tells him something might be off. No, he's lost more times than he's won, and he's never hit a jackpot. "He's just been lucky with a few small prizes," replies Soto, hesitating a bit. Soto had observed the guy, watching as he won 1,000 tokens, then dropped to 800, and then went back up to over 1,000 with a minor prize. Everything seemed to indicate he was simply a lucky player. Maybe it's just a stroke of luck. He'll probably lose it all soon. Keep an eye on him. "I'm going to sleep a bit more, I'm exhausted," says Wataru, lying back down on the counter, and soon, he's asleep again. Soto, feeling envious of Wataru's ability to sleep so easily, keeps watching the place, wishing he could prove himself and get a promotion in the future. 2 hours later, Soto is drenched in sweat, nervous and unsure of what to do. Finally, he makes a decision and wakes up Wataru. "Wataru, wake up! Something's not right." "What's up?" Wataru replies, annoyed at being woken up, though now feeling more rested. "It's the lucky guy. He's now won almost 10,000 tokens," says Soto urgently, with sweat still dripping down his forehead. "What?" Wataru jumps out of his seat at hearing this. 10,000 tokens are like 1,000,000 Pokédollars, an amount that would take them decades to earn with their salaries. Although this sum is small compared to the casino's daily profits, a loss of over 1,000,000 would catch the supervisor's attention, and they could be in trouble. "Let's go check it out," says Wataru, quickly getting up. "Yes," replies Soto, following closely behind him. End of chapter. Chapter 114. Making a good profit. When Wataru and Soto arrived at the lucky guy's slot machine, there was already a crowd around it. The boy, with an ordinary appearance and a somewhat clumsy expression, stared intently at the machine in front of him. His hands were on the machine and only moved when he needed to insert coins, proving that he was alive. Wow, he really is lucky, he's won quite a lot. "So, you can play this way, just keep inserting coins, and even if you don't win the jackpot, the small prizes keep coming. Wow, he's won more than I make in a year. Sometimes fools are lucky. Hey, I'm just curious, could he be cheating? That winning rate seems a little high. Are you dumb? If he were cheating, those guys in black would have already caught him. Besides, there's someone else over there who's won even more." The crowd murmured around him. Sometimes, when you can't get something yourself but see others achieve it easily, you feel a bit resentful. "Did you call the technicians? Is the machine okay?" he asked Wataru, noticing nothing unusual about the boy. His hands were visible on the machine, with no way to cheat. "They already came and checked it out, and they're still watching. They also adjusted the machine this morning, there are no issues," replied Soto quietly. However, as the crowd grew, the boy's luck seemed to run out. He inserted more than 100 coins without winning anything. "Kid, I think your luck's over. You might want to go cash in your tokens, it doesn't make much sense to keep going," said a well-meaning middle-aged man. But the boy seemed not to hear and kept inserting coins into the machine, 100, 200, 300. In the end, he inserted close to 500 tokens without winning anything. "Looks like his luck's run out, he. Sure, don't say anything. I want to see if he keeps playing. Someone muttered with a hint of malice, but it expressed what everyone was thinking. No one else pointed it out. Wataru and Soto, watching from the back, breathed a silent sigh of relief. It seemed he wouldn't exceed 10,000 tokens, meaning they could avoid bigger problems. Finally, after the boy had inserted nearly 900 tokens without winning, he decided to stop. When the number of tokens is high, the Game Corner employees automatically convert them into a storage card, so the boy, though he had many tokens, only had one card. Each coin insertion was virtual, not physical. So, when the boy got up to leave, he only had a card with the Game Corner's logo on it. Ignoring the envious gazes from the crowd, the boy walked over to the computer to redeem his prizes. After he left, his machine became very popular. Veteran players knew that sometimes there were glitches in the Game Corner's machines and thought the boy might have found one. Others tried to copy the boy's method, choosing a random machine and starting to insert coins non-stop, whether they won or lost. But these clever strategies would probably only make them lose all their money. The clumsy boy sat in front of the computer and began operating it awkwardly, clearly someone who didn't use computers often. After 5 minutes of struggling, he finally added items to his cart, then paid with his card using his earned tokens. He redeemed 2 TMs for the move Protect and 1 for the move Toxic, spending a total of 6,000 tokens. He converted the remaining 3,000 tokens into Pokédollars. He went to the counter, ignoring the looks from Wataru and Soto, and quietly waited for his items to arrive. Soon, a door behind the counter opened, and a middle-aged man in a work uniform came out with a box. He placed the box on the counter and left. "Here's your stuff and an anonymous bank card with 375,000 Pokédollars. Check everything," said Wataru grumpily, pushing the items towards the boy. Although they had avoided a bigger issue, they knew they would likely lose their monthly bonus, which left them in a foul mood. Moreover, seeing this boy win more than they could earn in years stirred deep envy. The boy nodded, picked up the box, and left the Game Corner, ignoring the looks from others, including some tattooed youths who murmured things as they watched him go. When the boy left the Game Corner, the sun was already on the horizon. He walked with his head down but couldn't help but smile slightly. This clumsy boy was none other than Kane. He had entered the Goldenrod Game Corner at noon, following the crowd. With his previous experience in Game Corners, slightly manipulating the machine's internal system through his own system was very easy for him. However, to avoid raising suspicion, Kane ensured his token gain wasn't too fast. He earned tokens bit by bit, with more losses than wins, but with a total gain that exceeded the losses, allowing him to win consistently. Kane knew that as long as his earnings didn't exceed 1,000,000 Pokédollars, he wouldn't attract the Game Corner management's attention, and he would only cause the employees to lose some bonuses. After all, in a gambling Game Corner, it's normal for there to be wins and losses. As long as the business remains profitable, the management won't worry too much about occasional small losses. Knowing he was close to winning 1,000,000 Pokédollars, Kane deliberately lost a bit to ease the employees' nerves, then redeemed some needed moves and left. Kane had no intention of turning the Game Corner into his personal ATM. He knew that even if he used disguises, he'd eventually be discovered if he visited too frequently, as things like height or visible hands and feet are harder to conceal, even if a person can change their appearance. That's why Kane saw the Game Corner only as a place where he could get some TMs and earn a bit of money from time to time, without returning for a while after each visit. Wow, money really can corrupt people. Kane shook his head, knowing that his winnings would surely provoke envy in some. And although he anticipated that someone might try to rob him, he didn't expect them to be so impatient. He had barely left the Game Corner when he was already being followed. When Kane left the Game Corner, some of the criminals who frequented these places had already marked him and began to follow him clumsily. With his experience in Team Rocket, Kane easily noticed this crude attempt at a tale. End of chapter. Chapter 115. Turning the hunt around. However, the people who had set their sights on Kane were not mere common thugs. They were members of a small gang in Goldenrod City, though they didn't even qualify as a real gang, they barely formed a small organization. These individuals spent their days loitering around game rooms, intending to prey on those who seemed weak but were lucky enough to win money at the machines. Today, Kane's appearance perfectly matched the profile of their target. Moreover, Kane had won a considerable amount of money, which had sparked their greed. They kept their distance, following Kane without making any sudden moves, waiting for other members of their group to join. Although Kane appeared physically weak, as if anyone could easily defeat him, they followed their leader's orders. No matter what the prey looked like, they should always attack with full force. Their organization was so weak that they preferred to wait until they had a greater advantage before acting. One of them had already sent a signal, and it wasn't long before their leader arrived with all the members to initiate the attack. To them, a sum of 1 million Pokédollars was considerable, enough to justify such a display of force. Kane, for his part, made it easy for them by heading toward a less crowded area. In Goldenrod City's complex layout, he began to move back and forth and, before long, entered one of the old town's alleys. His behavior only made the thugs feel more confident, afraid to lose their big prey. Kane released a Pokeball and called out his Murkrow. This situation was ideal for him, and since Kane wore a completely new human skin mask, there was no risk of his identity being revealed. Furthermore, since they were in an almost deserted area, aside from Kane and his pursuers, there was no one else in sight. As the light diminished, those following Kane began to grow impatient. Some, more impulsive, stopped hiding and sped up, closing the distance with Kane. Although they saw the Murkrow on his shoulder, they didn't feel the need to back down. On the contrary, they became more furious. What they didn't know was that Kane, who was ahead, had been controlling his pace to ensure they wouldn't lose sight of him. His lips began to curve into a smile, and even the Murkrow on his shoulder seemed excited, barely able to contain its eagerness. Since leaving the Challenge Island, Murkrow hadn't had a decent fight, and its repressed combat desire was finally about to be fully unleashed. The daylight was fading, and the alleys began to darken. The few remaining people had completely disappeared from view. The leader of the group following Kane judged it the perfect moment. He gestured with his hand, signaling everyone to attack. At his signal, those who were already impatient picked up the pace, running directly toward Kane. Hearing the rushed footsteps behind him, Kane grabbed the Pokeball containing his Slowpoke and suddenly sped up, quickly turning into another alley. "Hurry, follow him," the leader shouted, realizing Kane had discovered them. They no longer bothered to hide and started pursuing him with full force, calling on their fastest Pokémon. After surviving on Challenge Island for over half a month, Kane was no longer the weak, skinny young man he used to be. Although he didn't have a muscular build, his body had been significantly trained in the jungle. Additionally, thanks to the deliberate training during that time, Kane was physically well above these street thugs. Moving with the agility of a leopard, Kane navigated the city's alleys. With the darkness on his side, he quickly lost his pursuers. However, compared to Kane, who was an outsider, the members of the small gang knew Goldenrod City much better, having grown up there and spent their days wandering the streets. Therefore, they weren't worried about losing sight of Kane. "Split into pairs," ordered the leader. To be safer, he decided it was best for them to move in pairs. Although he felt that using such precautions against a young man seemed excessive, he knew there were many young people in this world with great strength. His subordinates, who had clearly worked together before, quickly grouped up and spread out through the various alleys. What they didn't know was that the person they were looking for was now dressed in black, practically invisible in the dark alleys. A pair of cold eyes, devoid of any emotion, watched them silently as they separated. Kane adjusted his breathing, trying to remain silent. The Murkrow on his shoulder also tensed up, ready to strike at any moment. This reversal of roles between hunter and prey was what he enjoyed most. The thugs, who had previously had the advantage in numbers, possessed Pokémon such as Rattata, Beedrill, and Pidgey, common Pokémon. Though they weren't powerful individually, their numbers represented a considerable force. However, now that they were dispersed, nothing could stop Kane's offensive. Once he had completely steadied his breathing, Kane emerged from the alley. Murkrow, with its excellent night vision, guided him, allowing him to move with ease. The Ghastly, which had been hiding in the shadows until then, also appeared beside Kane. In this environment, it was like its kingdom. It didn't take long before Kane spotted two of his pursuers. Ghastly approached stealthily, and before the thug's Pokémon could react, it used the hypnosis move to put the trainers to sleep. Then, Murkrow, with its speed and attack power, took out all the Pokémon in a single strike. These were just street thugs, and their Pokémon, obtained illicitly, were of poor quality. Additionally, they hadn't received proper training, and combined with the level difference, they couldn't withstand even one of Murkrow's attacks. If you try to attack me, you better be prepared to be taken down. Both thugs slept deeply under the effect of Ghastly's hypnosis move. Kane, with a dagger he had used on Challenge Island, approached. His eyes gleamed with a cold flash as he covered their mouths with one hand and plunged the dagger into their throats. As was his habit, he wiped the blood off the dagger on the thugs' clothes before collecting their valuables. Although there was nothing of great importance, it was better than nothing. As for their Pokémon, Kane saw no value in them, so Murkrow held nothing back and took them all out. After dealing with the two, Kane, along with Murkrow and Ghastly, vanished into the darkness once again. The hunt continued. End of chapter. Chapter 116. Complete Massacre. The old district was quite large, and they had spread out considerably. The scent of blood from the two Kane had killed didn't permeate the whole area, so he wasn't worried about being discovered. Taking advantage of Murkrow's night vision and Ghastly's ability to move through shadows, Kane soon found another pair. Before they could react, he easily dispatched them the same way. 4. Based on my previous observations, there should be 9 left, Kane murmured as he faded into the darkness. 6. 8. Kane silently counted the victims. Originally, there were 13, and now only 5 remained. That's when the faint scent of blood began to spread through the alleys, and the group finally realized something was wrong. Through several signals, the leader of the remaining 5 gathered everyone. However, there was no trace of the arrogance and ferocity they had shown earlier. The only expressions on their faces were worry and fear. The only one who remained somewhat calm was their leader. He had once been a small member of a major gang in Goldenrod City, but after failing in a power struggle, he barely survived and gathered a group of street thugs to sustain his life. But despite everything, he was the only one among them who had seen the world. He knew that some prodigies existed in this world, people who, despite their young age, possessed formidable strength. That's why he always acted with extreme caution, afraid of provoking the wrong person. It was precisely this caution that allowed him to survive in a large city like Goldenrod City. However, this time, it seemed he had really hit an iron wall. "Boss, what do we do?" "It seems we've bitten off more than we can chew this time," said the most cowardly member of the group, trembling with fear. The leader's face was dark and grim. Despite his extreme caution, he had made a serious mistake. Looking at his 4 companions, who stared at him pale and fearful, knowing he was their only hope, the leader gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it. Whatever happens, happens. What's there to fear? All 5 of us, let's leave the old district. If we reach a busy area, he won't dare make a move." The hatred in his heart urged him to confront Kane, but his reasoning told him that with their power compared to Kane's, there was no chance. Survival was more important. Retreat! But retreating also depended on whether Kane allowed it. With few enemies left, Kane, guided by Murkrow and Ghastly, found the last group of 5. Hidden in the darkness, Kane listened to their conversation, a cold smile forming on his face. "They came looking for me. Now, it won't be so easy to escape. Once someone becomes my enemy, death is their best fate." Kane followed them at a safe distance. Now they were on high alert, and it wasn't the right time to strike. Only when they let down their guard would it be time to launch a deadly attack. Walking slowly, vigilant of their surroundings, after about 10 minutes, the 5 were finally close to leaving the old district. The bright city lights beckoned them. "Phew, we're finally almost out. I'm scared to death. I'm never coming back here," said the most cowardly one, sighing in relief and patting his chest. Hearing his words and seeing that only one alley stood between them and the safety of the city lights, everyone let out a small sigh of relief. They only needed to cross that alley to be safe. That was everyone's thought. After being on high alert for 10 minutes, they now relaxed a bit. This was the best time to strike. Kane didn't hesitate. He charged toward them with Murkrow and Ghastly, closing in quickly. Ghastly, use Hypnosis. Murkrow, attack the leader. Don't give him a chance to react, Kane ordered loudly. Cake. Ghastly sped up, moving through the shadows and reaching the 5 in an instant. Ghastly used Hypnosis, targeting the 5 humans as its primary objective. The 5, seeing the sudden appearance of a ghostly shadow, were stunned, but by the time they reacted, it was too late. Their bodies began to fail, especially their eyelids, which felt as heavy as mountains, forcing them to close their eyes. The only one who managed to react was the leader. With a mental scream of "this is bad," but his body already wouldn't respond. He bit his tongue hard, the sharp pain pulling him out of hypnosis trance, and he rolled on the ground, narrowly dodging Murkrow's attack. Murkrow, missing its first strike, didn't pursue him but instead used the opportunity to eliminate the other's Pokémon. After using Hypnosis, Ghastly tangled with the leader's Pokémon. Though not strong enough to win, Ghastly could delay it without issue. Ghastly was known for being especially troublesome. The leader, after dodging Murkrow's attack, endured the pain in his tongue and tried to reach for a Pokeball on his belt. Bang! A foot stomped on his hand, pressing down with force. Looking up, he saw the young man who had once seemed harmless. But now, there was no trace of the dumb, lost expression from before. His sharp eyes glinted with an icy coldness, staring at him without a hint of emotion, as if he were looking at a beast about to be slaughtered. Kane's foot pressed on his hand with incredible strength, like a vice holding it firmly in place. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move it. Murkrow, finish that Pokémon. Murkrow obeyed Kane's orders and joined Ghastly in the fight. Under the combined assault, the leader's Beedrill was defeated without a chance to resist. Watching his Pokémon being killed before his eyes, but powerless to do anything, a furious expression crossed the leader's face. The cold-bloodedness he had developed in the big gang resurfaced. With his other hand, he drew a knife from his waist and aimed it at Kane's foot. But Kane was faster. Always attentive to his movements, Kane threw his own knife, striking the leader's other hand with precision. With a cry of pain, the leader dropped his knife. Kane crouched down, looking into his eyes and said coldly, "In your next life, don't provoke those you shouldn't." With that, he pulled the knife from his hand and, with a swift motion, slit his throat. He kicked the lifeless body aside, picked up the Pokeballs from his belt, and locked them away, putting them in his pocket. Then, he checked for valuables and storage tools, placing them in his ring. The thug's Pokémon didn't interest him, but the leader's Pokémon held some value. End of chapter. Chapter 117. Skorupi's hatching. When Kane reappeared on the streets of Goldenrod City, he was once again wearing his League identity mask. This method of having multiple identities allowed him to act as he pleased in many situations. As long as he controlled that his identities didn't interfere with each other, he could avoid many problems. For example, when he had just dealt with those thugs, he wore the mask of a taciturn young man. Even if someone tried to investigate, they wouldn't be able to trace anything back to Kane. Goldenrod City at night was even more beautiful than during the day, with twinkling lights illuminating the whole city in a multicolored splendor. Kane was unaffected in the slightest by having just killed someone. Since his previous life, when he had come to fully understand this world, he had grown accustomed to such blood-filled days. Skillfully, he found Goldenrod City's black market and sold the recently captured Pokémon along with their Pokeballs to a Pokémon merchant there. In total, he made 80,000 Pokédollars. It's likely that the Beedrill slain by Murkrow and Ghastly was that person's main Pokémon, so the other Pokémon together only sold for 80,000. As for why he didn't exchange the Pokémon at the Hunters Guild, it was because the guild follows the law of the wild and does not accept domesticated Pokémon. This time, he didn't stay long in the black market nor caused much commotion. After selling the Pokémon, he used the money to buy a large quantity of supplies, including various antidotes and sufficient healing potions. When he left the black market, the moon was already high in the sky, and the streets were almost deserted. Kane found a nearby luxurious-looking hotel and paid 3,000 Pokédollars to rent a luxury suite. Anyway, that money had been obtained by force, so he didn't mind spending it. Following the hotel room number, he found his room. It wasn't called a luxury suite for nothing. The room was very spacious, even allowing for more complex physical training for Pokémon. Dinner had already been taken care of before he went to the black market. It cannot be denied that Kane and Murkrow are quite similar. Right after dealing with some thugs, they went to eat, and the food tasted even better. Murkrow, after releasing his long-repressed combat desire, ate more enthusiastically than usual. However, Slowpoke felt a bit disappointed for not being able to participate in the fight. After entering the room, Kane locked the door, and Ghastly, on his own initiative, began inspecting the room's security. Tomorrow it would be time to leave Goldenrod City. Kane had previously bought the locations of some reliable Nidoran colonies on the black market. While hunter missions don't generate large earnings at first, as you level up, the rewards become more lucrative. Now, he needed to level up quickly. Just as he sat on the couch, ready to plan how to head to Mahogany Town, Ghastly suddenly interrupted him. "What's wrong, Ghastly?" Kane asked upon seeing Ghastly's strange behavior in front of him. "Cake." Ghastly let out a laugh and then dove directly into Kane's shadow. Could it be? Seeing Ghastly's behavior, Kane had a hunch. As Kane had suspected, Ghastly soon emerged from his shadow again, this time holding an incubator in his smoky hands. Seeing the incubator, Kane's eyes gleamed. Skorupi! Taking the incubator containing the Skorupi egg from Ghastly's hands, he saw that the marked hatching time was less than 5 minutes. Slowpoke and Murkrow also noticed Ghastly's actions and approached with expressions of joy. The first team member to hatch would also be the youngest of the group. The arrival of a new teammate generally brings joy, and the training paused as Kane and his 4 Pokémon attentively observed the Pokémon egg. Slowpoke felt it the most. With his mastery of psychic powers, he could clearly sense the vibrant life energy within the egg and the increasingly strong heartbeat. Time, which normally passed quickly, seemed to have stopped. Every second felt like hours. Finally, the 5 minutes were up, and the egg began to tremble slightly. The incubator slowly opened, as if blooming, as the countdown ended. The Pokémon egg was now fully exposed to the air, and a faint violet vapor started to appear around the egg, which was now shaking more vigorously, as if something inside was struggling to break free. Crack! The first crack appeared in the egg, and the surrounding violet vapor, as if finding an escape route, rushed toward the fissure. With the help of the violet vapor, the crack expanded more and more, and the cracking sounds became more frequent as fissures spread all over the egg. Boom! Finally, the eggshell couldn't withstand the force of the little being it contained any longer, and it broke completely, revealing a small blue and violet Pokémon now in front of Kane. The little Pokémon, about the size of a palm, was full of energy. Its blue eyes looked at Kane, filled with closeness and a bit of curiosity. Its tail, which took up half of its body, was upright, and its small white pincers were raised above its head, waving in the air like a child asking for a hug. "Welcome to this world, little one." Seeing the little creature that showed such closeness to him, Kane smiled sincerely and extended his hand towards Skorupi. Skorupi looked at Kane and then at his hand, hesitated for a moment before happily jumping onto it. Kane immediately took out a bottle of milk he had obtained from Miltank, and then, after placing a straw in the bottle, put it in front of Skorupi and said, "Try this, I'm sure you'll like it." Skorupi, who had just hatched, had expended a lot of energy breaking the shell. Seeing Kane offering him something to eat, he curiously sniffed the straw. Sensing a peculiar milky aroma, his eyes lit up, and he began drinking enthusiastically. As he drank, he found the milk more and more delicious, and eventually, he took the entire bottle from Kane's hands. His small pincers held the bottle perfectly, much heavier than he was, and in between sips, Skorupi made little sounds of joy. While Skorupi drank the milk, Kane activated the system to scan his stats. Pokémon, Skorupi, light blue. Gender? Male. Level 1. Type: Poison plus Bug. Ability: Sniper. Held item: None. Egg moves: Screech, Agility, Poison Tail, Pursuit. Basic moves: Bite, Poison Sting, Leer. Learned moves: None. TM moves: None. Kane's eyes immediately lit up. He hadn't expected Skorupi to have the sniper ability. Although all of Skorupi's abilities have good development paths, Kane had always preferred the sniper ability. End of chapter. Chapter 118. Growth Direction. The sniper ability allows for an increase in the power of critical hits. If in the future Kane can find an item that boosts the critical hit rate for Skorupi, then he, or his evolution Drapion, will become his highest instant damage attacker. Especially for Pokémon whose types are weak to Skorupi's attacks, they'll be almost instantly defeated if struck at a critical point, even if there's a level difference of up to 5 levels. Additionally, to Kane's surprise, Skorupi already knows 2 useful moves, Poison Tail and Agility, which demonstrate his talent. The light blue color of his quality is the highest among Kane's Pokémon. The difference in combat power between Pokémon of different quality colors is significant, even if they are at the same level. After Skorupi hatched, Murkrow and Slowpoke were particularly happy. They wanted to pet the little one but feared hurting him due to their strength. That attitude of wanting to pet him but not daring to made Kane smile. To give them confidence, Kane petted Skorupi's shell. It wasn't hard yet and had a slightly rough texture. Following Kane's example, Murkrow and Slowpoke gently petted the little Skorupi, who was so focused on drinking milk that he didn't notice them petting him. Soon, Skorupi finished the milk bottle and, after a satisfied burp, climbed up Kane's arm to his neck, where he gently nuzzled his head against Kane's neck before falling asleep. His tiny pincers gripped Kane's clothing firmly, and despite his size, Skorupi held on tightly, so much so that not even running would make him fall. Skorupi's pincers have small hooks that easily latch onto the fabric fibers. Unless pulled firmly, it's hard to detach him. After Skorupi fell asleep, Murkrow and Slowpoke took one last look at him before resuming their basic training. Skorupi has just been born and is still a baby. He'll spend most of his time sleeping. Kane didn't intend to put him in his Pokeball immediately, as it posed no problem to keep him outside, and his small size made it difficult for anyone to notice he was a living creature. Before evolving, Skorupi is a poison and bug-type Pokémon. Upon evolving into Drapion, his types will change to poison and dark. Although his types change, he won't forget his bug-type moves, which will enhance his offensive versatility. Bug-type moves are effective against grass, psychic, and dark types. Poison-type moves are effective against grass and fairy types. Dark-type moves are effective against ghost and psychic types. Although some of these types overlap, bug-type moves are still quite powerful. In the Pokémon world, Poison-type is one of the most dangerous. Unlike the games, Pokémon here can release toxins at any time, not just during moves. These toxins can have effects like corrosion or paralysis. In nature, Poison-type Pokémon are the most feared. Poisoning is one of the most dangerous statuses, and antidotes are essential, though not always effective due to the variety of toxins. Skorupi, though newly born, already has toxins in his body. As he grows, these toxins will develop and form a specialized organ, making him even more lethal. Kane decided that, with the sniper ability, Skorupi will not adopt the attrition strategy used by Ghastly. Instead, he'll focus on inflicting deadly poison that takes down opponents in a single hit. Skorupi will be like a king cobra, able to defeat enemies in an instant. To achieve this, Kane will seek items that enhance Skorupi's poison, reserving his toxins until his poison organ is fully developed. Additionally, Drapion will be able to learn a variety of moves, making him a very versatile attacker. With Miltank's milk, Kane is confident that Skorupi will quickly transition from his infant stage to his juvenile stage, at which point his training will begin. With a smile, Kane watched his 4 Pokémon continue their training. Momentarily, he stopped thinking about Skorupi's growth plans, trusting in his past experience to manage the process. He took out the psychic training manual he had received from Sabrina and began reading it again. Despite having read it multiple times, he always found something new, as if the simple texts could be analyzed from different angles, revealing different results. Kane couldn't help but admire the author of the manual, though he regretted that he only had the first part and that it wasn't complete. Suddenly, Kane felt an urge. System, how much time remains to complete the analysis of the rapid psychic skill upgrade task? Due to the database expansion, the analysis time has been extended. Remaining time, 6 hours, 31 minutes, 42 seconds, the system responded. It seems that the inclusion of additional data has lengthened the analysis time. Tomorrow morning, I should have the results. Kane thought to himself. End of chapter. Chapter 119. The Pokémon at the Peak. The morning sun had barely risen when a young man of ordinary appearance, dressed in the standard league trainer uniform, appeared in the northern outskirts of Goldenrod City. Beside him walked a light pink Slowpoke, and on his shoulder perched a small, violet-blue Pokémon. If one didn't look closely, it would be difficult to confirm it was a Pokémon. Kane had woken up before dawn and left Goldenrod City, venturing into the forest surrounding the city in search of a Nidoran. In his hands, he held a map with several small circles drawn on it, marking areas where Nidoran might likely be found. He had purchased this information the day before from an informant in the black market. Though it wasn't completely reliable, at least it saved Kane from searching blindly. Comparing the nearby hill with the map, Kane confirmed he was at the first possible marked location and headed directly there, following the map's directions. Although the hill seemed close, it took him almost an hour to reach it. Fortunately, Kane was already accustomed to the harsh conditions of Judgment Island, so the forest on the outskirts of Goldenrod City felt like a small grove to him. As he ventured deeper into nature, signs of human activity became less frequent, while the levels of wild Pokémon began to rise. However, all were within Slowpoke's skill range. It should be around here. I don't know if there will be any, but come out now, Murkrow, and look for traces of Nidoran. Kane released Murkrow's Pokeball. As a flying-type Pokémon, Murkrow could use his wide field of vision to help with the search. Additionally, in this remote place, there was no need to worry about being seen with his Pokémon. Caw! Murkrow flew out and, with a slight flap, became a black shadow disappearing into the sky. As he watched Murkrow disappear into the distance, Kane fell into deep thought. That morning, the system had finished analyzing the task, and to Kane's surprise, the system's database really contained methods to quickly increase psychic energy, or in other words, the level of psychic abilities. However, upon seeing the strange names of the required items, Kane began to wonder if he really had lived another life. He hadn't heard of any of the names except one, a tool called the Meditation Pearl, which supposedly could increase the speed and efficiency of psychic meditation. However, the authenticity of this tool remained to be verified, or even if it truly existed. The system's database only stored data and didn't discard items based on feasibility or efficacy. Even if the system filtered out some items, Kane couldn't be entirely sure of their effectiveness. Perhaps in this life, he was not destined to become an advanced psychic. If he had never awakened psychic abilities, Kane probably wouldn't feel so dissatisfied. But now that he had awakened this rare power, he couldn't help but feel frustrated at remaining at a novice level. Every time he thought about it, a sense of discontent arose within him. This is human nature. If an object never had any connection to you, no matter how valuable, you would feel only a slight desire for it. But when you discover that you have a chance to obtain it, that desire grows. You wonder, what if it were mine? What if I could get it? Kane was caught in that state. This had nothing to do with experience but simply with human nature. After a brief pause, Kane continued walking towards the hill with Slowpoke. Although Murkrow had not yet returned, that didn't prevent Kane from exploring the area. It wasn't necessary to find a Nidoran for him to capture a Pokémon. If he encountered a relatively rare Pokémon or one with great potential, Kane would capture it as well. After all, it was all money. As he climbed the hill, the levels of wild Pokémon began to fluctuate significantly. Below, Pokémon were numerous but around levels 13 or 14. However, on the hill, the levels quickly jumped to 18 or 19, with even some level 20 Pokémon appearing. But the quality of these Pokémon wasn't very high. It was clearly noticeable that the frequency of high-quality Pokémon in the wild was significantly lower than on Judgment Island. Although the levels of the wild Pokémon had risen, that didn't prevent Slowpoke from defeating them. At this moment, Kane also had Ghastly join the battles. Ghastly's level was lower compared to the rest of the team, so increasing the number of battles would help speed up his progress. After all, for Ghastly to start showing his combat potential, he needed to evolve. However, because of this, progress became slower. As they climbed the slope, Murkrow finally returned. Perching on Kane's other shoulder, Murkrow shook his head, indicating he hadn't found any trace of Nidoran. "It's fine, we'll take this as training." Kane took out an advanced Pokéblock for Murkrow and gave it to him to replenish his energy. Although Murkrow hadn't found Nidoran, that didn't mean there definitely weren't any. Murkrow had only taken a look from the sky, so Pokémon hidden in caves or dense brush might have gone unnoticed. After this, Kane's pace quickened. With Murkrow joining the battles, his coordination with Slowpoke was so skillful that no Pokémon could withstand their combined attack. Ghastly occasionally launched support moves for training as well. The Pokémon distribution on the hill wasn't as clear as on Judgment Island. Various Pokémon species lived mixed together, and competition for resources wasn't as fierce. Perhaps because of this, the wild Pokémon here weren't as strong in combat. Ever mischievous, Ghastly even provoked some Pokémon that looked fierce, only to retreat when outnumbered, then return with his two companions for revenge. Kane didn't say much about it, as it was part of Ghastly's nature, though he couldn't help but enjoy it. However, the closer they got to the peak, the fewer Pokémon they encountered. They even found some empty areas, with no trace of life. "Looks like there's a strong Pokémon up ahead," Kane thought. The most likely cause of this situation was that a very powerful wild Pokémon, or a strong group, was at the peak. But based on what he had seen so far, Kane believed it was a powerful individual wild Pokémon. Murkrow and Slowpoke had noticed this too. As Pokémon, their sensitivity surpassed Kane's. Suddenly, they felt a new surge. Chapter 120. Arbok. Kane released his best assistant on the team, Miltank, who provided the most nutritious milk for Murkrow and Slowpoke, helping them recover their energy. With the additional support of advanced Pokeblocks, they quickly reached their peak performance. "All right, we've rested enough. Let's go face the king of this place," Kane said, smiling as he dusted off his pants. "Core. Yaden. Cake." Ready for battle, Murkrow and Slowpoke looked excited, while Ghastly simply wanted to join in to not miss out on the action. It knew it probably wouldn't be a match for that Pokémon, but as a good spectator, it didn't want to miss the show. As for Miltank, she maintained her peaceful stance, not looking for trouble, and Kane had no intention of making her fight. So, she simply stayed off to the side, enjoying the enthusiasm of her teammates. The group headed straight to the top of the hill. Unlike the dense forest on the slope, the trees on the summit were much sparser, and almost no wild Pokémon could be seen. In the center of the summit, a purple body coiled around a large tree, lazily basking in the sun and flicking its forked tongue. It was Arbok. Kane's group slowly appeared in its line of sight, causing Arbok to lift its head. The huge eyes on its chest, known as intimidating eyes, were fully exposed, and the frequency of its tongue flicks noticeably increased. Its narrow snake eyes filled with coldness, and as it observed Kane, they even flashed with a hint of hunger. Arbok had been the ruler of this place for a good while, and few Pokémon dared to challenge it. Today, however, it seemed as if its meal had come directly to it. Before taking control of this territory, Arbok had been active in the human world and was quite familiar with bipeds. Not because they were a threat, but because they were delicious. This was a human-eating Pokémon. When Arbok's intimidating eyes were fully displayed, Kane felt a slight jolt and frowned. Was it the intimidate ability? However, this didn't affect Murkrow and Slowpoke much. Although the Intimidate ability could reduce their attack power, it didn't diminish their fiery desire to fight. Arbok slowly descended the tree trunk, its purple scales scraping against the ground and producing an unpleasant sound. As it approached, the sound of its breathing became more evident to Kane and his team. When it was within scanning range, the system displayed Arbok's information before Kane's eyes. Pokémon. Arbok, light green. Gender. Male. Level. 23. Type. Poison. Ability. Intimidate. Held item. None. Egg moves. Poison Fang, Poison Tail. Basic moves. Crunch, Ice Fang, Thunder Fang, Fire Fang, Wrap, Leer, Poison Sting, Bite, Glare, Screech, Acid. Learned moves. Gastro Acid, Bind, Snatch. TM moves. None. Seeing this Arbok's data, Kane's eyes gleamed slightly. A light green quality Arbok? However, he wasn't interested in capturing it. The hungry look that Arbok directed at him made it clear this Pokémon had eaten humans before, likely more than once. Kane didn't want a time bomb like this on his team. Although he had no problem eliminating a human, as a human himself, he had a strong aversion to the idea of a Pokémon eating people. Besides, this Arbok's arrogant attitude suggested it had been ruling this place for quite some time, which meant it would be extremely difficult to capture. Kane wasn't willing to waste time on something not worth it. What interested him was that a Pokémon of good quality with a strong wild instinct might attract a lot of interest in the Hunter Guild. So you're really the king of this place. Alright, Murkrow, Slowpoke, let's go. 2 against 1. Neither Murkrow nor Slowpoke complained. In the wild, nobody fights one-on-one. That's an idea that only exists within the Pokémon League. If you can defeat an opponent with all your power without taking any damage, why match your strength and end up injured, even if you win? It's simply irrational thinking. Survival of the fittest includes having allies as a form of strength. Otherwise, why would so many Pokémon species form colonies to seize resources? It's the advantage of numbers. Arbok wasn't surprised. Facing Murkrow and Slowpoke, it lunged toward them. In terms of types, Slowpoke had a slight advantage with its psychic moves and used them skillfully. Slowpoke, use Confusion. Murkrow, use Tailwind and then Wing Attack. Kane ordered. A powerful psychic wave emanated from Slowpoke, slightly distorting the space as the energy struck Arbok's head. CHA. Arbok felt a sharp pain in its head and halted its advance for a moment. At that moment, Murkrow, propelled by Tailwind, quickly arrived and attacked Arbok's head with a gleaming wing. Bang! The impact sent Arbok flying 3 meters backward. A snake's head is its hardest part, so even though Murkrow's attack hurt it, it also snapped Arbok out of the confusion caused by Slowpoke's confusion move. Arbok's mouth suddenly opened, releasing a foul breath as it fired several poisonous needles toward Murkrow. Immediately after, its body hit the ground and lunged like an arrow after the needles. Arbok's attack was powerful, especially in close combat. Once it coiled around its prey, the pressure of its muscles was enough to crush almost any Pokémon. Murkrow, dodge and use Dark Pulse. Slowpoke, stop it with Confusion and then use Calm Mind. Slowpoke's Confusion once again struck Arbok, slowing its advance. Murkrow dodged the poison needles and quickly gathered dark energy, releasing a Dark Pulse towards Arbok. Ghastly, you join in too. Use Nightshade, Kane said, addressing Ghastly, who was already eager to jump in. Nightshade, a ghost-type move, is effective regardless of level differences since its effects aren't reduced as much as other moves. Cake. Ghastly laughed enthusiastically and joined the battle to support its teammates. Arbok finally realized that its opponents were extremely strong and perfectly coordinated. Additionally, that small pink Pokémon kept using psychic moves, making it even harder for Arbok to approach. End of chapter. Chapter 121. Capturing Arbok. Even if it fought with all its strength, it might not even be able to get close to the two Pokémon, rendering half of its moves ineffective. Moreover, both Pokémon's attacks were extremely powerful, and it realized that its body could no longer withstand them. Seeing the unfavorable situation, it immediately decided to flee. Having grown to this point from its weaker days, escaping had become an instinct for it, so running away this time also seemed completely natural. Keep fighting? Await death? Seeing that Arbok was clearly attempting to flee, Kane maintained an expressionless face and said coldly, "Slowpoke, full power, use confusion." After a successful calm mind, Slowpoke's special attack was boosted, and a bright blue glow appeared in its eyes. An invisible psychic wave surged toward the fleeing Arbok. Having already taken 2 rounds of attacks, enduring the double damage from confusion and being occasionally struck by Gastless Nightshade, Arbok was now exhausted, both physically and mentally. Under the full-powered confusion from Slowpoke, the swiftly moving Arbok suddenly halted, its eyes rolled back, and it fell to the ground, drained. Kane pulled out a simple red and white Pokeball from his ring and threw it toward Arbok. The Pokeball opened upon contact, and after a flash of red light, Arbok was captured within. Beep! After a slight shake, the central button of the Pokeball glowed red, indicating a successful capture. Slowpoke used its psychic power to float the Pokeball back to Kane, who smiled and patted it on the head in congratulations. Then, he released Arbok. The recently released Arbok had already regained consciousness. It looked at Kane, who was surrounded by Slowpoke and Murkrow, with fear, and its body shrank involuntarily, causing its wounds to sting, making it hiss in pain. "I don't care what you think, obey my commands. You have only one life. If you try anything, you won't ever open your eyes again." Kane looked down at Arbok, his words cold and devoid of emotion. Hearing Kane's words, Arbok glanced at Slowpoke and Murkrow, who seemed ready to hurt it if it disobeyed, and submissively nodded. "Isn't staying alive better than anything else?" Kane took out a healing spray and casually used it to treat Arbok, ensuring it wouldn't die from its serious wounds but didn't fully heal it either. Kane didn't completely trust this crafty venomous snake. As long as it didn't die before he sold it, that would be enough. After quickly treating Arbok's wounds, he returned it to its Pokeball under the resentful gaze of the snake. Overall, Kane was quite satisfied with this battle. Slowpoke and Murkrow had worked in excellent coordination. With the double damage from psychic-type moves, Slowpoke was the main attacker in this battle. Additionally, the extra effects of the psychic moves provided added control. Meanwhile, Murkrow took on the role of restraining Arbok, switching between close and long-range attacks, perfectly coordinating with Slowpoke's control. This was the synergy they had developed over time. This Arbok's level wasn't low, and its potential wasn't weak either. Despite Slowpoke's type advantage, it still took 3 rounds of attacks with Murkrow to defeat it, though Arbok only managed to use Poison Sting once. However, it had to be admitted that Arbok held great value. Even if he didn't find a Nidoran this time, he had already gained something valuable. "Let's see if there's anything good around here," Kane said with a smile, satisfied with capturing a high-value Pokémon. Ghastly, skilled at treasure hunting, began to explore. Nothing could escape its gaze as it slipped through obstacles. Under the tree where Arbok lived, numerous white bones were piled up. The dense deathly atmosphere provided a great meal for Ghastly, and the purple mist around it grew denser. Thanks to the efforts of the 3 Pokémon, they found several valuable items, totaling around 50,000 Pokédollars in materials. Some of these materials were poison-type, which Kane planned to save for Ghastly and Skorupi. By the way, the recent battle had nothing to do with Skorupi, who had been peacefully sleeping on Kane's neck, completely unfazed by the fight. Kane was continually amazed at Skorupi's deep sleep during its growth. After clearing the battlefield, Kane and his Pokémon left, heading to another marked location on the map. 3 hours later, Kane hadn't found success at the second spot the information broker had marked as a possible Nidoran habitat. Aside from defeating a few weak wild Pokémon along the way, there was nothing special. He didn't even encounter a yellow-quality Pokémon, so it was really a waste of time. During the search, they stopped for a break and solved the lunch issue. With plenty of time, Kane decided not to settle for dry rations. The Pokémon enthusiastically caught some wild rabbits and chickens and enjoyed a rare barbecue, which they all missed. The one who ate the most was Miltank, who was tasting Kane's barbecue for the first time. Her recent training had increased her appetite, and she ate more than all the other Pokémon combined. Meanwhile, Kane took a moment to give milk to Skorupi. After sleeping all morning, Skorupi woke up, drank a lot of milk, let out a satisfied burp, and went back to sleep. Kane was getting used to taking care of a newborn Pokémon. However, it's worth mentioning that after a morning of continuous battles, Gastly's level had reached level 16, and Murkrow's level also increased, reaching level 21. This was Murkrow's first level up since leaving Challenge Island. After leveling up, Murkrow asked Kane to increase the weight of its load. Kane agreed and increased Murkrow's load to 15 kilograms. Kane knew why Murkrow wanted to do this. Murkrow felt that it wasn't progressing as quickly as Slowpoke. Though Slowpoke didn't level up this time, it was because there were many bug-type Pokémon in the forest, which gave Murkrow a great advantage, allowing it to level up first. Kane was sure it wouldn't be long before Slowpoke leveled up as well. Murkrow, being competitive, asked to increase its load, not out of jealousy of Slowpoke's progress, but because it was determined to work as hard as possible to keep up with Kane. Moreover, Gastly's rapid improvement also made Murkrow feel a slight sense of urgency. It knew that its advantage over Slowpoke and Gastly was mainly due to its type advantage. It also understood that its potential was slightly lower than that of Slowpoke and Gastly. As the one who always considered itself the leader of the group, Murkrow was determined to give its best effort, to train hard and grow quickly, taking on more responsibilities for the entire team. This way, even if its companions caught up, it would feel it had done enough. At least it had tried. End of chapter. Chapter 122. Discovery of Nidoran. Upon observing the third marked location on the map, he saw that it was the farthest from Goldenrod City. On the map, it showed a lake surrounded by a large forest, where some Nidoran likely lived. Originally, Kane's plan was to first inspect the two closest locations. If he managed to find and capture a Nidoran, he could return to Goldenrod City the same day, deliver the mission at the Hunters Guild, and then continue on his journey. However, if he didn't find a Nidoran in the first two locations, he would have to head to the third and farthest spot, which would not allow him to return the same day. In that case, he would choose to camp outdoors and then continue north, crossing several forests until reaching Ecruteak City. He carefully stored the map in his ring and, without hesitation, headed to the last search location. After all, when they were on Judgment Island, Kane and his Murkrow regularly camped outdoors, and the conditions there were much harsher than here, so he felt no pressure. For trainers who have just started their journeys, or those who have been traveling for only a year or two, survival in the wild is their greatest enemy. Every year, many young trainers lose their lives while camping outdoors, but that doesn't stop those who keep trying. The Pokémon League not only doesn't discourage these practices but actively promotes them. With such a large population, they're not concerned. Those with true talent or who are of interest to the League will have no trouble overcoming these challenges, and if they fail, it just means they weren't well prepared enough. That's why the League sees these journeys as a filter for beginner trainers, weeding out the less capable ones. Those who manage to become intermediate-level trainers have already passed certain trials, and basic survival in the wild is no longer a challenge for them. These trainers form the backbone of the League, being the most numerous group after beginner trainers. Becoming an advanced-level trainer isn't easy, and survival in the wild becomes routine. The number of advanced-level trainers is an indicator of an organization's strength. For hours later, Kane, along with a Murkrow and a fully energized Slowpoke, finally arrived at the lake marked on the map. As they ventured further, signs of human activity disappeared, finding themselves in a true Pokémon paradise. The Pokémon levels also increased. Near the lake, the average level had already reached level 20. Looking at the enormous lake, almost blending with the sky, Kane couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. The location marked on the map was this lake, but on the map, the lake didn't seem so large. However, the lake before him was impressively sized, and circling it would take about 2 hours. Moreover, the Pokémon wouldn't just live near the lake, as the large number of Pokémon coming to drink water could cause many issues. Therefore, most Pokémon set up their homes about 2 or 3 kilometers from the lake, further expanding the search area. If luck wasn't on his side, he might need to search for another day. Those damned information sellers. In such a large activity area, any kind of Pokémon could show up. Kane cursed silently. He had guessed correctly. The information sellers almost always marked this lake in their Pokémon tracking reports. After all, with such a large ecosystem, who knows what could appear? In fact, the information provided by these sellers wasn't always accurate, only offering a slight advantage over blind searching. Today, Kane had traveled a long way, from Goldenrod City to the first location, the hill where Arbok was found, then to the second marked place on the map, without finding anything. Finally, he reached this lake. Since before the sun had risen until now, when it was beginning to set, Murkrow and Slowpoke had experienced a day full of intense battles. It seemed like they wouldn't find anything today, so Kane decided not to push it. He found a scenic spot by the lake and prepared to camp. The setting sun painted the sky a deep red, reflected on the lake's surface, which looked like a fiery painting. Kane took out a tent he had prepared in Goldenrod City, and with Slowpoke's psychic power, quickly set it up. He used some stones from the lake to build an improvised fire pit, then filled a pot with lake water, added some purification tablets, and set it to boil. Although he had brought some purified water from Goldenrod City, as outdoor life would continue for a while, he decided to save it for emergencies. The water from this lake was very clear, and with the help of purification tablets, it was safe to drink. Additionally, natural lake water contained trace elements and minerals that were more beneficial than purified water. When conditions allowed, Kane always preferred to boil the water before drinking it. Although Pokémon could drink directly, Kane, as a human, didn't have the same resistance, and an illness could be dangerous. In the worst case, he could be temporarily weakened, or he could experience nausea, dizziness, and even fainting. After all, nobody knew what bacteria might be in the lake water, but boiling it would kill 99% of germs, and with the help of purification tablets, the water would be safe to drink. He let a portion of the boiled water cool down and stored the rest in his ring for later use. While waiting for the water to boil, he sent Murkrow to catch today's dinner. Every time it returned, it brought back some rabbits and wild birds. Slowpoke also enjoyed a bath in the lake, occasionally encountering Magikarp, Goldeen, and Poliwag, but without incident. During his free time, Slowpoke also used his psychic powers to catch some fish, adding them to tonight's dinner menu. However, just as Kane and Miltank were preparing dinner, Murkrow returned flying quickly from afar, cawing excitedly. Upon reaching Kane, it began circling in the air, trying to express something. Kane had been training Murkrow for a long time, and their understanding was the best among all his Pokémon. He immediately understood the reason for Murkrow's excitement. "Did you see a Nidoran?" Kane asked. "Caw, caw." Murkrow nodded frantically. It knew that its trainer had been searching for something all day without success, and now, while hunting for dinner, it had come across the Pokémon they were looking for. End of chapter. Chapter 123. Water and Electricity. Slowpoke, who had noticed Murkrow's behavior, left the river early, and Miltank, who always helped Kane with meal preparation, also stopped what she was doing and stood obediently by Kane's side. Kane looked up and saw that the sun was about to touch the horizon. "If we're quick, we should be able to return before the sun sets." "Let's go, Murkrow, lead the way." Without hesitation, Kane decided to go in search of the Nidoran. This time, the whole team sprang into action. To save time and find the Nidoran before sunset, even Miltank, who usually didn't enjoy battles, joined the group. However, Miltank still couldn't overcome her own nature. At most, she managed to defeat her opponents but never dealt the final blow. Understanding Miltank's situation, Kane didn't pressure her, knowing that her greatest value lay in the support she offered to the team. Murkrow and Slowpoke would also cheer on Miltank from time to time, helping her integrate more quickly with the group. Moreover, it was clear that Miltank was beginning to position herself at the forefront of the team. With her good physical defense and speed, along with her ability to use the move Milk Drink to recover, she began to take on the role of the team's temporary physical shield. This was because she understood that she couldn't contribute much more in battles and decided to use her body to protect the team from inevitable damage. Although Miltank's thick fat ability only reduced damage from fire and ice-type moves, it also had a slight effect on reducing damage from some physical moves. After all, her sturdiness was evident. 10 minutes later, they sped through the forest and arrived at the spot where Murkrow had seen the Nidoran. According to Murkrow's description, relayed telepathically by Slowpoke, Kane learned that when Murkrow saw the Nidoran, it was hunting a pheasant it had spotted. However, upon realizing that its competitor was a Nidoran, Murkrow decided not to engage in the hunt to avoid alerting it. So when they arrived, they saw a bloodstain on the ground and several small holes that had clearly been caused by a poison-type attack. Combining this with Murkrow's description, there was no doubt it was a Nidoran, a poison-type Pokémon. Following the scattered clues and the traces on the ground where the prey had been dragged, Kane gradually approached the area where the Nidoran usually moved. The sky was darkening, and the sun was halfway below the horizon. When the bloodstains disappeared, Kane and his team arrived at a berry forest. The trees were filled with fist-sized berries in colors of red, white, blue, purple, and green, all mixed together. This place seemed to be the favorite feeding spot for the forest's Pokémon. Stepping on the ground covered in leaves and berry husks, the sound of crunching filled the air. Kane frowned. Nidoran looked like a light purple rabbit, and its large ears were especially sensitive to sound. With the noise they had just made stepping on the ground, they would definitely be discovered if they moved closer. No wonder the Nidoran chose this place as their home. For them, as long as the enemy didn't come from the sky, any sound on the ground would be instantly detected. And if the enemy came from the sky, it would need to control its body well enough not to make any noise. Additionally, with this berry-filled forest and the husks on the ground that hadn't completely dried, Kane had a strong sense that this was the Nidoran's home. Murkrow, stay alert for any trace of them nearby. Ghastly, you go check as well. Kane thought for a moment and then added, Miltank, return to your Pokeball to rest a bit. Slowpoke, use your psychic power to lift us both so we don't make any noise. Saying this, Kane returned Miltank to her Pokeball. Murkrow and Ghastly nodded and went to look for the Nidoran's trail. Meanwhile, Slowpoke and Kane moved silently, hovering slightly thanks to a thin layer of psychic energy under their feet to avoid making noise on the ground. This also demonstrated that Slowpoke's control over its psychic powers had significantly improved after this period of training. Once the exact location was determined, with Murkrow and Ghastly's mobility, it shouldn't take long to find the Nidoran, as long as it was truly there. And indeed, Kane didn't have to wait long. Ghastly emerged from behind a tree with an excited expression. Seeing its appearance, Kane felt excited. Did you find it? Ghastly nodded repeatedly. Under Ghastly's guidance, Kane and Slowpoke arrived at a large berry tree. From the size of its trunk, which needed at least 4 people to encircle it, it appeared to be several hundred years old. Ghastly used its purple smoke to form a hand that pointed at a hole at the base of the tree. This was the place. Kane thought silently. To avoid alerting the Nidoran, no one made any noise. Slowpoke, use water gun and fill the hole with water, Kane ordered, finally breaking the silence. Upon hearing, Slowpoke opened its mouth, and an arm-thick stream of water shot out, quickly filling the hole. Since Ghastly had already confirmed the location and everyone was in position, there was no need for further subtlety. Slowpoke attacked immediately. At that moment, Murkrow returned without having found the Nidoran's trail. Seeing Slowpoke using water gun on a hole, it immediately understood that they had found the Nidoran. Kane saw Murkrow had returned and didn't hesitate to give his command, Murkrow, use hidden power on that hole. Murkrow's hidden power was electric type, and by combining it with Slowpoke's water, they could significantly weaken the Nidoran before it managed to escape. Murkrow, following the special energy path, created a bright yellow energy sphere in front of its chest. After a period of training, Murkrow no longer needed 3 minutes to gather energy like the first time it used hidden power. In just 3 seconds, Hidden Power was ready, and under Murkrow's control, the energy sphere flew into the hole. Boom! Not long after entering the hole, the energy sphere exploded, releasing a yellow current with some blue sparks that flowed with the water, filling the entire underground space. Simultaneously, Slowpoke stopped using water gun. In an instant, the underground hole was filled with water charged with electric energy. 5 seconds after Murkrow released its hidden power, several blue and purple figures started shooting out of the hole, covered in mud and occasionally sparking with electricity. They appeared in quite a disorganized manner in front of Kane. 1, 2, 3. In total, 9 Pokémon came out of the hole, and among them was Kane's target, Nidoran. End of chapter. Chapter 124. Total capture. Pokémon. Nidoran, dark yellow. Gender? Male. Level: 14. Type: Poison. Ability: Hustle. Held item: None. Egg moves: Supersonic, Poison Tail. Basic moves: Leer, Peck, Focus Energy, Double Kick, Poison Sting. Learned moves: Helping Hand. TM moves: None. This was the Nidoran with the best aptitude among all the ones Kane scanned. Out of the 9 Pokémon, its level was one of the lowest. After enduring Slowpoke's water gun and Murkrow's hidden power, it barely managed to escape from the hole before nearly losing the ability to fight. The dark yellow potential already met the requirements for the Hunter Guild's mission. Once Kane captured and delivered it, his mission would be considered complete. Not only would he receive a good sum of money, but he would also earn an equivalent amount of points. What surprised Kane was that this Nidoran had the Hustle ability. Although this ability increases attack and reduces accuracy, it wasn't particularly notable at this stage. However, once this Nidoran evolved into a Nidoking, its ability would change to sheer force, making it a true powerhouse. If it were to obtain a life orb, even with dark yellow potential, it could compete against Pokémon with green potential without any trouble. Even so, Kane didn't consider keeping it for his own use. His surprise stemmed solely from the increased value of a Nidoran with the Hustle ability. If he found a Nidoran with green or higher potential and the Hustle ability, he might have considered it, as a Nidoking with sheer force is incredibly strong. But before capturing this Nidoran, he first had to deal with the Nidorino and Nidorina that glared at him with rage and distrust. Among the 9 Nido family Pokémon, these 2 seemed to be the parents, while the other 7, 3 female Nidoran and 4 male Nidoran, were their offspring. Apart from the 2 Nidorino and Nidorina, the other 7, which were at low levels, were already exhausted after escaping the hole. Smiling slightly, Kane said, "Murkrow, use Wing Attack on Nidorina. Slowpoke, use Psyshock on Nidorino." Murkrow, already prepared, swooped down toward Nidorina, while Slowpoke's eyes glowed blue, launching a psychic wave at Nidorino. Nido! Although they still had traces of electricity on their bodies, they couldn't move quickly. Though they wanted to dodge, they couldn't. With 2 roars, Murkrow struck Nidorina with its wing without hesitation, pushing her back 3 meters, while Slowpoke's Psyshock, with its type advantage, dealt double damage to Nidorino, leaving him paralyzed on the spot. Murkrow, use Feint Attack on Nidorino. After repelling Nidorina, Murkrow turned into a black shadow and used Feint Attack on the paralyzed Nidorino. Nido! Although Nidorina recoiled from the pain, seeing her partner about to be attacked by 2 Pokémon, she launched Poison Sting from the spines on her back, aiming at Murkrow, who was about to strike Nidorino. Slowpoke, use Confusion to block Poison Sting and then use Psyshock on Nidorina again, Kane commanded calmly. Nidorina's Poison Sting was blocked by Slowpoke's Confusion, while Murkrow, trusting its companion, didn't stop and hit the recovering Nidorino with Feint Attack, as Slowpoke's Psyshock hit Nidorina. Nidorino tried to resist by using Fury Attack, with its front paws wrapped in white light. But due to the distance, Nidorina couldn't intervene. Murkrow, protect and then use Hidden Power to finish it. Slowpoke, use Psyshock for the final blow. Nidorino's Fury Attack struck Murkrow's protective barrier, shattering it after 5 hits, but the attack itself was exhausted, and the white light on its paws dissipated. Murkrow's electric-type hidden power, charged over 3 seconds, was released just as the barrier faded. Nidorino, still wet from the water, suffered even greater damage due to the electric attack, immediately losing its ability to fight and collapsing to the ground. Faster than Murkrow, Slowpoke Psyshock hit Nidorina, and with a type advantage, she couldn't hold out either, losing her ability to fight. Kane was the only one who noticed that after defeating Nidorina, Slowpoke leveled up, reaching level 23. After accumulating enough experience, leveling up came naturally. Seeing their parents lying on the ground, the male and female Nidoran, already weakened, suddenly surged with energy and charged at Kane. "Ghastly, use hypnosis to put them to sleep for a bit," Kane said, looking at the little Pokémon. Ghastly's higher level and potential advantage made its hypnosis highly effective. All the small Pokémon trying to attack fell asleep mid-charge, with the last to succumb being the dark yellow potential Nidoran. Kane casually threw 9 standard Pokeballs. For this type of capture aimed at earning Pokédollars, there was no need to use high-quality Pokeballs. Unsurprisingly, all 9 members of the Nido family were captured. Kane applied a healing spray to the unconscious Nidorino and Nidorina to prevent them from dying before he could exchange them for resources. With that, the main goal of this outing was accomplished. A dark yellow potential Nidoran with the hustle ability would certainly boost the value of Kane's mission, and his rank would rise as well. Additionally, he had captured a light green potential Arbok, which meant that his haul was excellent. "Slowpoke, use teleport to return to the camp," Kane said, satisfied, to Slowpoke. "Yaden." Slowpoke nodded. The distance to the camp wasn't far, and the battle hadn't been too exhausting. Moreover, after leveling up, Slowpoke felt its control over its psychic powers had improved. Wrapping everyone in its psychic power, and with a slight spatial distortion, Kane and his Pokémon vanished from the berry forest. That night, at the lakeside camp, Kane and his Pokémon sat around a bonfire and began a hearty dinner. End of chapter. Chapter 125. Post-dinner exercise. After Kane and his team returned to the camp, the sun finally set completely in the west, with the last rays of light disappearing. The reddish glow in the sky faded away entirely. The moon, which had risen early in the east, was finally able to show its splendor, gently illuminating the land. The forest outside Goldenrod City embraced its night. At that moment, with Miltank's help, Kane finished cleaning all the ingredients with water from the lake. He took out the cooking tools he had specially prepared from his ring, set up a special grill over the campfire, and carefully arranged a series of condiment jars on the side. He even had Slowpoke use its psychic power to set up a stone bench. Kane carefully placed the wild rabbits and chickens, preparing them with his tools. The ones that took longer to cook were set in the center of the grill, while the ones that cooked faster and could burn easily were placed on the edges. He skillfully used the seasonings, sprinkling cumin and salt in different proportions over the roasted meat. It couldn't be denied that, due to the isolated nature of the area, the meat from the wild animals was truly very tender. Just a bit of roasting was enough to give it a golden hue, with drops of flavorful juice falling from the meat into the fire, making a sizzling sound. As the meat cooked, a delicious aroma began to spread from the camp. Murkrow and Slowpoke, who had always been very enthusiastic about food, hadn't lagged behind in gathering ingredients, capturing various animals in the forest, which was as rich in wildlife as it was in Pokémon. What was now on the grill was only a third of everything they had caught. As he watched his Pokémon look at the roasted meat with bright eyes, Kane couldn't help but smile. All of them, except Ghastly, stood still, as if afraid the food would disappear if they moved. The most eager was Miltank. Although she was usually shy and reserved, when it came to food, she became the most vigorous Pokémon on the team. The fact that she was constantly swallowing saliva clearly proved it. However, since Kane hadn't given the signal to eat, none of them dared to move and could only stare at the food. The unluckiest was Ghastly, who, although he could smell the aroma of the roasted meat and see his companions' appetites, couldn't enjoy the food himself. The only thing that comforted him was that, after a day of constant battles, he had absorbed a large amount of residual energy from fallen Pokémon and felt satisfied. Under normal consumption, he probably wouldn't feel hungry again for several days. If he used that energy to train, he could maintain his energy level for an entire day. Since he couldn't eat, Ghastly decided not to watch and focused on his task of keeping guard. Kane, seeing the golden meat that was now fully roasted, decided to fulfill his duty as the cook and tasted a piece to check its quality. With a clean knife, he gently cut a piece of rabbit meat. Under the envious gaze of Murkrow and the others, he brought it to his mouth. He chewed gently, and the succulent juice burst in his mouth, perfectly seasoned, giving the roasted meat an exceptional texture. He nodded with satisfaction. After 2 lifetimes dedicated to honing his culinary skills, Kane had reached the pinnacle of what an ordinary person could achieve in cooking. Looking at Miltank and the others, who waited eagerly with bright eyes, Kane chuckled and said, "All right, you can start eating now. But remember, don't rush. You can only take more once you've finished what you have in your mouths." Kane knew that, with their huge appetites, the Pokémon could finish all the meat on the grill in one go, which would make it impossible for him to keep up. So he limited their eating speed so that he could maintain the pace of preparation. As he continued cooking, he occasionally took a piece of meat off the grill to eat. With his small appetite, Kane filled up quickly. However, the Pokémon were especially hungry today. After finishing portion after portion of roasted meat, they even ate the fish that Slowpoke had caught during a free moment. Miltank, with her legendary appetite, ate nearly half of all the food herself. Still, as they ate, the aroma of the meat attracted the attention of many Pokémon. A few pairs of red or green eyes began to watch the camp from the forest undergrowth. Kane wasn't worried about these wild Pokémon, drawn either by the smell of the roasted meat or the light of the fire. With Ghastly keeping a close watch, no Pokémon could launch a surprise attack. And if it came to a direct confrontation, the newly fed Pokémon had nothing to fear. In wilderness survival, sometimes just running isn't a viable option, it can even backfire, encouraging ill-intentioned Pokémon to become more aggressive. To survive better in the wild, one must show their claws and instill fear. After a full day of combat, Kane's Pokémon hadn't shown mercy, leaving them with a slight scent of blood and a faint aura of violence. Ordinary humans might not notice it, but other Pokémon could clearly sense the threat emanating from Murkrow and the others. So, even though the smell of roasted meat was tempting, none of them dared to approach. Murkrow and Slowpoke, who had been with Kane the longest, had developed absolute trust under his leadership. They were convinced that under Kane's guidance, there was no enemy they couldn't defeat. This had gradually given them an aura of power. Although most Pokémon kept their distance due to the intimidating presence of Murkrow and the others, a few dared to take the risk, especially when the temptation was great enough. Just as they were about to finish the last portion of food, a wild Ariados finally couldn't resist the temptation and decided to attack. It suddenly leapt from a branch, using the gravity of the fall and its silk to launch itself like a red fireball descending from the sky. Its sharp front legs, covered in a purple sheen, targeted Kane directly. It had identified Kane as the weakest of the group. Although his aura was powerful too, its instinct as a Pokémon told it that only by defeating the human at the center could it eat the delicious meat. Unfortunately for it, every move was under the watchful eye of Ghastly. The moment it started its attack, Ghastly had already alerted Kane to be ready. Moreover, Murkrow and Slowpoke, who were eating beside Kane, were also prepared to counterattack. Kane smirked, letting go of the knife in his hand, and said, "Looks like we're getting some post-dinner exercise. Murkrow, wing attack. Slowpoke, hold it with confusion." End of chapter. Chapter 126. Ariados. When Kane saw Ariados appear, the system had already scanned all its information. This Ariados had a very high level, reaching level 27. Although its potential was average, rated as light yellow, compared to the other Pokémon watching, Ariados was undoubtedly one of the strongest. Kane's Murkrow and Slowpoke were not in a good mood after being interrupted during their meal. Although they were almost full, they were very annoyed by the Ariados that dared to disturb them. For that reason, they showed no mercy in their attack. Murkrow soared into the sky, its wings imbued with flying energy, charging directly at Ariados, which was descending from above. Ariados, seeing Murkrow approaching, tried to escape by pulling on its silk thread attached to the tree. However, when it tried to move, it realized it couldn't. Its body was paralyzed mid-air. Boom! Slowpoke had already used confusion to immobilize Ariados, preventing it from moving and causing damage at the same time. In a direct assault, Murkrow struck Ariados with its wings in mid-flight. Ariados, trapped in the air, looked on in horror at the small, dark Pokémon approaching with energy it detested. Yet, it could do nothing to avoid it. The psychic energy surrounding it also caused great discomfort, weakening its strength. So, unsurprisingly, Ariados was thrown even higher into the sky by Murkrow's attack. Slowpoke, confusion again. Murkrow, use repeated peck to finish it. Kane ordered. Hearing this, Slowpoke intensified the psychic energy emanating from its body, launching a devastating mental attack at Ariados, which was still unable to move in the air. Murkrow, with a beat of its wings, followed Ariados' trajectory, repeatedly attacking it with its sharp beak wrapped in flying energy. In less than a minute, Ariados, whose level surpassed Murkrow and Slowpoke's by 5 or 6 levels, was completely defeated. Its still warm body fell near the camp. Since Ariados was a bug and poison-type Pokémon, it was doubly vulnerable to flying and psychic-type moves. Combined with Murkrow and Slowpoke's superior skills and perfect coordination, it resulted in Ariados' immediate defeat. The lifeless body of Ariados served as a harsh lesson for all the Pokémon watching from the surroundings. When Murkrow returned to Kane's side, most of the eyes peeking from the bushes and trees had already disappeared. The few that remained, seeing Ariados' lifeless body, decided to leave silently. Soon, the atmosphere, which had been eerily quiet, was filled again with the sounds of nocturnal insects and the rustling of leaves in the wind. Ariados' defeat, as one of the strongest Pokémon in the area, made the others abandon any attempt to attack. Wild Pokémon tend to respect the strongest and rarely challenge those with such power, as they know that doing so means death. After Ariados served as a warning, no other Pokémon dared to bother Kane and his team throughout the night, allowing them to rest peacefully. However, Kane did not completely lower his guard. Ghastly remained vigilant all night, alert to any movement around them. As a ghost-type Pokémon, Ghastly is more active during the night. While it rests in Kane's shadow during the day, at night it stays alert to avoid any danger. Time passed quickly, and when Kane closed and opened his eyes, the sun had already started to rise again from the eastern horizon, waking him with its light. Kane had a very precise biological clock, developed in his previous life. Although he had once fallen into laziness, since arriving at the Island of Judgment, he had regained his routine and had no intention of abandoning it. Kane generally woke up around 6 in the morning, just as the sun began to rise. The air was fresh and damp, and the proximity to the lake made the humidity even more intense, while the sounds of birds in the forest started to fill the air. The campfire they had lit the night before had already gone out, but some embers still glowed among the stones forming the base of the fire pit. There were signs of Pokémon activity around, but apparently, none had tried to approach the tent, so Ghastly had not scared them away or woken Kane. However, the body of Ariados, which had been left there the previous night, was now gone. Only a pool of coagulated blood remained. Kane headed to the lake, causing a small commotion among the Pokémon playing in the water, making them all disappear quickly. Kane smiled and shook his head, beginning his morning routine by freshening up with the lake water. His Pokémon started waking up one by one upon hearing Kane moving around. Kane prepared breakfast for his Pokémon. Since he didn't want anything too greasy in the morning, breakfast consisted of Pokeblocks and Miltank's milk. Preparing breakfast was simple. Kane took out each Pokémon's bowls and filled them with their respective Pokeblocks. Miltank, always helpful, assisted Kane by filling the cups with milk and filling a special bottle with milk for the small Skorupi. Kane woke up Skorupi on his shoulder and handed him the bottle so he could drink his milk through a straw. Lately, Skorupi had been sleeping very well, and if Kane didn't wake him, it was unlikely he would get up on his own. However, Skorupi knew that whenever Kane woke him, it was mealtime. After enjoying Miltank's milk, Skorupi licked his mouth contentedly, then, wagging his small tail, nestled against Kane's neck to continue sleeping. Kane couldn't do much about Skorupi's sleepiness, but by checking his data with the system, he could see he was growing well. Although it wasn't obvious at a glance, the system could obtain precise results. In summary, Skorupi was growing healthily, and with the help of Miltank's nutritious milk, when he transitioned from the infant stage to the growth stage, his accumulated physical condition would allow him to develop rapidly. While Skorupi finished eating, Murkrow and the others also completed their breakfast. End of chapter. Chapter 127. Training and Journey. After all the Pokémon finished breakfast, Kane assigned them their morning training tasks. The day's planning begins in the morning, a phrase that is sometimes more than just a saying. Kane discovered that morning training for Pokémon tends to be the most effective of all times of the day. Since they were by the lake, Slowpoke did not go through its usual psychic power training. Although its skill in water-type moves is slightly weaker than its skill in psychic-type moves, it is still an important ability that needs to be mastered, at least so that it doesn't become a weakness. Slowpoke entered the water to train in managing water-type energy. On the other hand, Murkrow was assigned physical training. It usually carried a 15 kilograms weight, which allowed it to stay in good shape with continuous training. However, this weight was not overly burdensome. For this reason, Kane increased the weight to 20 kilograms during its physical training, which would further improve its results. Murkrow's task today was to fly back and forth along the edge of the lake, with each lap covering a distance of about 1,000 meters. In total, it had to complete 20 laps. For Miltank, Kane prepared a weighted vest and had her run on a pebble beach near the lake. As the pebbles are slippery and uneven, Miltank was not only training her physical endurance but also her balance and body control. Since childhood, Miltank had survived alone, so she had not absorbed enough nutrients, making her smaller compared to others of her kind. For instance, the Miltank they met earlier, which belonged to Whitney, was considerably larger. Although Miltank did not enjoy battles very much, she had recently become passionate about training, giving her all in every session and achieving better results over time. Ghastly, who had been on watch all night, was not assigned a heavy training task. Kane only gave it a simple task and allowed it to rest after completing it. Ghastly's task was to practice the combination of rest and sleep talk while trying to control which moves it used during sleep talk. Seeing that all the Pokémon were starting their training with dedication, Kane nodded with satisfaction and took out the psychic training manual from his ring. Based on his recent understanding, he began meditating again. Previously, it took him half an hour to enter a meditative state, but after several attempts and new insights from the manual, it now only took him 10 minutes to reach that state. Of course, the effects of the meditation were not ideal. The system constantly monitored Kane's state, and each meditation session only followed the results calculated by the system. In other words, Kane would need at least 31 years of constant meditation to become a beginner psychic. However, it must be admitted that after each meditation session, his mind felt fully refreshed, more so than after a night's sleep. After 2 hours, Kane led his Pokémon, who had completed their training, into the forest, heading towards Ecruteak City, north of Goldenrod City. According to the map, to reach Ecruteak City, they had to pass through 2 large forests, which would take about 3 days. Although traveling on foot was much slower than by car, Kane didn't mind, as he planned to take the opportunity for his Pokémon to gain levels. Since leaving the Island of Judgment, the growth rate of his Pokémon had slowed considerably. This was a good chance for his Pokémon to gain some experience. There were many bug and poison-type Pokémon in the forest, making Murkrow's flying-type moves and Slowpoke's psychic-type moves very effective. Although Ghastly is a ghost-type Pokémon, it also has the poison type, allowing it to effectively counter the grass-type Pokémon that were abundant in the forest. In short, the forest was a perfect training ground for Kane's Pokémon, as many of the Pokémon they encountered had types that his Pokémon could counter. As the morning sun gradually rose, the forest Pokémon that had been asleep began to wake up. Under the rays of the sun barely peeking through, the forest was filled with patches of light, and if one looked closely, many Pokémon could be seen in the bushes and on tree branches. They saw a Butterfree collecting morning nectar, a Ledibur sucking sap from a tree, a Rattata searching for seeds in a pile of leaves, and a group of Spinarak weaving a web together, waiting for their prey to come. It was a most peaceful scene. But this peace only lasted as long as no more aggressive wild Pokémon, like Beedrill, Spearow, or Ekans, appeared. When these Pokémon showed up, the calm would break, and chases would begin throughout the forest. Unless wild Pokémon attacked them first, Kane did not have Murkrow and Slowpoke fight them, to move through the forest more quickly. However, if they encountered aggressive Pokémon that attacked them, Kane showed no mercy and defeated them without hesitation. Of course, if he found Pokémon with great potential or battle value, Kane did allow Murkrow and Slowpoke to strike first, but he did not necessarily eliminate them. However, throughout the journey, the number of wild Pokémon Kane deemed to have good potential was low, demonstrating how difficult it was to find high-quality Pokémon in the wild. While moving through the forest, they also found some valuable medicinal herbs or rare items, but these things were often guarded by strong Pokémon. Fortunately, Kane had his system, which could scan and provide accurate data. If they encountered a Pokémon they could defeat, Kane didn't miss the opportunity to collect the materials, but if the situation was unfavorable, he withdrew without hesitation, making rational decisions. Although Kane and his Pokémon were quite strong in that forest, it did not mean they could move freely without concern. There were many dominant Pokémon in the forest that Kane could not yet face, which forced him to avoid them. If they came across powerful and aggressive Pokémon, they had to escape quickly. For example, at that moment, they were being chased by a level 35 Yorsering. Yorsering is a normal-type Pokémon, powerful and violent in nature. After Kane accidentally entered its territory, the Yorsering chased them for nearly 5 kilometers as Kane dodged its Hyper Beam attacks. Fortunately, Yorsering was not very agile, and Kane managed to escape using the forest terrain to his advantage. However, the chase was not in vain, as Murkrow, being very cunning, stole some Beedrill honey from Yorsering's territory while they fled. This was the reason why the enraged Yorsering pursued them relentlessly. End of chapter. Chapter 128. Police Officer of Ecruteak City. For 3 whole days, Kane and his Pokémon were in the forest between Goldenrod City and Ecruteak City in the Johto region. Although the Pokémon levels were not very high, their sheer number was overwhelming. Kane and his Pokémon walked for 3 full days to completely cross this forest. Of course, saying the levels were not high refers to the average level, as there were many high-level Pokémon in the forest with great potential and considerable strength. These Pokémon often occupied their own territory, and any Pokémon that entered without permission was attacked. The previously mentioned Yorsering is just a typical example of the attacks Kane and his team faced. Compared to other Pokémon, Yorsering was relatively easy to handle, as it didn't have complicated thoughts. Even when it was enraged, it acted straightforwardly, allowing Kane to find ways to evade it. However, some Pokémon were not only powerful but had intelligence almost equal to that of a human. If it weren't for Gastly's Protect move and Slowpoke's Teleport move, Kane and his team might not have made it out of the forest. Despite everything, after experiencing different situations and countless battles, Kane's Pokémon saw significant improvement. Gastly, who had started at level 16, reached level 19 by the time they exited the forest. This was mainly because the forest had many low-level Pokémon, and both Murkrow and Slowpoke showed great teamwork by allowing Gastly to participate in more battles. In the end, Gastly was the Pokémon that fought the most in the entire team, resulting in an increase of 3 levels, an impressive growth. Murkrow and Slowpoke, who had each leveled up in previous battles, did not experience as much of an increase. However, due to the constant pressure of facing powerful opponents and repeatedly surviving dangerous situations, both managed to level up again. Now, Murkrow reached level 22, while Slowpoke reached level 24. Even Miltank, who did not particularly enjoy battles, improved her level by helping her teammates withstand attacks and restore energy. Miltank had now reached level 21. With this, after completing the journey through the forest, all of Kane's Pokémon, except for Skorupi, who was still very young, experienced significant growth. It could be said that they reaped great rewards. Additionally, Kane also collected many valuable materials in the forest that could be sold for a good sum on the black market. Finally, after 3 days of traveling, Kane and his team arrived at the outskirts of Ecruteak City. After walking for another 2 hours, Ecruteak City finally appeared before them. We finally made it out. Although it wasn't as exhausting as on the island, it wasn't easy. We were chased like dogs, Kane thought as he looked at the clearly visible city in front of him, smiling despite the recent experiences. Ecruteak City is the ancient capital of the northern Johto region, located near Mount Mortar, between the western plains and the western coast. Ecruteak City is known as a historic and cultural city in the Pokémon world, with traditional Japanese architecture as its distinctive feature. The tallest building in the city is the Bell Tower, which has 10 floors and is said to have once been home to the legendary Pokémon Ho-Oh. However, besides the Bell Tower, Ecruteak City also houses the Burn Tower, located in the northwest corner of the city. It is said that this tower was destroyed by a great fire over 100 years ago, and that 3 legendary Pokémon were reborn at its base thanks to Ho-Oh's power. Another legend says that Lugia, who was comparable to Ho-Oh, once lived atop the Burn Tower, but after the tower was destroyed, it moved to the Whirl Islands. Another notable building in Ecruteak City is the Dance Theatre, built by the city's largest family. Every year, countless people flock to see the performances by the geishas, and many vie for a ticket. It could be said that the dance performances in Ecruteak City are among the top 3 in the Johto region. They attract not only people from Johto but also from other regions. This is a prominent feature of Ecruteak City. Of course, Ecruteak City is also home to an official Pokémon League gym. The gym here is Ghost-type, and if he had the chance, Kane would like Ghastly to interact with them, as it could learn useful techniques. However, his current identity was not suitable for visiting such places. When Kane entered the city accompanied by Slowpoke, it was already 6 in the evening. However, because he had spent a long time in the wild, his clothes were somewhat worn out and emitted an unpleasant smell. Additionally, Kane was a stranger in the city, leading some passers-by to point at him and talk about him. But Kane, being the one in question, paid little attention to it. He didn't care how others judged him, the only thing that truly mattered to him was improving his strength. Only in the company of his Pokémon could he completely open his heart. Fortunately, people only pointed and did nothing more. The religion in the Johto region promotes peace, making people generally quite friendly. Especially in Ecruteak City, which is a religious center in Johto, with the Bell Tower being the core of many religious beliefs. Another important thing is that the Pokeballs on Kane's belt, along with Slowpoke by his side, clearly indicated that he was a trainer. Although his clothes were worn out, it could still be seen that he wore a Trainer League uniform, so the townspeople didn't view him with hostility, only curiosity. Even so, his presence caused a small commotion, with many people slowly approaching and forming a small circle that followed Kane as he moved forward. Soon, a young police officer on a motorcycle, accompanied by a Growlithe, appeared in front of Kane. "Please show me your League ID card. I need to verify your identity." "If I've been impolite, I apologize, unknown traveling trainer." The young man, with a firm attitude, dismounted from the police motorcycle, showing his badge and indicating his identity to Kane. His sharp eyes reflected a scrutinizing look, and the Growlithe by his side barked authoritatively. As a police officer in Ecruteak City, the young man had a keen eye for assessing people. He immediately noticed Kane's presence, which only powerful trainers who had spent a long time surviving in the wild and returned safely had. That's why the officer was quite polite to Kane, although it was necessary to check his ID card as protocol, to avoid unnecessary disturbances in the city. "All right, officer. Here is my ID card. Please verify it quickly, I just returned from an excursion and need to rest." Kane took out his League ID card from his ring and handed it to the young officer. End of chapter. Chapter 129. The Jenny Family. When the young police officer began checking Kane's League identity card, Kane remained quite calm. Umbra had done an excellent job securing his identity, to the point where even Whitney's grandfather in Goldenrod City couldn't uncover who he really was. In front of him stood only an ordinary League officer, making it even less likely for Kane's true identity to be discovered. The young officer placed Kane's ID card into a slot of an identity verification device. After a beep, Kane's League identity information appeared on the officer's device. After carefully reviewing Kane's information from start to finish, the young officer handed the card back and said, "Everything's fine, thank you for your cooperation." Kane nodded, took back the ID card, and walked away without saying a word. Since the police had confirmed Kane's identity was legitimate, the surrounding crowd began to disperse and no longer followed him. In fact, Kane's appearance, clearly showing he was returning from a journey, made people regard him as a skilled trainer, which gradually led to them looking at him with respect. The young officer watched Kane's back as he walked away, along with his slowpoke that stayed right beside him, nodding thoughtfully. "This man is a bit strange, though I can't pinpoint exactly why, but in all my years on the job, this was the first time someone gave me such an odd feeling. It was like a dormant volcano." Kane, walking away, did not dwell on the matter. He was just passing through and had no hidden plans, so he could face the League police with complete peace of mind. However, he couldn't help but let the system scan the data of the Growlithe accompanying the young officer. Pokémon. Growlithe, dark green. Gender? Male. Level 20. Type? Fire. Ability? Flash fire. Held item? None. Egg moves. Crunch, double kick, fire spin. Basic moves. Bite, roar, ember, leer, odor sleuth, helping hand, flame wheel, reversal. Learned moves. Iron tail, snore. TM moves. Protect, hidden power, grass, double team, flamethrower. The data was so impressive that Kane couldn't help but feel a bit envious. With such great traits and an array of excellent moves, although it was only level 20, Kane wasn't confident that his Murkrow could defeat it in a direct battle. To become a League police officer, it was likely that the young officer had the support of the Jenny family. The Jenny family controls nearly 70% of the League's police forces. Joining this family or becoming a vassal of theirs is a good choice for anyone wishing to be a League police officer. The resources brought by a great family are truly impressive. After all, this was just an ordinary police officer, yet he already had such an outstanding Pokémon. In his previous life, before Kane reached the quasi-elite level, he once battled a true city leader from the Jenny family. The power of his opponent's Pokémon was so great that it forced Kane to retreat. If he hadn't been that strong, he might have been defeated. The Jenny family is very different from the Joy family. This clan has reached its current position solely through strength. As defenders of the cities, it's essential that they possess considerable power. Kane couldn't wait any longer to reach the Pokémon Center. Although it hadn't bothered him initially, as soon as he returned to civilization, he noticed how sticky and uncomfortable his clothes felt. What he wanted most now was to take a good bath and change into clean clothes. He didn't care about others' looks, but drawing so much attention wasn't ideal either. While he had experienced harsh living conditions, he didn't mind living a bit more comfortably when the opportunity arose. However, having learned from the mistakes of his past life, Kane dared not indulge as he once did. Perhaps he had already experienced it in his past life, so in this life, he wasn't as interested in it. Enjoying it occasionally was fine, but the priority must always be having enough strength. In Ecruteak City, Kane found a hotel that seemed quite luxurious. Under the somewhat hesitant gaze of the reception staff, he paid 3,000 Pokédollars for a luxury suite. As the most famous city known for its ancient culture in the Johto region, and with the spectacular performances at the dance theater, Ecruteak City attracts many tourists each year. Therefore, the tourism industry in Ecruteak City is thriving, which also leads to high demand for hotels in the city. With the room card in hand, Kane went straight to the bathroom. Although Kane always carried several changes of clothes in his ring, with outfits for different identities, changing clothes in the wild didn't make sense. His body would still feel sticky and dirty, and changing would only soil clean clothes without making him feel any better. Moreover, in the wild, survival was the top priority, and no one cared about comfort. Anyone newly returning from Challenge Island likely resembled a caveman. He scrubbed himself with water and soap as if his life depended on it, feeling like he was shedding a layer of skin. During the week he spent on Challenge Island, living in the wild, he never felt this way, but since returning to civilization, Kane made sure to stay clean whenever conditions allowed. Sometimes, Kane might not want to admit it, but he was actually a person with high standards for both mental and physical cleanliness. When he finally emerged from the bath, he had regained his usual fresh appearance. Although he was still wearing the human skin mask used for his league identity, overall, he looked much better than before. Now, if he walked down the street, he wouldn't attract as many stares. He called room service and ordered a cart full of food. That was dinner for Kane and his Pokémon. After spending several days in the wild, although roasted meat was fine, hotel food tasted different. His Pokémon enjoyed a big meal, and Skorupi, who had been asleep on his shoulder, woke up to drink 1.5 bottles of milk. Over time, Skorupi's appetite had gradually increased. Although its body didn't seem to have grown, it was evident that its armor had become shinier, and its shell, which used to be a bit rough, was now very smooth to the touch and had a refreshing feel. This is the great effect of Miltank's milk. Since Pokémon in the breeding stage cannot consume overly nutritious foods, as this could lead to premature development and waste potential, Miltank's milk does not cause such problems and, in fact, improves Skorupi's physical condition. Not only Skorupi but also Murkrow and the other Pokémon that had been drinking Miltank's milk regularly had shown physical improvements. The most notable change was their increased stamina. After long training sessions, a cup of milk to regain energy had gradually made their bodies better adapted to fatigue. End of chapter. Chapter 130. The Black Market of Ecruteak City. After a pleasant dinner, tonight was a rare night without training. Kane put all his Pokémon back in their Pokeballs and left the hotel directly. He found a secluded corner and quickly changed into the Team Rocket uniform. Then, he covered himself with a black cloak and put on a human skin mask that identified him as a Pokémon hunter. No doubt, tonight Kane was heading to the Hunter Guild to deliver a mission and sell other Pokémon he had captured. This should earn him a good amount of money. Night had already fallen. Unlike Goldenrod City, the people of Ecruteak City are devoutly religious. Some say they are more serene, but others see it as laziness. Although it was only around 7 or 8 in the evening, there were hardly any people on the streets. This allowed Kane, dressed in his black cloak, to not attract much attention. He moved through some alleyways, taking advantage of the darkness, and arrived at a very discreet shop on the southwest corner of Ecruteak City. He knocked on the door in a rhythmic pattern, and after hearing a click, the door opened. This place was a secret contact point for Team Rocket in Ecruteak City. These details had been provided by Umbra before Kane left. Since Kane was working for him, Umbra made sure to provide some assistance, and the password for this place was one of those aids. Kane quickly slipped through the door, which automatically closed after his entry. The shop was arranged very simply, and since it was already closed, there was no one at the counter. The door had only opened due to a special mechanism installed in it, activated when a specific knocking pattern was received. Kane wasn't surprised that there was no one. Although in his previous life he hadn't spent much time in Ecruteak City, he had been here a few times on missions, so he knew the secret points of Team Rocket in the city. In fact, this was not the only secret point of Team Rocket in Ecruteak City. Kane knew of 3 others, but Umbra had only given him the password for this one. He couldn't go to the other 2 locations. Of course, Team Rocket in Ecruteak City didn't have just 3 secret points, but given his identity and rank in his previous life, he had only known about these 3. Once inside, without making any unnecessary moves, Kane went to a room in the back of the shop and placed his Team Rocket identity card into a slot with the team's emblem. With the sound of gears turning and belts moving, a secret door opened. The secret door revealed a small space, with some strange symbols drawn on the floor. Kane entered, and the door closed behind him with a loud thud. By the faint light of the lamps, Kane inserted his identity card into another slot. With a familiar psychic vibration, the secret door's teleportation was activated. 3 seconds later, Kane disappeared from the room. When he opened his eyes again, Kane was in a rock cave. This place was the Black Market of Ecruteak City. However, unlike the fully underground Black Market of Saffron City, Ecruteak cities couldn't afford such a luxury. It wasn't that the technology didn't allow it, but the significance of Ecruteak City to the Pokémon League was different from that of Saffron City. Although Saffron City was the largest city in Kanto, it was so full of different people that even the League couldn't fully control it. Sometimes, they even had to make concessions to some dark organizations like Team Rocket or the Hunter Guild. But Ecruteak City was different. The city was entirely under the control of the Pokémon League. Even clandestine organizations had to keep their distance. This was because the Bell Tower and Burn Tower were too important, and the League would not allow any clandestine organization to approach them. Even if they had to try their hardest, they would fully control Ecruteak City. Therefore, since the League didn't make concessions in this regard, organizations like Team Rocket had little interest in facing the League for something that wasn't that important to them. So they relinquished part of their control. As for why Team Rocket gave up on a place with such a special legend, it was because they had found another, more intriguing legend. Compared to the somewhat unrealistic legend of Ho-Oh here, the other legend had almost been confirmed, so Ecruteak City wasn't as important to Team Rocket. However, black markets in every city were still valuable, so the League turned a blind eye and allowed it to exist. Although this black market was smaller, it was still quite comprehensive and was located in Mount Mortar, outside the city. Kane appeared in the cave, and with the faint light of some worn-out bulbs, he could barely see the path. Kane released a Pokeball to call out Murkrow and ventured into the cave with him. After walking through the long tunnel, his view opened up to a vast underground city. After a brief pause, Kane entered this underground city, the Black Market of Ecruteak City in Mount Mortar. It was clear that this black market was considerably smaller than the one in Saffron City, so there were also fewer people. Another special feature was that most people here were covered in black cloaks, and few showed their faces openly. This was because there were not only members of clandestine organizations but also trainers with League identities and even some prominent families of Ecruteak City who had stores here. The League had chosen to ignore this. Ecruteak City was the origin of religion in the Johto region, and many old families were established here. To gain their support, the League ceded part of its power, and this black market, created by the families of Ecruteak City, was one such concession. That's right, this black market wasn't run by Team Rocket or other clandestine organizations, but by the families of Ecruteak City. Only, since it was a black market, they didn't oppose the entry of organizations like Team Rocket. Many of the shops in this market had discrete family emblems at the entrance, indicating that they were operated by families from Ecruteak City. Although small, the black market was well organized, with clearly delineated sales areas. Kane, following the signs, arrived at the Pokémon sale area. Here, shops and vendor stalls were mixed, with sellers shouting to attract customers, almost turning it into a bazaar. However, the Hunter Guild shop still stood out for its lack of ostentation, with only a few iron cages at the entrance and no one calling out for customers. Unlike the Hunter Guild in Saffron City, which was more discreet, here they did not hide at all. A large guild emblem hung at the entrance. From time to time, some people passed by. Although all were covered with black cloaks, some had several golden stars on their chests. They were high-ranking hunters of the Hunter Guild. End of chapter. Chapter 131. Mission Submission. The hunters registered with the Hunters Guild. Some belonged to underground organizations like Kane, while others might be members of the League. The Hunters Guild doesn't care about a registered hunter's identity, the only thing that matters to them is whether that person can capture Pokémon of real value. For this reason, some people make capturing Pokémon their primary occupation. There have even emerged small affiliate groups within the Hunters Guild that focus primarily on hunting Pokémon to gather resources. They then train their own Pokémon, and after improving their skills, they capture even stronger Pokémon, creating a virtuous cycle. This has led to many people feeling very proud to be hunters, and when they don't need to worry about being pursued by the League, they almost always wear their hunter's badge with stars on their chest. Kane barely glanced around and paid no more attention. He went straight into this Hunters Guild building, which seemed much larger than the other shops. Upon entering, he noticed that the entire center of the building was completely empty, but the decor divided the hall into two areas. One area was the Pokémon sales section, mainly for those who wanted to buy Pokémon and choose the one they desired. So most of the hall space was filled with iron cages of different sizes, containing Pokémon that hadn't been tamed. The other area was the Hunters Guild office, which included the registration counter, computers for taking missions, and the mission submission counter. Of course, if someone wanted to exchange points for Pokémon, they could also go directly to the Pokémon sales area and simply swipe their Hunter ID card. Kane headed to the mission submission counter. The 5 main counters were all packed with people, except one, which had a sign that read, "Exclusive counter for hunters with 5 stars or more." In many places in the Pokémon world, people receive different treatments based on their status. The Hunters Guild is no exception. Hunters with 5 or more stars, of course, have their own privileges, and this exclusive counter is just one of them. After all, most of the income of the Hunters Guild comes from these high-level hunters. Mid or low-level hunters, or even those with no stars, like Kane, can only line up at the general counters and wait for mission submission. Without further thought, Kane got to the end of one of the lines, crossing his arms as he waited. Though he was waiting, he didn't stand idle. His eyes, hidden under the black cloak, were observing the entire hall. The highlight was a person in very striking attire, leaning against a secluded corner of the hall, ignored by everyone around him, or perhaps no one dared to look at him directly. This was because on his chest he wore a sun-shaped badge, the emblem of a high-ranking member of the Hunters Guild, and the person in charge of the guild in Ecruteak City. He seemed to have sensed something, as his eyes, which had been droopy with sleep, opened a bit. After a quick glance around the hall, not finding anything unusual, he yawned, crossed his arms again, and leaned back against the wall to resume sleeping. Being able to sleep comfortably while standing against a wall like that made Kane feel a little speechless. However, Kane didn't underestimate him. Anyone who could wear the Sun badge was at least a quasi-elite level expert. Just one closer look, and he had already noticed him. That kind of hunter's instinct was definitely top-notch, and though he seemed lazy, the fact that he could sleep comfortably while standing showed that he had been through many harsh environments and that, no matter how adverse the setting, he could sleep and regain energy, always staying alert. There was nothing else special in the hall, so Kane stopped observing. Most hunters in the hall were 2-star level. Occasionally, a few 4-star hunters appeared, but he hadn't seen any 5-star hunters. Suddenly, a commotion arose at the front of the line Kane was in. Congratulations on completing the mission. According to your point calculation, you will be promoted to a 5-star hunter. You may proceed to the exclusive counter to receive your 5th golden star, said a mission submission desk staff member with a professional smile. This phrase caused the people behind him to erupt in murmurs. I didn't expect to see a 5-star hunter today. A 5-star hunter, they must have at least 50 million points. What Pokémon couldn't they obtain with that? Idiots! Stop talking. Don't you see the symbol under that hunter's badge? That hammer symbol is the emblem of a group affiliated with the Hunters Guild, the Warhammer Hunters. Upon hearing the words Warhammer Hunters, everyone behind fell silent and spoke no more. The Warhammer Hunter group may not be famous in other places, but within the hunting profession, it is well known. Among the affiliated hunter groups within the guild, it ranks among the top 5 in terms of power. It's said that their leader personally captured an elite-level wild Pokémon. Although the exact details aren't known, this fact alone brought them great fame. The member of the Warhammer Hunter group who had just been promoted to 5 stars straightened up upon hearing the people behind him talking about his group and walked to the exclusive counter without looking back, as if he was proud of something. After he left, the line moved faster, and 10 minutes later, it was Kane's turn. He sat in the chair in front of the counter. "Hello, please show your Hunter ID card," said the receptionist at the counter kindly. Kane handed over the Hunter ID card he had prepared in his hand. With a simple swipe in the card reader, Kane's data appeared on the staff member's computer screen. "Hello, are you here to submit a mission? If the mission is complete, please place the Pokeball in the compartment next to you. We'll evaluate the Pokemon's quality and other data to determine the mission completion level," said the receptionist, showing no disdain despite Kane being a no-star hunter, simply doing her job mechanically. Kane took the Pokeball containing the Nidoran out of his pocket and placed it in the compartment next to the counter. The receptionist pressed a button on the desk, and the Pokeball disappeared instantly into the compartment. Pokémon Transport Technology. This simple transport technology in the Pokémon world is quite advanced. After patiently waiting for 3 minutes, a data screen appeared on the receptionist's computer, displaying all the information about the Nidoran captured by Kane. Hello, sorry for the wait. This Nidoran has quite good quality and level. We're offering a price of 100,000 Pokédollars, said the receptionist with a professional smile. Upon hearing the price, Kane involuntarily frowned. If it were a regular Nidoran, that price would be fair, but the one Kane caught had the special ability Tussle. Once it evolves into Nidoking, it will have the sheer forced ability. Please ask your data analyst to check again. This Nidoran has the special ability Hustle, Kane said without showing any emotion. End of chapter. Chapter 132. Mission Assignment. Upon hearing Kane's words, the receptionist was slightly surprised, but she nodded with a smile and said, "Understood, please wait a moment." This time, the wait was much shorter, as the data was already fully recorded and only a more detailed analysis was required. Apologies for the wait. Indeed, it was an error on our part. This Nidoran has the Tussle's ability, which doubles its value to 200,000 Pokédollars, or 200,000 points. If this is acceptable, it will be directly recorded on your identity card. Kane nodded in agreement. A Nidoran with that Hustle's ability and a dark yellow potential had a value equivalent to one with light green to green potential without that Hustle's ability. This price was within Kane's acceptable range. Once Kane confirmed, the receptionist performed a few operations on the computer to log the completion of Kane's mission. Since you've reached 100,000 points, you can now be promoted to a 1-star hunter. Here is your badge, please keep it safe. With that, she took out a gold star from the counter, engraved with the words 1 star. The stars representing hunter ranks in the Hunter Guild are made with a special technique, making them difficult to counterfeit. Thus, it's unlikely anyone would wear a number of stars that didn't match their actual rank. If anyone tried to forge a hunter's star and the Hunter Guild found out, they would be relentlessly pursued. They would then understand why there's a nickname for guild members, the Sun Dogs. After all, wouldn't experts who specialize in tracking and capturing rare Pokémon be able to find an ordinary person? Kane accepted the hunter's star, but he didn't immediately put it on. Seeing that Kane didn't leave after completing his mission, the receptionist didn't mind and formally asked, "Is there anything else I can assist you with?" Kane took another Pokeball out of his pocket and placed it on the counter. Seeing that Kane had brought out another Pokeball, the receptionist understood his intentions. Many hunters from the guild don't just capture the target of their mission. If they encounter a Pokémon with exceptional potential or a rare one, they might capture it to assign a mission in the Hunter Guild. The mission assignment process involves matching the captured Pokémon with a mission that meets the guild's requirements, thus completing the mission and earning points and Pokédollars. Just as the receptionist was about to speak, Kane took out another Pokeball from his pocket, and then a third, fourth, fifth. Eventually, even the receptionist began to show signs of amazement. Kane took out a total of 10 Pokeballs, and counting the one he had already handed over, there were 11 in total. It's important to note that the Hunter Guild missions require Pokémon to have at least mid-level potential. According to the system's potential classification, this means that only Pokémon with yellow potential or above can be assigned to a mission. For a mission to be assigned, the Pokémon must have at least mid-level potential, i.e., yellow. However, Kane had presented 10 Pokeballs, which meant he had captured 10 Pokémon with yellow potential or above. Among them was a light green Arbok, which was also the highest level Pokémon among them. 8 were from the same family as the previous Nidoran, all with yellow potential or above due to excellent genetics from their parents. The last one was a dark yellow Mankey, which Kane had caught on his way to Ecruteak City. Its abilities and characteristics were quite decent, so he decided to capture it to exchange for points. Excuse me, do all these Pokémon have mid-level potential? It's important to note that the Hunter Guild requires Pokémon to have at least mid-level potential to assign a mission, the receptionist asked, hesitantly. In this world, there are tools to assess a Pokémon's potential, but they are not accessible to most people. The hunter in front of her, who had just become a 1-star hunter, evidently did not belong to the group of people who could afford those tools. So, could it be that all the Pokémon he captured met the potential requirement? Here is where Kane had the advantage, thanks to the system's function for evaluating Pokémon potential. With the help of this feature, Kane had steady success in his previous life as a hunter. Capturing high-potential Pokémon to exchange for resources and using those resources to acquire even rarer Pokémon, Kane was able to progress in a positive cycle that eventually led him to become a powerful trainer. In response to the receptionist's question, Kane nodded, indicating that all the Pokémon had yellow potential, or mid-level potential in the trainer's world. Since Kane confirmed it, the receptionist asked no more questions, though she couldn't hide her skepticism. After all, it was 10 Pokémon. Even with mid-level potential, in all her years of work, she hadn't seen many people present that many at once. Do mid-level potential Pokémon really abound in the wild? Or is this individual joking with me? The Hunter Guild offers a free evaluation of Pokémon potential, but if it turns out they don't meet the requirements for mission assignment, the more this happens, the more the individual's credibility will be affected. With low credibility, certain types of missions will be out of reach. Setting aside her doubts, the receptionist focused on her work and proceeded with her duties. One by one, Kane placed each Pokeball into the transfer device, and they were sent to the guild's evaluation area. Since there were many Pokémon, the wait was longer, and those behind Kane in line started to grow impatient. If the Pokémon Kane had captured met the assignment requirements, all would be well. If not, the people waiting were already prepared to teach Kane the price of wasting their time. 20 minutes later, the receptionist, now visibly astonished, saw the evaluation reports appear on her screen one by one. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief and, seeing no error, swallowed hard. The reports are ready. All 10 Pokémon meet the requirements. Would you like to assign them a mission? Kane, already knowing the result, showed no reaction. In his previous life, when desperate for money, he had spent a month in a forest and emerged with 20 Pokémon to assign missions at the guild. Since then, the nickname of Joker the Hunter had spread among hunters. Whenever they mentioned his name, they couldn't help but add, "That guy with luck to the limit is a lunatic." Assign them a mission, Kane said calmly. His progress in this life had been far better than in the last, and with the experience gained, money no longer concerned him as much. In the final stages of Pokémon training, only a small amount of money is actually needed. Once Kane gave his approval, the receptionist performed a few operations on the computer, and the mission list began to match the Pokémon data, assigning missions that met the requirements. End of chapter. Chapter 133. 2-Star Hunter. All the Pokémon have been assigned to tasks. Altogether, you can obtain 900,000 points. Adding the points from the previous mission, you now have a total of 1,110,000 points. You've exceeded the standard of 1 million points, which qualifies you as a 2-star hunter. Here's your badge, please keep it safe. The receptionist took out a golden star engraved with 2 stars and handed it to Kane through the window. Learning from the previous experience, after analyzing the data, she made sure to check for any special Pokémon, like the Nidoran with the Hustle ability. Fortunately, this time, the Pokémon were fairly standard, and the price calculation went smoothly. A task list was handed to Kane. The light green quality Arbok was purchased for 400,000 Pokédollars, the 8 members of the Nidoran family for a total of 400,000 Pokédollars as well, equivalent to 1 Arbok, and the Mankey that Kane caught on the way was worth 100,000 Pokédollars. Compared to the market sale price, this is a bit lower, but for the guild's purchase price, it's quite reasonable. If Kane were to sell these Pokémon on the open market, he could get a higher price, but he doesn't have that kind of time. Another important point is that when Pokémon are submitted to the guild as part of a mission, you also get the same amount of points as Pokédollars. So, after completing the mission, Kane received a total of 1,110,000 Pokédollars and 1,110,000 points from the Hunters Guild. Kane plans not to use these points for now. At the moment, he doesn't urgently need any specific Pokémon, and with 5 Pokémon requiring training, his current resources aren't abundant, so he needs to manage them efficiently. He isn't looking for quantity in Pokémon, but quality. Once his current Pokémon are well trained, Kane might consider purchasing more from the Hunters Guild to form a second team. By selling all the Pokémon to the guild, Kane successfully advanced to a 2-star hunter. The biggest difference between a 2-star and a 0-star hunter is that the former can accept up to 3 tasks simultaneously and can take on higher-level missions with better rewards, though also with increased difficulty. He found an available computer, swiped his hunter ID card, and began browsing the list of 2-star hunter tasks. Since he will soon head to Mahogany Town, Kane selected tasks based on Pokémon he might encounter along the way or once he arrives there. The number of 2-star tasks is significantly lower than that of 0-star tasks. Kane chose a mission to capture a Swinub and another to capture an Onix. Mahogany Town, which could actually be considered more of a small village due to its size, has few inhabitants. Surrounded by mountains, some of which are snow-covered year-round, it is home to many ice-type Pokémon like Swinub. Onix, being a rock-type Pokémon, is quite common in the mountains, and due to its size, is easy to spot. After leaving the guild store, Kane had completed his main task for the day at the black market. However, since he'll soon be venturing into the wild again, he needed to replenish supplies such as healing sprays and Pokeballs, as he had used many during his Pokémon captures. After completing the mission, Kane had a total of 2.4 million Pokédollars, slightly less due to some previous expenses. He went to the Pokémon supply store to buy some wilderness survival materials and restock his Pokeballs, spending only 10,000 Pokédollars, which for Kane isn't much. Then he visited an information shop in Mahogany City's black market, where he bought information about possible Onix locations and asked about a meditation jewel that, according to system analysis, could enhance psychic training speed. However, even the information merchants knew nothing about it, making Kane doubt the existence of such a jewel. When Kane returned to the small black room through Team Rocket's transport matrix, no one was present, so he quickly changed back into his original League trainer outfit and put his mask on again. As he left Team Rocket's small shop, the moon was already high in the sky. Under the moonlight, Kane walked along the empty streets toward the luxurious hotel he had reserved earlier. Fortunately, although the streets were deserted, the hotel was still lit up, and the lobby staff was very helpful when Kane entered. Back in his hotel room, Kane released all his Pokémon. If space and circumstances allow, Kane prefers to keep all his Pokémon outside their Pokeballs. It makes everything more lively and helps strengthen their bonds and coordination. While Pokeballs provide a comfortable and spacious environment, they still give a feeling of confinement. Tonight was a rare night without night training. In the previous days, both Kane and his Pokémon had been constantly on guard due to the potential threat of wild Pokémon attacks in the wilderness, so they hadn't rested well. Even with Ghastly keeping watch, he needed to be able to wake them if necessary, right? So today, instead of training, Kane used techniques he had learned in his past life to massage each of his Pokémon, helping them relax and reduce any injuries from training and battles. While Kane was massaging his Pokémon, Skorupi, who was asleep, suddenly woke up. His blue eye sparkled, and he quickly climbed down Kane's arm. The other Pokémon, worried about hurting little Skorupi, froze as they felt him crawling on them. But Miltank, the only female in the team, understood how to care for little Skorupi. Miltank gently lifted him off Slowpoke's back and offered him a bottle of fresh milk. Skorupi closed his eyes in delight and began drinking happily. With Miltank's warm milky scent, Skorupi felt cozy in her arms. Also, with Kane's familiar scent on the other Pokémon, Skorupi wasn't afraid of them. In this harmonious environment, a comfortable, peaceful night passed quietly. End of chapter. Chapter 134. Arrival in Mahogany Town. The next morning, taking advantage of the quiet hour, Kane took Slowpoke to the bus station in Ecruteak City, where he bought a ticket for the first bus heading to Mahogany Town. Since Mahogany Town is in a rather remote location, deep in the mountains, there aren't many buses from Ecruteak City that go there. Fortunately, the previous night, Kane had asked the hotel staff about the schedule for the first bus, otherwise, he would have had to wait another day. He bought a seat at the back of the bus using his Alliance ID card, and after hearing the announcement, he boarded. He noticed there really weren't many passengers, perhaps because of the early hour or simply because not many people were interested in going to Mahogany Town. Mahogany Town is a small, remote town in the northern Johto region, without much fame. However, Kane was very familiar with it. The reason is that Mahogany Town houses a major Team Rocket base, the largest in the Johto region after the main headquarters, making it the strongest Team Rocket presence in the region. In his past life, Kane spent 3 years at the Team Rocket base in Mahogany Town, right after leaving the Trial Island, during the first 3 years of his life as a Team Rocket member. It wasn't until he gained the ability to complete high-difficulty missions independently that he managed to fully detach himself from the jurisdiction of the Team Rocket base in Mahogany Town. As he watched the scenery recede through the window, a familiar feeling began to surface. The bus had already been on the road for 3 hours and had reached the outskirts of Mahogany Town. Kane was sure they'd be arriving at the village station soon. "I can't believe I once swore I'd never return here, and yet in this life, I've come back," Kane said with a hint of nostalgia. Only he knew what he'd gone through at the Team Rocket base in Mahogany Town in his past life. They say that Trial Island is a hellish place, but in reality, the 3 years Kane struggled to survive at that Team Rocket base were the memories he least wanted to relive. Though Trial Island is known as an extreme testing ground, the 3 years Kane spent fighting at the Team Rocket base in Mahogany Town were much tougher and harder to bear. Team Rocket's hierarchy system is extremely strict. Kane didn't achieve great results when he finished at Trial Island, and his talent didn't seem particularly remarkable. As a result, he started at the lowest level as a grunt at that base, where he was subject to ridicule and discrimination. When he joined, the Team Rocket grunts were already organized in groups, making it impossible for Kane to integrate. Also, lacking any backing within Team Rocket, he often faced difficulties and disdain from his superiors. He didn't understand the subtleties of social life, nor did he know how to flatter people, which made him even more excluded by members of the Team Rocket base. In his past life, Kane endured an extremely difficult period at that base. However, in this life, returning to that place, Kane had a completely different perspective. After all, he had reached the level of a quasi-elite trainer. Some of the things that once seemed important to him now didn't matter as much. On a general level, he was now receiving orders from the deputy chief of the Shadow Unit within Team Rocket, a powerful elite-level trainer named Umbra. In that base, there weren't many who would dare show him disrespect. On a more specific level, Kane was no longer the inexperienced young man he once was. With the strength of his current Pokémon, he could easily defeat his past self, no doubt. Faced with Team Rocket grunts, he no longer had much to worry about. The bus stopped at Mahogany Town Station, and as Kane got off, he noticed that the air here was noticeably colder than in Ecruteak City. Additionally, compared to Ecruteak City, Mahogany Town streets were much emptier, and there weren't many people strolling around. The interactions between people were cold and rushed, everyone seemed to be in a hurry. Kane shook his head. Team Rocket's influence on this place was indeed strong. Umbra's mission was to send Kane to the Lake of Rage, north of Mahogany Town, to a secret Team Rocket research base, where he had to find a person using a password and bring back an item. However, Kane wasn't in a rush to do that, as he first wanted to head to the mountains east of Mahogany Town to search for the Pokémon in his hunter missions, Swinub and Onix. Kane wore a baseball cap, lowered his head, and walked quietly toward the Mahogany Town Pokémon Center. Although Mahogany Town is Team Rocket's largest base in the Johto region, the influence of the Pokémon League here is also considerable. The fact that a strong figure like Price is in charge of the gym in such a small town speaks volumes. With Price's strength, even champions might find him a challenge. He's a true elite-level trainer and one of the league's veteran figures. If not for his extremely strict character and difficult temperament, he would definitely have a place among the current Elite Four. Though he isn't part of the Elite Four, his strength is undeniable. The League stationed him in Mahogany Town, a small town, to keep Team Rocket in check and prevent them from doing anything too severe. Therefore, Kane didn't dare act openly under his Team Rocket identity. After all, officially, the Johto region is under the Pokémon League's control. Using his Alliance ID card, Kane entered the Pokémon Center without issue and went to the free video phone section, where he took out a communication device and dialed a number. When answered, a lively, adorable young woman with pink hair tied in 2 pigtails appeared on the screen. It was none other than Whitney from Goldenrod City. "Kane, where have you been? I left you messages days ago, and you didn't reply," Whitney said, pretending to be angry. For some reason, Kane felt a slight headache. "It's okay, I was just kidding. Look, the thing is, the supply of Pokeblocks you left for the family's Miltank is running low. If you have time, could you make some more?" Whitney said this while sticking out her tongue, but then her expression grew more serious. Kane had underestimated the appetite of Whitney's Miltank, but he still didn't expect them to consume the Pokeblocks so quickly. "I don't have much time, but I made a bit more recently. I'll send it to you now," Kane replied after thinking for a moment. In the days to come, Kane would be quite busy and wasn't sure if he'd have time to continue making the Pokeblocks Whitney needed. "All right, thanks so much. I'll have Sebastian transfer the payment later." Whitney didn't think too much about it. She knew Kane was busy, otherwise, he wouldn't have taken so long to return her call. "All right." They didn't talk much more, as with Kane's personality, Whitney led most of the conversation, which made it not flow as naturally. After hanging up the video phone, Kane let out a slight sigh of relief, though he didn't know why. In the Pokémon Center, there was a special device for transferring items. Besides transferring Pokémon, items could also be sent. Kane sent the pre-packaged Pokeblocks to the coordinates Whitney had left in the message. Shortly after leaving the Pokémon Center, his messaging device showed a message, "Item received, payment transferred." Those few words appeared on the screen. No doubt Sebastian had already received the items and transferred the money. If it had been Whitney, the tone would surely have been very different. End of chapter. Chapter 135. Why don't you come get it? It was barely noon when Kane finished his lunch at the Pokémon Center and headed toward Route 44, the only road east of Mahogany Town. To the east of Mahogany Town, an imposing mountain could be seen, rising up into the clouds. The peak of the mountain was completely hidden among the clouds, and from halfway up, it was covered in snow. Kane's destination was that mountain. It was said that many interconnected caves lay within it, where the temperature remained constantly cold, a paradise for ice-type Pokémon. Kane hoped to find a Swinub there, and if luck was on his side, maybe even an Onix. However, before reaching the snowy mountain, he would still have to pass through a large forest. Although the mountain seemed close, as he walked toward it, Kane found that after an hour's journey, it still looked just as distant. Now he was at the edge of the forest. Although the number of people dwindled, he still encountered a few along the way. However, compared to the forests near Goldenrod City, Mahogany Town had fewer residents, but the traces of human presence in the forest were much more numerous. Kane crossed paths with several groups along the way, all in a hurry. Observing them, Kane noticed that many of them were Team Rocket members. Not surprisingly, Mahogany Town housed Team Rocket's largest base in the Johto region. This forest had practically become a free training ground for them. Although Kane wore the ordinary attire of a league trainer, his outfit looked somewhat out of place in this area. The Team Rocket members passing by, although not wearing their team uniforms, didn't give him friendly looks. Those who weren't from Team Rocket also kept a slight distance when they saw Kane's clothing. After all, Mahogany Town was an important Team Rocket base, something that wasn't a secret among trainers. However, despite the abundance of resources in the area, Team Rocket hadn't gone as far as to expel everyone who wasn't a member. As long as people didn't provoke them openly and disguised their identities, Team Rocket wouldn't interfere. But Kane's attire was quite conspicuous. While the League held considerable power in Mahogany Town, that influence only extended within the town itself. Once in the wilderness, the territory belonged to Team Rocket. Many League members, upon leaving the town, didn't dare reveal their identity openly, fearing they would attract the attention of those in Team Rocket who hated the League. It wasn't that Kane didn't want to change clothes, he had simply forgotten how things worked in Mahogany Town after being away for so long. Only when he left town and noticed the stares directed at him did he remember how things were here. In his past life, as a Team Rocket grunt in Mahogany Town, he hadn't needed to worry much about these things. But now, as a League member, he found it a bit difficult to adjust. However, since he had attracted others' attention, he had no choice but to show a bit of his strength in the hopes of avoiding unnecessary trouble. "Come out, Slowpoke," Kane said, releasing his Slowpoke. The people watching him discreetly lost interest upon seeing Slowpoke. All of them were experienced field trainers, and with just one look at Kane's Slowpoke, they could tell he wasn't an ordinary trainer. In this situation, it would be unwise to provoke someone like him, as they might end up losing more than they'd gain. Once Slowpoke was out and the gazes on him faded, Kane continued on his way deeper into the forest. Even so, while most people stopped watching him, one or two glances still fell on him discreetly. Not even the presence of Slowpoke had deterred them. After walking for another 2 hours, Kane found himself in an area where no one was in sight and wild Pokémon began to appear more frequently. Suddenly, Kane stopped and spoke coldly. "Come out!" After a few seconds of silence, there was no response. Kane smirked and spoke again. "Since when has Team Rocket become so cowardly?" Upon hearing this, two people slowly emerged from behind the trees. One was a tall young man, about 6 feet, wearing a grey jacket. The other had a more ordinary appearance and wore a black jacket. Both looked at Kane with a mix of surprise and mockery. "Kid, how did you know we were there?" asked the tall young man in a sharp voice. Kane chuckled and didn't answer. Should he tell them that their clumsy tracking and camouflage skills were so poor that he had already mastered them in his past life? "Kevin, don't waste time talking. Maybe he just got lucky. Let's finish this quickly and complete the mission," said the other young man with disdain and arrogance. The one called Kevin stared at Kane for a moment. He felt a vague sense of danger emanating from the young man before him. "Kevin, don't wait any longer. If someone else shows up, they might take this from us," said the impatient young man. Kevin raised his hand to stop the young man who wanted to act immediately, and after hesitating a bit, he spoke. "That Slowpoke of yours isn't bad. If you hand it over, we'll let you go." "Kevin!" "Shut up!" Kevin interrupted in a tone that brooked no argument. The young man shrank back, showing fear, but there was a mixture of hatred and anger in his eyes, though he hid it well. So they were after Slowpoke. Although Slowpoke didn't have a weak presence, it was clear that its unique appearance as a shiny Pokémon had caught these two's attention. Under the gaze of the two, Kane hesitated for a moment before reaching for a Pokeball on his belt. Seeing his movement, both young men smirked in satisfaction, surprised that just a little intimidation was enough to make him hand over his prized Slowpoke. Kevin, feeling this satisfaction, also reflected coldness in his gaze. It seemed he had overestimated this league trainer. After all, he was just a hothouse flower. The sense of danger he had felt earlier must have been an illusion. At the same time, Kevin pondered whether it was worth eliminating his companion, who had always harbored ill intentions toward him, to keep Slowpoke for himself. Meanwhile, the young man behind Kevin also glanced at him sideways while reaching toward his belt, ready to strike at any moment. But to their surprise, Kane didn't do what they expected. Instead of recalling Slowpoke and handing it over, he smirked and said, "Here it is. Why don't you come get it?" End of chapter. Chapter 136. 1 against 2. Hearing Kane's provocative words, both men felt their faces flush with rage, a feeling of being mocked flooded their hearts. Almost simultaneously, they pulled out 2 Pokeballs. "Ghastly, use hypnosis!" While the others were acting, Kane was already prepared. Following Kane's command, Ghastly took advantage of the irregular shadows of the trees and, almost instantly, appeared in front of the 2 Team Rocket members. However, unlike those who had never fought in the league, Team Rocket members, even if they were mere grunts, had much higher responsiveness in emergency situations. Instinctively, they closed their eyes and tossed out 2 Pokeballs. 2 Coughing, an Arbok, and a Golbat, standard Pokémon for Team Rocket, appeared. As Kane assessed them, he released 2 Pokeballs, sending Murkrow and Miltank into battle. Although it seemed a lot had happened, everything took place in an instant. When Ghastly failed in its attempt to use hypnosis and hesitated on whether to attack again, wary of a potential counterattack from the 4 Pokémon, Kane said, "Ghastly, fall back and use Confuse Ray on Golbat." Slowpoke, Calm Mind. Murkrow, use Tailwind and then Hidden Power to attack Golbat. Miltank, use Defense Curl. Kane issued a series of commands in an instant. Each Pokémon listened to the orders and used their respective moves. Ghastly avoided being surrounded by the 4 Pokémon through the shadows and then used Confuse Ray on Golbat. A small, glowing orb appeared in front of Ghastly, emitting a strange light as it flew erratically toward Golbat. Slowpoke closed its eyes and began using Calm Mind. Kane had trained it to maintain focus in any situation, and although it hadn't reached perfection, it could enter a meditative state almost instantly. Core! Murkrow cried, and a gentle air current surrounded its team. Miltank took the front line, using Defense Curl to boost her defense. While giving commands, Kane quickly assessed the level and quality of the enemy Pokémon. The 2 coughing were almost identical, both around level 21, with slight differences in quality. Kevin's coughing had a yellow quality, while the other young man's coughing was of slightly lower quality. Golbat was at level 24, with a dark yellow quality, probably Kevin's main Pokémon. Arbok had a yellow quality, but its level was lower, only 22, suggesting it had recently evolved. The 2 Team Rocket members opened their eyes after Ghastly retreated, their faces showing displeasure. They had underestimated Kane, thinking he was an inexperienced league rookie. But having reacted slower, they were now at a disadvantage. Ghastly's Confuse Ray struck Golbat, causing it to see strange lights and fly erratically. Golbat! Damn it! Coughing, use Sludge. Golbat, close your eyes and follow my instructions. Use Screech, Kevin ordered through gritted teeth. Coughing, use Sludge as well. Arbok, approach Slowpoke and use Bite, the other Team Rocket member said hastily. Both were clearly accustomed to fighting together, and their Pokémon had a certain level of synchronization. Although there was a small conflict between them, they understood they needed to cooperate against a strong opponent. Golbat used Screech, emitting an annoying sound, but due to its confusion, the effect impacted both Kane's Pokémon and those of Team Rocket, hitting everyone equally. Seeing this, the other young man temporarily set aside his resentment, casting a glance at Kevin but without changing his commands. If Arbok managed to get close to Slowpoke, even with its reduced defense, Slowpoke would suffer substantial damage due to the type advantage of Dark-type moves. But Kane wasn't going to let them achieve their goal so easily. Miltank, use Block and stop Arbok. Murkrow, use Gust to blow away the sludge. Slowpoke, give it your all and use Psyshock to attack Golbat. Ghastly, disrupt those coughing with Hypnosis. Kane commanded calmly. Despite directing 4 Pokémon, Kane, knowing them so well, had no hesitation in giving the right commands for each situation. Me! Miltank took a large step forward, extending her arms to block Arbok's path. Seeing itself blocked, Arbok didn't know how to proceed, momentarily dazed. The sludge attack from the 2 coughing was deflected precisely by Murkrow's Gust, and the few drops that hit their target didn't cause much damage. Since all 4 enemy Pokémon were Poison-type, Slowpoke was the primary attacker in this fight. After using Calm Mind, it felt highly focused, and its Psyshock hit the confused Golbat in quick succession. The 2 Team Rocket members, fearing an ambush from Ghastly, didn't dare move the coughing far, limiting their effectiveness. Arbok, take down Miltank using Bind followed by Fire Fang. Coughing, use Smog. Seeing that Golbat wasn't recovering, Kevin tried to cover it with smoke to give it time to recover. Golbat was his trump card, and losing it would mean defeat. Murkrow, use Gust. Miltank, use Bide, Kane ordered upon hearing Kevin's commands. Kane had Murkrow disperse the smoke before it fully covered the area, allowing Slowpoke to continue its attack. Miltank, on the other hand, prepared to endure Arbok's attack. Not long after. Boom! The battlefield changed in an instant. Golbat, after taking Slowpoke's consecutive attacks, fell to the ground, defeated. Golbat! Kevin shouted, his eyes wide with shock. The battle was clearly turning in Kane's favor. End of chapter. Chapter 137. The other side of Miltank. Seeing his ace lose combat ability first left Kevin stunned. Relying on his Golbat's excellent quality, he had stood out among Team Rocket recruits, often attracting those who wanted to curry favor with him. Every time he went on a mission, his Golbat, with its ability to fly and considerable combat ability, always gave him an advantage. But he didn't expect that in this battle, before it had even properly started, his Golbat would be hit by Gastless Confuse Ray, with no chance to show its strengths. Damn it! Aren't you going to make your Arbok finish off Slowpoke quickly? If you let that Psychic-type Slowpoke keep attacking, we're done for! Kevin shouted, his face twisted, at the other Team Rocket member. Shut up, you trash! Can't you see my Arbok is being held back? The other young man, who initially seemed submissive, completely changed his attitude and replied without hesitation. Clearly, with Golbat, who he feared most, out of combat, Kevin no longer intimidated him. He had decided that once he defeated the annoying league trainer in front of him, he would keep all the rewards. As for Kevin, who used to boss him around, he and that league trainer could go together. With this thought, his face turned even more sinister, and he shouted, Arbok! Use Ice Fang! The Team Rocket member named Kevin, seeing that his subordinate, who usually obeyed him, was yelling at him like this, felt his face flush between green and red but didn't dare say anything. With his Golbat out of the fight, if he wanted to win, he could only rely on him. At the same time, he decided that if he managed to get out of this, he would make that subordinate pay dearly. Kane watched the expressions of both and smiled coldly. Two people who distrust each other, how can they coordinate perfectly? He had already overestimated these two before. Miltank, keep using Defense Curl. Slowpoke, use Confusion on Arbok. Murkrow, Feint Attack, target coughing. Kane focused his gaze on Kevin's coughing. Originally, these two didn't need to be so defensive. With 4 Pokémon against 4 others, even though Kane's Pokémon had better quality, this had some advantage in levels. If they had trusted each other a bit more, leaving one coughing to guard against Ghastly, while the other coughing distracted Miltank and Arbok charged at Slowpoke, the battle wouldn't have been so easy. Even if Golbat had been hit by Gastless Confuse Ray, if it held out a bit longer, it would have recovered, and during that time, Murkrow wouldn't have been able to defeat it. So, it can only be said that these two failed because of their mutual distrust. Although the battle wasn't over, for Kane, two people as cautious and limited as they were no longer a threat. Defeating them was only a matter of time. Miltank used Defense Curl again, increasing her defense. Although Arbok's Ice Fang move was powerful, Miltank's ability, Thick Fat, halves the damage from fire and ice-type moves. Additionally, with the increased defense from Defense Curl, Miltank could withstand it. Slowpoke's Confusion was the main attack in this battle. Following Kane's orders, it shifted its target to Arbok, and its strong psychic attack made Arbok start to stagger. Murkrow, meanwhile, faced Kevin's coughing. Although it couldn't defeat it in one blow, coughing also had no chance against it. Kevin gritted his teeth, seeing all this. The situation had completely escaped his control, and now he had to worry not only about the league trainer's attacks but also about his close companion. At this point, the idea of fleeing began to form in his mind. The situation was clearly unfavorable. If things continued like this, even if they managed to defeat the league trainer, he would end up at the mercy of his companion. Slowly, he began to reach for his Golbat's Pokeball, ready to retrieve it at any moment. As for coughing, it would have to be the sacrifice he'd make. Someone had to stay behind, right? However, the other Team Rocket member, who had been watching his movements, didn't plan to let him escape so easily. If Kevin managed to get out of this, his life in Team Rocket would become impossible. As for the league trainer, though he was strong, the young man believed that if he really tried, he could escape, even if it meant abandoning coughing. Poor coughing, both had become disposable tools for these two. Kane didn't know their thoughts, and even if he had, he wouldn't have taken them into account. Suddenly, the situation on the battlefield changed again. Miltank's endurance reached her limit. With veins bulging on her forehead, she showed the fierce side that females can reach when enraged. Although she was usually shy and calm, Miltank revealed a side of herself that no one knew. Miltank's behavior left Kane astonished. She forced Arbok's mouth open, then grabbed it by the neck and tore it off her body. You must remember, this is an Arbok. Its entire body is composed of muscles, and when it grabs something, it's almost impossible to break free. But Miltank not only tore it off, but she didn't stop there. She stomped its head hard, then grabbed it by the tail and began using it as a whip. An Arbok was that whip. Bang! 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 Under Miltank's furious blows, Arbok had an intimate encounter with the ground. Already weakened by Slowpoke's psychic moves, it lost its combat ability after Miltank's beating. If Miltank hadn't stopped once she let out her anger, Kane truly believed Miltank might have committed her first kill. The battlefield fell into a strange silence. Slowpoke and Murkrow, accustomed to the shy Miltank, were stunned, feeling like they were meeting Miltank for the first time. After it all ended, Miltank realized she might have overdone it. Noticing the others' gazes, she shyly lowered her head, her face blushing slightly. Gulp! Suddenly, a swallowing sound broke the silence. The sound came from Arbok's trainer, the young Team Rocket member. He had never imagined that the seemingly weak and chubby Miltank could be so terrifying when enraged. At this point, both Golbat and Arbok, the signature Pokémon of both, had completely lost combat ability. The first to react was Kevin, whose face turned red as he recalled his Golbat into its Pokeball and began running without looking back. Damn it! Seeing Kevin flee without hesitation, the other Team Rocket young man cursed under his breath. Golbat was close enough to be recalled into its Pokeball, but Arbok was too far away. If he wanted to escape, he'd have to abandon Arbok, which would mean he couldn't continue with Team Rocket. But in such a crucial moment, he couldn't afford to hesitate. He looked deeply at his fallen Arbok before turning and preparing to flee. End of chapter. Chapter 138. Ariana. Kane, who had been watching their movements, let out a cold laugh and murmured to himself, trying to run now? It's too late. Ghastly, handle the one who's trying to escape. Slowpoke, use Psyshock on the coughing that's fighting Murkrow. Miltank, use Milk Drink. Ghastly, who had been hiding in the shadows, was waiting for the right moment to strike. However, those two were always on guard, and the Corfings stayed close to them. Ghastly didn't have the chance to confront the Corfings. Sometimes, the invisible enemy is the most terrifying. When Kevin turned around to flee, Ghastly saw the opportunity and, under Kane's order, moved quickly through the shadows and appeared in front of Kevin. With surprise in his eyes, Kevin was hypnotized and fell into a deep sleep. The moves Pokémon use have a significant effect on humans with low resistance. An ordinary person might sleep for over 3 hours under the effects of the hypnosis move. In the battle between Slowpoke and Murkrow, Kevin's last coughing couldn't escape its fate and was mercilessly taken down by Murkrow. The other young man, upon seeing Kevin's fate, chose not to flee. He knew that running would only lead to a quicker death. His only Pokémon was like his last hope for salvation, and he wouldn't let it leave his side for even a moment. His eyes, full of fear, occasionally glanced at Kane, but he didn't dare look directly at him. The original plan was simple. The young man before them wore a standard league training uniform, and they thought he would, at most, be as strong as one of them. Additionally, in their experience, league trainers were like hothouse flowers, inexperienced in real battles. Even if they were a bit stronger, they were sure they could toy with him. But now, they couldn't believe that this seemingly harmless and even slightly clumsy young man could act with such decisiveness and ruthlessness. Had Ghastly not taken Kevin's Golbat by surprise at the start, they wouldn't have fallen into such a disadvantageous position so quickly. Kane looked at the young man, who seemed uneasy and nervous, and slowly approached him, refraining from ordering Slowpoke and the others to continue attacking. The young Rocket member noticed Kane approaching from the corner of his eye, feeling panic but also a small spark of hope. As long as they didn't kill him immediately, there was still a chance to turn the tables. If given the opportunity, he would make this league trainer understand what a true battle was. A true battle wasn't limited to Pokémon alone. Slowly, he moved his hand toward the storage compartment on his Team Rocket belt. If he could get close enough, he could pull out a dagger and eliminate the trainer in front of him. If he reacted quickly enough, he could take the Pokeballs from the trainer's belt and trap Slowpoke and Murkrow. Then, he could turn the tables and claim a great reward. With this thought, he felt a little excitement, although he dared not show it. Kane stopped 2 steps away, a smile on his face as he looked at the young man who seemed to have accepted his fate. "I'm going to ask you some questions. If you give me the answers I want, I'll let you go." Upon hearing Kane's words, the young man's eyes lit up for an instant, but he quickly lowered his head, fearing Kane might notice something. He feigned submission and timidly replied, "Ask whatever you want." The young man was a master at pretending to be weak. Kane didn't expose him and continued, "Who's in command at the Team Rocket base in Mahogany Town?" The young Rocket member was slightly taken aback. "That question?" The current Supreme Commander at the base is Lady Ariana. "Only Dr. Sebastian is at her level," he replied. Anyone with basic internal knowledge would know this. Ariana? Kane thought. Ariana is one of Team Rocket's for executives. In terms of rank, she's at the level of Sabrina. Kane also knew something about Dr. Sebastian, a high-ranking scientist in Team Rocket specializing in Pokémon evolution. Soon, he would begin an experiment at the Lake of Rage base, eventually leading to the red Gyarados, a priceless asset. How far along are the experiments at the Lake of Rage base? Kane asked another question. The young Rocket member was stunned. The difficulty of the questions had gone from novice to master level. How could he possibly know such confidential information? But he also knew the consequences of not answering. He began to sweat profusely. After 3 seconds of silence, he fell to his knees and repeatedly cried, "I don't know. I really don't know." He wasn't foolish enough to make something up and try to deceive Kane. Anyone who knew that Team Rocket had a research base at the Lake of Rage was no ordinary person, so the first question was likely just bait. In fact, the young man misunderstood Kane. Kane actually didn't know who the Supreme Commander at the Mahogany Town base was in this life. In his previous life, when he arrived at that place, the Supreme Commander had already disappeared, leaving a few officers in charge. Although an executive came later, Kane didn't actually know who was in charge before. He had only asked to confirm whether the Team Rocket base in Mahogany Town had been attacked by the League. In his previous life, he had been assigned to that base after the League, led by Price, could no longer tolerate Team Rocket's arrogance in Mahogany Town and launched a surprise attack. That attack inflicted heavy losses on Team Rocket. Although the League suffered as well, Team Rocket had to quiet down for a while. It was then that Kane was assigned to the base. Knowing that the Supreme Commander was still in place meant that a League surprise attack could happen at any moment, so Kane needed to act quickly. As for the second question, Kane had no intention of keeping his promise to let him go. The young Rocket member, now on his knees, hadn't given up resisting. Under Kane's mocking gaze, he drew a dagger from his belt and lunged with a furious expression at Kane, who was only a step away. But as he lunged, he realized his body was suspended in the air. The eyes of Slowpoke, who was beside Kane, glowed with a blue light. It used its psychic powers to lift the young man, having anticipated his every move. Under his terrified gaze, Murkrow didn't hesitate to slash his throat with its claws, and the last coughing had already been hypnotized by Ghastly. The entire battle lasted only a few minutes. The 2 Team Rocket members, who had been full of confidence, now lay before Kane. Probably, even up to the moment of their deaths, they couldn't understand how a young man who looked like a typical League trainer, with his awkward and reserved demeanor, could be so ruthless and handle the battle with such calm. Kevin, who had been hypnotized by Ghastly, also lost his life in his sleep, and the last coughing was quickly taken down by Slowpoke and Murkrow. As for the Golbat and Arbok from earlier, Kane thought they still had some value, so he let them live. End of chapter. Chapter 139. Watched again. After collecting the spoils of battle, Kane had Miltank restore the energy of Murkrow and the others. Suddenly, Kane felt as though a gaze was fixed on him. During the fight with the 2, he had that feeling but assumed it was from one of them. However, now that both were defeated, the sensation persisted. He raised his head and looked around, but he didn't notice any movement. Still, the silence was unsettling. Though the fight was over, the area's stillness was excessive. Then, Kane saw a shadow pass quickly between the trees about 50 or 60 meters away. If not for the constant feeling of being watched, he would have thought it was an illusion. After the shadow left, the sensation of being observed disappeared as well, confirming that it was that shadow that had been watching him. Kane frowned, analyzing the situation. Although the shadow had appeared for only an instant, he could deduce a few things. The shadow moved quickly and wasn't large, which indicated it wasn't human, but rather a Pokémon. Additionally, the ability to climb trees with agility suggested it wasn't a large, four-legged Pokémon, ruling out several suspects. What surprised him most was that Slowpoke, who was the most sensitive to such things, hadn't noticed the presence watching from afar. Kane shook his head, setting the matter aside for now. Since the shadow hadn't attacked, it meant it still held some fear of him and his Pokémon, or it was simply a curious Pokémon with no ill intent. After gathering the remains of the battle, Kane and his Pokémon quickly left the area, aware that the smell of blood might attract other wild Pokémon. What Kane didn't know was that, after he left, the shadow appeared in the battlefield, next to one of the fallen coughing. Without doing anything in particular, the shadow lingered there for a moment before disappearing again. After leaving the battlefield, Kane and his Pokémon ventured deeper into the forest. The sunlight filtering through the trees became scarcer as the forest grew denser with larger and thicker trees. As they approached the snowy mountain, the temperature began to drop as well. Since almost no people frequented the area, Kane didn't bother returning his Pokémon to their Pokeballs, allowing them to play and train in the open. Since leaving Judgment Island, the training rhythm for his Pokémon had slowed down. Although they had battled a few days in the forest between Goldenrod City and Ecruteak City, their progress hadn't met Kane's expectations. Now that they had to cross this forest to reach the snowy mountain, Kane decided to take the opportunity to train his Pokémon. This forest was more dangerous than the previous one, with higher-level wild Pokémon. This was likely due to the area being more inhospitable and less frequented by humans. For example, at that moment, Murkrow, Slowpoke, and Miltank were fighting against a level 30 Persian. Pokémon. Persian, yellow. Gender? Female. Level 30. Type? Normal. Ability? Technician. Held item? None. Egg moves. Tail whip, foul play. Basic moves. Swift, play rough, switcheroo, scratch, growl, bite, fake out, fury swipes, screech, feint attack, taunt. Learned moves. Iron tail, water pulse, snatch. TM moves. None. Although Persian had yellow quality, her level was high, and along with her technician ability, moves like Fake Out and Fury Swipes made it difficult for Murkrow and the others to handle her. If it weren't for the constant recovery Miltank provided with the move Milk Drink, they might not have managed as well. Ghastly didn't join the fight as he needed to stay with Kane to prevent surprise attacks from other Pokémon, and his Poison-type moves were still underdeveloped. Kane hadn't yet taught him the move Toxic that he had acquired at the casino. Though normal-type Pokémon don't have many resistances, they also don't have many weaknesses, except to fighting-type moves. However, none of Kane's Pokémon knew any fighting-type moves. The battle became tense, as Persian was fast, and her survival skills in the wild made her speed even greater. Fortunately, Miltank used the move Block to prevent Persian from escaping when things got tough. With close cooperation between Murkrow and Slowpoke, under Kane's precise direction, they managed to weaken Persian until she lost her ability to fight. Kane quickly threw a Pokeball and captured Persian. A level 30 Persian with the Technician ability was quite valuable, and Kane knew he could sell it at the Hunters Guild for a good amount of money. He received Persian's Pokeball from the enthusiastic Ghastly, shrank it, locked it, and placed it in his pocket. Though Persian had lost her ability to fight from exhaustion, she hadn't taken much damage, so she didn't need treatment. With a bit of rest, she would recover. Just after stowing Persian's Pokeball, Kane asked Miltank to restore everyone's energy. Suddenly, Kane frowned as the feeling of being watched returned. Though he paused, Kane pretended not to notice. "Slowpoke, use your psychic abilities to see if there's a Pokémon spying on us," murmured Kane as he continued his actions. Slowpoke blinked in confusion but obeyed, extending his psychic energy around them. However, he detected nothing and shook his head. Kane frowned even more but did nothing unusual. Just as he was about to command Murkrow to search for the observer, the sensation vanished again. If he hadn't felt this same sensation before, Kane might have dismissed it as a mere illusion. However, he wasn't taking it lightly now. Once could be a coincidence, but twice was suspicious. "Let's go find a place to prepare dinner," Kane said after a moment of hesitation. After the feeling disappeared, the observer seemed to have left, so doing anything more wouldn't have served any purpose. The sun was setting, and the most urgent task now was finding a place to camp. End of chapter. Chapter 140. Speculations. In the morning, Kane jumped down from a large tree, landing firmly on the dew-covered ground and feeling the cool, fresh morning air. He stretched, making his bones crack with the movement. Seeing this, Kane's Pokémon also began descending from the tree one by one. This forest was different from the outskirts of Goldenrod City. For one thing, the Pokémon levels here were generally higher. To be safe, Kane and his Pokémon spent the night in the trees. Although he didn't feel the presence of the shadow that had observed him the previous day, Kane couldn't completely relax. After a good night's sleep, Kane felt full of energy. After a day of travel, the icy mountain that once seemed so distant now appeared much closer. Through the dense foliage, he could already make out some large rocks and patterns on the mountain. However, as they approached the mountain, the temperature also dropped. After a light breakfast, they continued their journey. Due to the high levels of the Pokémon in this forest, Kane and his team's progress wasn't as fast. This forest had marked territories. Some powerful individual Pokémon occupied large areas, while others did so because of the strength of their packs. But they all shared a common characteristic: they were extremely territorial. The lone Pokémon were easier to avoid. Kane only had to be careful not to invade their territories. In the worst case, they could flee if necessary. But the pack territories were more problematic, as they were often full of Pokémon, making it easy to be discovered and expelled, or even chased. What concerned Kane most were the Beedrill. Though native to Kanto, they were also abundant in Johto, albeit not as much as in Kanto. However, if there was one in the forest, their numbers could quickly grow. If it weren't for the presence of many natural predators, Kane believed the Beedrill would dominate the Pokémon world due to their rapid reproduction. Fortunately, they had many natural enemies. In their Weedle form, they were a primary food source for Pidgey and Spearow. Once evolved into Beedrill, Yorcering, and other Pokémon fed on their honey, and various flying species also considered them prey. Despite everything, they remained one of the most numerous species in the forest. A moment ago, Kane and his team had accidentally invaded the territory of a group of Beedrill and were quickly driven out. The number of Beedrill was so overwhelming that Kane got goosebumps. The group of Beedrill in this forest was much larger and stronger than the one Kane had encountered on Trial Island. After Murkrow and the others managed to defeat several Beedrill, they enraged the entire swarm, which led to a chase. After finally losing the Beedrill, Kane, with his endurance at its limit, was breathing heavily. Miltank offered Kane a glass of fresh milk. Catching his breath, Kane smiled faintly, thanking Miltank as he drank all the milk. After drinking it, he regained his energy. Just as he was about to speak, Kane again felt that strange sensation of being watched. This time, the feeling was stronger, indicating that the mysterious shadow was closer than before. I wonder if what that being is watching is this. Kane looked at the cup he held in his hand, the one he had just emptied. To test his theory, Kane took out an emergency bottle of Miltank milk. Immediately, the feeling of being watched shifted from the empty cup to the milk bottle. Then he remembered the previous times he'd felt that gaze, the first time, after the battle with the two Team Rocket members, when Miltank had given milk to Murkrow and the others to regain strength. The second time was when Murkrow and the others couldn't defeat Persuasion and had to rely on Miltank's milk to hold on until they won. Putting all the pieces together, Kane reached a conclusion. Is that being interested in the milk? Kane felt a bit puzzled. Though he couldn't deny that Miltank's milk was quite appealing, he hadn't expected someone to watch it so intensely from the shadows, making him think it was a mischievous Pokémon. Knowing that the target wasn't him, Kane felt somewhat relieved. He placed the milk bottle on the ground and signaled to Murkrow and the others not to act unusually. Then, he slowly walked away with his Pokémon, leaving only the Miltank milk bottle on the ground. 10 minutes later, the milk bottle was still on the forest floor, while Kane and his team watched from a safe distance, hidden among the thick branches of a tree. 10 minutes had passed, and the mysterious shadow still hadn't appeared. Just when Kane was about to give up, something changed. In the blink of an eye, a shadow dropped from a nearby tree, grabbed the milk bottle from the ground, and then disappeared again. What was that? Kane had been watching closely in that direction. Although the shadow moved quickly, he could make out some details. He could barely see a red flash and a bit of white light. However, the shadow had its back to him and moved so fast that Kane couldn't fully identify it. Murkrow, follow it! Kane ordered. Since he couldn't see it clearly, he decided to pursue it to find out what kind of Pokémon seemed so obsessed with Miltank's milk. Without hesitation, Murkrow took flight in the direction where the shadow had disappeared. Kane, for his part, followed with Slowpoke and Miltank behind him. They were in the forest, so they couldn't focus solely on the chase, they also had to stay alert for possible attacks from wild Pokémon. Whether intentional or not, the shadow had fled in the direction of the icy mountain. Half an hour later, Kane, who could no longer run, stopped to rest by a small lake. He'd had to run twice that day, leaving him exhausted. Not even a bottle of Miltank's milk could help him recover his energy, his body was at its limit. Caw! Shortly after, Murkrow returned, embarrassed, using his wings to indicate that the shadow moved very fast and knew the terrain well, so he'd lost it. Don't worry. If it's interested in Miltank's milk, it'll surely come back. I think I already know what it is, or at least what kind of Pokémon it is, Kane said, reassuring Murkrow as he caught his breath. End of chapter. Chapter 141. Sneasel. Just as Kane had predicted, during their afternoon rest, that sensation of being watched reappeared. This time, Kane was prepared and had Slowpoke mark the Miltank milk bottle with a psychic signal. As long as it wasn't more than 10 kilometers away, with Slowpoke's current teleportation ability and spatial awareness, he could detect the location of that mark. Although he couldn't teleport directly, he would at least know the location and be able to find it. Kane left the milk on the ground and moved away with Slowpoke and the others to observe from a distance. This time, Kane didn't have to wait long. After having tasted the reward once, that Pokémon appeared almost immediately after Kane and his group had left. Kane freed Murkrow of the extra weight he was carrying, and though the terrain made tracking difficult, at least they'd have a general idea of the location. Once Kane and Slowpoke arrived, they'd surely find it. 40 minutes later, Murkrow returned to Kane, who had stayed behind. This time, Murkrow didn't completely lose the trail. After being relieved of the weight, his speed increased again, and with the help of the tailwind move, he could closely follow that Pokémon. However, to avoid alerting it, Murkrow returned immediately to inform Kane when the Pokémon stopped. Guided by Murkrow, Kane and the others slowly approached the spot where that Pokémon had stopped. They were already very close to the icy mountain. Kane felt his body shiver unconsciously, and the air he exhaled left a trace of white. Previously, too focused on traveling, they hadn't noticed it, but once they stopped, the cold became immediately apparent. He quickly put on the thick clothes he'd prepared in advance, feeling a bit warmer again. It must be said that the difference between the human body and Pokémon is truly significant. This temperature change didn't seem to affect Murkrow and the others at all. Slowpoke, can you feel it? Kane blew air onto his hands and rubbed them lightly to warm them, as they'd gone numb from the cold, and asked. Yadin. Slowpoke's eyes shone with a blue glow, always using his psychic powers to sense the psychic mark he'd left earlier, and he nodded. To find the Pokémon before it discarded the bottle, Kane and his group avoided battles with other Pokémon along the way, only driving them away or fleeing to avoid delays. As they got closer, Slowpoke's perception became clearer. When pointing in the direction, he did so more quickly, without pausing to feel in detail. In an instant, he knew the location. Clearly, that Pokémon had stopped, and if Kane and the others hurried, they could find it before it left. Though Kane already had a hypothesis, and the result was almost certain, he needed confirmation. If the Pokémon was indeed the one Kane suspected, with that speed, as long as its quality wasn't low, Kane would admit he was somewhat interested. He shook his head, dismissing those thoughts for the moment. They hadn't found it yet, there was no rush to think about that until confirming. 10 minutes later, following the bottle's location, Kane realized they'd reached the foot of the icy mountain. Although it's called the Icy Mountain, it's actually a large rocky mountain. Only the visible part from the halfway point up is covered by a thick layer of ice and snow, leading people to think of it as an icy mountain. But if you get closer, you can see parts of the mountain covered by trees exposing the massive rocky outcrops. At the mountain's base, there are many cracks and small caves. According to Slowpoke's perception, the psychic mark came from one of those caves. Upon reaching the cave entrance, a blast of cold wind hit him, and Kane tightened his clothing to stay warmer. The fact that it liked being in this kind of environment made Kane even more certain of what Pokémon it was. As he entered the cave, the air grew colder, and Kane felt himself inhale a puff of cold air that numbed his nose. Although he'd prepared, he hadn't expected the inside of the cave beneath the icy mountain to be this cold. Even Murkrow and the others felt the impact a bit. Although it wasn't much, if a Pokémon wasn't one that enjoyed this type of environment, this cold would be unpleasant for them. The cave wasn't large, barely enough for 3 people to walk in single file. The ground was covered in a layer of ice of who knows how long, and walking on it required great caution, as a misstep could make you fall. Fortunately, Kane had prepared ice-walking boots. Only Slowpoke and Miltank weren't very used to this type of terrain, but after Slowpoke used his psychic powers to create a thin psychic layer under their feet, the situation improved. As they progressed, the space inside the cave grew larger, and the ice layer on the ground began to thin, with more rocky outcrops appearing. Those narrow galleries often caused the air to move rapidly, creating a current known as alley wind. And it was precisely this cold wind that kept the cave entrance permanently covered in ice. However, as they advanced, the wind gradually disappeared. Without time for further observations, Kane carefully controlled the noise of his footsteps, following Slowpoke's directions. Finally, a moment later, Kane saw the Pokémon that had been watching him on several occasions and that seemed to have a special taste for Miltank's milk. A Pokémon about 1 meter tall, with mostly black fur except for one ear on its head and the back of its tail, which were red, and limbs ending in white. So, it's this Pokémon. I've really been lucky. Upon seeing the Pokémon clearly, Kane couldn't help but feel a mix of awe and satisfaction. Sneasel. The Pokémon in front of Kane was one of the rarest in the Johto region, Sneasel. A dark and ice-type Pokémon. It was one of Kane's favorite Pokémon when he played video games on Earth, an exceptional dragon hunter in the gaming world. In reality, Sneasel's type combination isn't the best, as being dark and ice-type makes it vulnerable to many types of attacks, often placing it at a disadvantage in battle. It's especially vulnerable to fighting-type attacks, taking 4 times the damage, meaning that if it faces a fighting-type Pokémon of similar level, it's almost certain to be defeated in one hit. Additionally, it's weak to rock, bug, steel, fire, and fairy-type attacks, taking double damage. In total, there are 18 Pokémon types, and Sneasel is vulnerable to 6 of them, making it a Pokémon with a wide range of weaknesses. However, this Pokémon also has its own significant advantages. End of chapter. Chapter 142. An exceptional hunter. First, as a Dark-type Pokémon, Sneasel has the ability to be immune to Psychic-type moves, making it a relentless killer in battles against Psychic Pokémon. Secondly, it has a 2 times advantage over Ghost, Ice, and Dark-type Pokémon, giving it a considerable edge when facing these types. Thus, Sneasel is not suitable to be the main attacker of the team, but against certain specific Pokémon, it's highly effective as a defense breaker. For instance, Psychic-type Pokémon, as well as Dragon-type Pokémon. Sneasel is a born assassin and hunter, high offense, high speed, low defense, and low HP, a typical assassin-type Pokémon. Even after evolving into Weavile, its original advantages will not only be maintained but will be further enhanced. It could be said that from birth, this Pokémon's growth path is already predetermined. Sneasel's personality is cunning and fierce. It loves to steal wild Pokémon eggs, poking a small hole in the egg with its claw to absorb the nutrients inside. It fixed its gaze on Miltank's milk because the way Kane's Pokémon drank the milk, along with the faint aroma of fresh milk, reminded it of the taste of egg whites flowing from a broken egg. This made Sneasel mistakenly think it was its favorite food. The first time Kane left the milk for Sneasel, it carefully took it, and after tasting it, fell in love with the flavor. It was even better than its favorite egg white. That's why it set its sights back on Kane and his team. However, it didn't dare to get too close. Its cautious nature, developed in the wild, taught it to hide in the shadows, watching silently and seeking weaknesses, like any good thief or assassin. This also explains why Slowpoke's psychic perception didn't detect Sneasel's presence. Because Sneasel is a dark-type Pokémon, naturally immune to psychic powers. The arrival of Kane and his team finally caught Sneasel's attention as it savored the delicious milk. Its ears perked up immediately, and it turned around. Upon seeing Kane, Sneasel quickly hid the milk behind it, adopting a protective stance that almost made Kane laugh. However, Kane didn't underestimate Sneasel because of its appearance or behavior. Pokémon. Sneasel, light blue. Gender? Male. Level 25. Type: Dark plus Ice. Ability: Keen Eye. Held item: None. Egg moves: Bite, Ice Punch, Ice Shard, Icicle Crash. Basic moves: Scratch, Leer, Taunt, Quick Attack, Feint Attack, Icy Wind, Fury Swipes, Agility, Metal Claw, Hone Claws. Learned moves: Knockoff, Snatch, Low Kick. TM moves: None. Seeing Sneasel's quality and moves, Kane's eyes lit up. Light blue is the highest quality in Kane's team, only comparable to Skorupi's infant stage. However, what impressed Kane the most were the 3 Ice-type inherited moves, which indicate that one of Sneasel's parents was exceptionally skilled in ice moves, or both were. This also suggests that Sneasel has an extremely high natural talent for Ice-type moves. Sneasel, let's fight! If you lose, you'll become my Pokémon, Kane said excitedly, almost like he was in a movie. But Kane was truly thrilled by how exceptional this Sneasel was, so much so that he struggled to contain his enthusiasm. Sneasel is a born assassin and an exceptional hunter. If Kane could capture it, he already had a plan in mind. Sneasel would become his signature Pokémon as a Pokémon hunter. Or rather, Sneasel's evolution would be. Because Sneasel is an ideal Pokémon for capturing other Pokémon. Unlike in the games, where Ice-type moves are just another attack that fades after use, in real life, the effects of Ice-type moves are far more significant. The greatest support effect of Ice-type moves is reducing speed. Yes, reducing speed. Ice-type energy can slow down a Pokémon's body reaction speed and nerve transmission speed. If the temperature is low enough, it can even freeze the Pokémon completely. By slowing down the opponent while increasing its own speed, no Pokémon could escape its pursuit. Sneasel, after hearing Kane's words, cried out loudly, full of determination, though its protective stance over the milk almost made Kane laugh. After crying out, Sneasel turned around, ready to escape. Miltank, block its path. Kane had been watching Sneasel's movements carefully, and as soon as Sneasel tried to escape, he ordered Miltank to block its route. Sneasel, about to flee, was met with the imposing figure of Miltank, who spread her arms to close off any chance of escape. With no other option, Sneasel retreated, moving closer to the tunnel wall and hiding the milk behind it to gain a bit of comfort. Surviving in the wild is extremely tough. For any wild Pokémon, food is always the most important thing. Sneasel's protective gesture reminded Miltank of her own past, awakening a sense of sympathy. Sneasel, cornered, watched without Cain taking any direct action. If he wanted to capture it, he couldn't give it a bad impression, much less steal what, for a wild Pokémon, was as vital as life itself. Cain pulled out 2 bottles full of Miltank's milk and, from a safe distance of 10 steps, shook them. Immediately, Sneasel's eyes locked onto the milk bottles Cain was holding. If it weren't for the other strong Pokémon nearby, Sneasel would probably have rushed to steal them. Sneasel, let's fight. If you win, I'll give you these 2 bottles of milk. How about it? Cain said with a smile. Anyone watching at that moment might have said Cain looked like a suspicious adult trying to trick a child. Cain's words made Sneasel pause in thought. It wasn't an ignorant Pokémon. With its exceptional speed, it had visited the human world in search of food before and knew how tamed Pokémon lived. However, having lived in the wild since it was young, it struggled to adapt to that lifestyle, so it returned to the place where it was born, even if it meant going hungry at times. But the 2 milk bottles Cain offered were hard to refuse. It had been a long time since it had tasted something so delicious. Besides, that milk contained a special energy that had restored some of its strength, diminished after days of food scarcity. End of chapter. Chapter 143. Battle against Sneasel. In reality, when it comes to fighting this Sneasel, Cain feels a bit concerned. Because Sneasel is a dark and ice type. While it has a wide range of weaknesses, after thinking it over, Cain realizes he doesn't have many Pokémon on his team that can effectively counter Sneasel. Even type attacks that can cause normal damage are scarce. Only Murkrow's flying-type moves, Slowpoke's water-type moves, and Gastly's poison-type moves can do some damage. And Miltank is the only one without a disadvantage against Sneasel. The psychic moves, in which Slowpoke excels, are completely blocked. Murkrow's dark-type moves have reduced damage, and Gastly's ghost-type is hardly worth mentioning. Thinking this through, Cain decides he should prioritize teaching Slowpoke the Miracle Eye move. In the original game, Slowpoke couldn't learn Miracle Eye, but this is the real world, not a game. If the right method and technique are found, there's still a chance to learn it. And it happens that Cain had discovered this method in his previous life. In his past life, Cain met a high-ranking trainer who could teach all his psychic Pokémon the Miracle Eye move. Cain paid a high price to learn this technique, intending to raise a powerful psychic Pokémon. However, before he could start implementing his plan, he was killed. So Slowpoke needs to learn Miracle Eye, otherwise, it will be very difficult to face Dark-type Pokémon. Although he has Water-type moves for attacking, Slowpoke's real strength lies in his psychic abilities. Water-type is only a support for him. This shows that although Sneasel has many weaknesses, it still poses a great threat to trainers whose teams aren't fully developed. In the end, Sneasel couldn't resist the temptation of Cain's 2 milk bottles. But actually, he had no other choice. Cain had already blocked all of Sneasel's escape routes. Even if he didn't accept the battle, he'd still have to fight, and in this case, at least if he won, he'd get the 2 bottles of milk. Carefully, Sneasel set down the milk he was drinking, closing the bottle tightly. His instinct to protect his food was clearly shown. "Don't worry, I won't touch your milk." Cain observed Sneasel's attitude, and, for some reason, felt an inexplicable pang in his heart. In Sneasel, Cain saw a reflection of himself in the past. When he first arrived in this world, Cain was an orphan without parents, and the feeling of being in an unfamiliar environment nearly drove him to collapse. Before being captured by Team Rocket for testing, Cain scavenged through dumpsters for food. Surviving was his only goal, and the idea of becoming a trainer wasn't even a dream for him. But sometimes people came out to compete for food. Back then, his protective attitude towards food must have been very similar to Sneasel's now. It was also during that time that Cain saw the other side of the world, a dark and unknown side, and realized that the beauty of the Pokémon world was nothing more than a utopia. The darkness hidden beneath was the true essence of this world. Cain shook his head to clear the memories. Now was not the time for doubts. If he wanted to control his own destiny, he had to become stronger. And that meant capturing Sneasel, no matter what method he had to use, regardless of whether Sneasel would ever truly join him. Right now, Kane was determined to capture him, at any cost. If Slowpoke alone couldn't defeat him, then he'd try with Murkrow. And if that didn't work, he'd have Miltank join the battle as well. After all, for wild Pokémon, facing multiple opponents at once was nothing unusual. Sneasel didn't trust Kane's words much. After all, someone who bursts into your home demanding a battle isn't exactly someone to trust easily. Although Miltank had blocked Sneasel's escape route, she tried to explain something. Sneasel interrupted Miltank with a gesture. Although he had no ill will toward Miltank, and even felt some familiarity with her scent, it was clear that Miltank was on Kane's side, so Sneasel didn't want to listen to her. If a fight was necessary, then so be it. Once Sneasel decided to fight, he stopped paying attention to the milk and slowly walked toward Kane, placing his claws on his chest and staring at him with a cold, emotionless gaze, like a merciless assassin. Murkrow, Slowpoke, attack together! Kane ordered seriously. Sneasel's level and quality were superior to Murkrow and Slowpoke, and he also had the type advantage. In this situation, any single Pokémon he sent out was bound to lose. Even sending two Pokémon together, he wasn't sure if he could win. The only advantage Murkrow and Slowpoke had was their cooperation. Of course, after following Kane for so long and using his Pokeblocks, there were aspects that couldn't be assessed by level or quality alone. Sneasel was the first to move. His claws began to glow with a white light as he rubbed them together, producing a sharp, unpleasant metallic sound. He was using the Move Home claws, which by sharpening his claws increased his attack and accuracy. Murkrow, use Snatch! Sneasel's original attack advantage was already significant, and if allowed to increase it further, the battle would become even more difficult for Murkrow and the others. Fortunately, Murkrow's prankster ability allowed status moves to have priority, and combined with the Snatch move effect, he could steal the benefits of Sneasel's Home Claws move. Following Kane's command, a dark light surrounded Sneasel's claws. Just as Sneasel was beginning to enjoy the effect of Home Claws, he felt the familiar sound disappear, as if his move hadn't succeeded. Instead, Murkrow's claws looked much brighter after using Snatch. Murkrow, use Tailwind. Slowpoke, use Water Gun. While Sneasel was caught off guard, Kane gave the order to attack. Caw! Murkrow flapped his wings, summoning Flying-type energy. This time, he didn't need to keep the Tailwind effect to himself, so Slowpoke also benefited from the speed boost. Though Slowpoke isn't an agile Pokémon, he felt a breeze around him that made him feel a bit lighter. Following Kane's order, Slowpoke fired a stream of water straight at Sneasel. But Sneasel had already reacted. With a quick movement, he dodged Slowpoke's attack and rushed forward. If Sneasel managed to get close to Slowpoke, the consequences could be disastrous. End of chapter. Chapter 144. Protect is really useful. Slowpoke, control the water gun with your psychic power. Murkrow, use wing attack. Yadon. Slowpoke's eye shone with a blue glow as it controlled the trajectory of the water gun, making the jet take an unexpected turn. Even though psychic moves can't harm Sneasel, that doesn't mean psychic power has no effect. Sneasel, who didn't expect the attack to curve back, tried to dodge while running, but it was too late and was hit squarely by the water gun. However, since the water gun was manipulated with psychic power, its force wasn't as strong, causing Sneasel only to stumble slightly. Taking advantage of the tailwind, Murkrow charged with its wings cloaked in flying-type energy, aiming directly at the stumbling Sneasel. Under normal circumstances, a Pokémon affected by a move wouldn't be able to dodge Murkrow's accelerating attack, but this opponent was different. Murkrow's attack, which never missed when speeding up, surprisingly failed. Sneasel disappeared in an instant, turning into that dark shadow Kane had seen before, narrowly dodging Murkrow's wing attack. It was using Quick Attack. Sneasel didn't linger with Murkrow and set its sights on Slowpoke. It could clearly sense an energy from Slowpoke that it didn't like, and based on its experience surviving and fighting in the wild, it knew that if it hit, that little pink Pokémon would take a lot of damage. Kane's expression turned serious. Sneasel's speed was too high, Murkrow's specialty in speed didn't give it any advantage here. Remember, Murkrow was under the effect of Tailwind without anything slowing it down. Murkrow, use Hidden Power. Slowpoke, use Headbutt. Murkrow was taken aback by the command. If it used Hidden Power at that moment, wouldn't it hit Slowpoke too? But trusting Kane completely, after a brief hesitation, Murkrow followed the command. An orb of yellow energy, with sparks of blue electricity, began to form in front of Murkrow. Meanwhile, Sneasel had already reached Slowpoke, opening its mouth to bite with teeth shrouded in black strands. It was the Dark-type move, Bite. This Dark-type move could cause significant damage to Slowpoke, who was Psychic-type. However, Slowpoke made no attempt to dodge. Since Kane had ordered it to counterattack with Headbutt, Slowpoke decided to trust its trainer unconditionally. Its pink, soft head began to glow with a thin layer of unfamiliar energy as it launched directly at Sneasel's attack. Bang! The impact made both Pokémon step back a few paces. Yaden! Slowpoke let out a groan of pain. Of the two, Slowpoke took more damage. After all, Dark-type moves are highly effective against Psychic types. Kane kept a serious and emotionless expression. The damage Slowpoke received was within his expectations. He didn't order Slowpoke to use Protect because he had a bigger plan in mind. At that moment, Sneasel, who had also taken damage, recovered. Although its strong teeth had withstood the impact, its head had taken a considerable hit. Recovered, Sneasel lunged again. It knew it had suffered significant damage, but it also knew that Slowpoke had taken even more. But then, Murkrow's electric-type Hidden Power, which it had been charging in the air, was finally ready. The yellow orb illuminated the cave. Sneasel, having experienced the success of its bite, prepared to use it again on Slowpoke, confident that 2 or 3 more hits would be enough to incapacitate it. Slowpoke, use Protect. Murkrow, fire Hidden Power. Kane ordered coldly. The 3 Pokémon moved almost simultaneously, Sneasel's bite, Slowpoke's Protect, and Murkrow's Hidden Power. Sneasel's bite struck the green shield of Slowpoke's Protect. Since Protect lasts a moment, Sneasel couldn't break through immediately. At the same time, Murkrow's electric-type Hidden Power orb struck both of them. With a resounding explosion, Hidden Power went off, releasing a flood of yellow and blue electricity. Thanks to Protect, Slowpoke managed to block both attacks without taking any damage. Otherwise, the electric-type Hidden Power might have dealt as much damage as Sneasel's bite. But Sneasel wasn't as fortunate. It was thrown 3 meters away, right in the explosion center. Plus, due to the previous water gun, Sneasel was still slightly damp. Since it hadn't dried off completely, the damage from the electric attack was amplified. The small sparks that still ran through Sneasel's body clearly showed the high damage it had taken from Murkrow's Hidden Power. After taking a short breath, Sneasel recovered from the blow. Without wasting time, Sneasel gathered pale blue energy in its claws, forming small ice chunks the size of fists, then launched them at Slowpoke. Ice-type moves are normally not very effective against water types but are very effective against flying types. However, Sneasel knew Murkrow could easily dodge with its speed, so it chose to attack Slowpoke. Additionally, Sneasel had noticed Slowpoke had already taken a hit from it before. If it could eliminate one Pokémon, its situation would improve significantly, otherwise, it might actually lose. But there was something Sneasel could never have anticipated. Slowpoke, use Hidden Power. Murkrow, use Feint Attack and engage in close combat. That's right, Slowpoke's Hidden Power, despite being a water type, turned out to be fire type. Before the ice chunks reached Slowpoke, they were melted by the fire-type energy orb Slowpoke had formed, turning into pools of water. Murkrow, taking advantage of its ability to strike first with Feint Attack, closed in on Sneasel. Before Sneasel could react, Murkrow had it trapped in close combat. Both Pokémon abandoned specific moves and began to fight as if two men were throwing punches. Although Sneasel had an advantage in attack power, Murkrow had gained the bonus from Sneasel's home claws, which greatly increased the damage from its own claws. Soon, though the fight had barely begun, Slowpoke had finished charging its hidden power. Without hesitation, Slowpoke launched its fireball towards Murkrow and Sneasel. Snee! Seeing the fireball rushing at full speed, Sneasel could feel the scorching heat emanating from it, causing it to panic. But Murkrow, beside it, didn't let it escape, ensuring it had no chance to dodge. Would they both be hit? Would they both get hurt? If Sneasel knew what Kane was thinking at that moment, it might not worry as much. Kane had only one thought in mind: protect is really useful. End of chapter. Chapter 145. The Milk of the Goddess Miltank. Murkrow, use Protect. With the launch of Slowpoke's Fire-type hidden power, Kane ordered Murkrow to prepare in midair. Core! Murkrow, entangled in combat with Sneasel, felt the intense heat as the energy sphere approached. He cried out and activated his Protect move. Murkrow could feel the rising temperature, and Sneasel, as an Ice-type Pokémon, felt it even more intensely. However, while Murkrow had Protect to shield himself from the energy sphere's damage, Sneasel wasn't as fortunate. Almost instantly, the Fire-type energy sphere created by Slowpoke's hidden power exploded in the center of the battle between Sneasel and Murkrow. Boom! With a deafening roar, the fire energy dispersed. The Fire-type energy, being incredibly intense, raised the temperature throughout the cave after the explosion. All the ice blocks around the blast area melted instantly, and the resulting water at the center evaporated into steam. As the noise echoed, a mist of vapor appeared in the cave. Murkrow emerged unharmed from the explosion center, flapping his wings to clear away the smoke and steam. Sneasel, however, lay at the center of the blast, his fur singed and unable to move. Kane observed Sneasel lying on the ground and smiled. Don't pretend to be defeated. I know you're not at your limit yet. Get up. Anyone unfamiliar with the situation might think that Sneasel had already lost his fighting ability and approach carelessly, only to be ambushed and suffer serious or even fatal injuries. This kind of last desperate attack is extremely dangerous. But Kane, monitoring Sneasel through the system, knew that while Sneasel was close to his limit, he still had the strength for one last attack. Snee! Realizing Kane had caught on, Sneasel stopped pretending, bracing himself on the ground with trembling hands, and staggered to his feet. Kane, watching Sneasel struggle to stand, smiled widely. He was very pleased and happy to capture a Pokémon with such a strong will. Sneasel's strength was not negligible, but what pleased Kane most wasn't just his power but his intelligence and ability to think strategically in battle. As a Pokémon who had grown up in the wild, Sneasel had learned to use his wits to survive, skills he had clearly mastered in this forest. Rest a little, Sneasel. Slowpoke, use yawn. Kane didn't want Sneasel to keep fighting until he was totally exhausted. Although he could help him recover later, pushing the body to the extreme would always impact future growth. An oval bubble emerged from Slowpoke's nose, floating slowly until it stopped in front of the staggering Sneasel. Pop! With a soft bubble sound, Sneasel, whose body was already at its limit, felt a sudden wave of fatigue, especially in his eyes, which felt as if they bore the weight of a mountain. Sleep crept over him like a tide, and Sneasel's body began to lean downward. As he fell, his barely open eyes turned toward the half-drunk bottle of milk in the cave's corner. With a hint of disappointment and sadness, he murmured, "My milk." Thud! Finally, Sneasel collapsed on the ground, completely losing the ability to fight. Slowpoke's yawn move had been the final blow for the resilient Pokémon. Kane threw a Super Ball at the right moment. For a Pokémon who had fought so valiantly, it was fitting to give him special treatment. After being absorbed by the Super Ball, Sneasel struggled a bit inside, but the red button in the center briefly lit up before going completely still. Instead of asking another Pokémon to retrieve the Poke Ball, Kane personally approached the blast area, where the ground was somewhat dry, and picked up the Super Ball containing Sneasel. This battle had been the result of perfect coordination between Murkrow and Slowpoke, under Kane's precise direction. Without Kane's guidance, even if Murkrow and Slowpoke were stronger, facing an opponent like Sneasel, who countered them in type, would not have guaranteed victory. Even so, both Murkrow and Slowpoke had suffered considerable injuries. Miltank, with perfect timing, gave them fresh milk to replenish their strength. Compared to Sneasel, they were in much better shape. Kane also took out various healing potions and applied them to his Pokémon, easing their pain and healing some of the external wounds. He also gave them a few Pokeblocks to restore energy. Miltank's milk restored their vitality, the potions healed their wounds, and the Pokeblocks replenished their energy. With this combination of care, Murkrow and Slowpoke would soon be in top shape again. After tending to Murkrow and Slowpoke, Kane finally released Sneasel from the Super Ball. Back in the cave, Sneasel was already awake, though his wounds kept him from moving much. Seeing Kane and his Pokémon surrounding him, Sneasel's eyes showed a flash of fear and hostility. Kane knelt down without saying anything and, using the best healing spray he had, began to treat the various burns, paralysis, and bruises on Sneasel's body. Snee! Seeing Kane take something out, Sneasel instinctively thought it was dangerous and tried to sit up to resist, but the movement triggered intense pain throughout his body, causing him to fall back down. "Don't move. Stay still," Kane said firmly, beginning the treatment. Sneasel's injuries were severe, and due to his underdeveloped physique, his body was weakened. The only reason he'd been able to keep fighting earlier was his iron will. However, after being captured, that will had faded, and moving again wouldn't be so easy. Kane applied the potion skillfully, helping Sneasel recover faster. Sneasel, who initially feared something bad would happen, soon felt a refreshing coolness on his wounds, as his previously numbed muscles regained sensitivity to pain. The combination of the potion soothing relief and the returning pain made Sneasel understand what pain and pleasure truly meant. At that moment, Miltank approached Sneasel with a bottle of milk, inserting a straw into it and offering it to Sneasel. Smelling the familiar aroma, Sneasel's eyes widened as he looked at Miltank, who smiled shyly. His thoughts seemed conflicted. After hesitating for a moment, Sneasel couldn't resist the milk's temptation and bit down on the straw, drinking quickly. At that instant, in Sneasel's eyes, Miltank seemed to be surrounded by a sacred aura. End of chapter. Chapter 146. Miltank's Persuasion. Sneasel felt quite comfortable having someone treat its wounds and give it milk to drink. But Kane was exhausted. Don't underestimate the methods of breeders. While they use medicine to treat Pokémon, they also apply special techniques that not only speed up wound recovery but also reduce pain and accelerate tissue healing. Yadan! Slowpoke endured the hits and, despite the pain, pretended to be happy while trying to convince Sneasel. Sneasel watched as Miltank passionately spoke and hit Slowpoke, who displayed a pained expression. This gave Sneasel a slight satisfaction, remembering how these two Pokémon had teamed up to intimidate it earlier. However, Miltank wasn't aware of this and continued hitting even harder until Slowpoke could no longer endure it. Reaching the climax of her story, Miltank raised her hand high. Slowpoke, alarmed, quickly moved away. Bang! Miltank's hand finally hit the ground, creating a deafening sound and leaving a large crater with numerous cracks on the floor. The area fell silent. Miltank, realizing her behavior, lowered her head shyly as if nothing had happened. Gulp! Two sounds of gulping were heard, one from Slowpoke, relieved it had dodged the hit, and the other from Sneasel, who would never admit it had underestimated Miltank. Kane was also surprised by Miltank's sudden burst of strength. During the battle with Arbok, he had assumed Miltank's power was due to the move Bide, but now it seemed Miltank had more power than he'd realized. However, Miltank's words appeared to have had an effect, as Sneasel no longer showed as much hostility towards Kane and at least wasn't taking an aggressive stance anymore. There was no denying that, as the only female in the group, Miltank had the ability to ease tensions among these males. After a moment of silence, Miltank, bringing a visibly reluctant Sneasel, led it to Kane. Although Kane didn't know exactly what Miltank had said, she managed to make Sneasel, who previously saw him as an enemy, obediently stand in front of him. Miltank's persuasion had been quite effective. Since Sneasel wasn't resisting, Kane had no intention of following through with his threat to imprison it. That had only been a scare tactic. Kane extended his hand to pet Sneasel's head, trying to relax the atmosphere between them. Snee! But Sneasel turned its head, avoiding Kane's hand. Kane's hand was left hanging awkwardly in the air, but instead of lowering it, he took out 2 bottles of milk from his ring and placed them in Sneasel's arms. Despite Sneasel's complicated expression, Kane finally managed to place his hand on its head, smiling as he petted it. End of chapter. Chapter 147. Finding Swinub. With this, Sneasel was finally captured by Kane. Although it's still not very obedient, Kane believes that over time, Sneasel will integrate into the team. Of all Kane's Pokémon, the one with the best relationship with Sneasel is Miltank. It's unclear if this is due to the good impression Miltank left or simply because of the milk Miltank provides. Sneasel always maintains a certain wariness towards Kane. Though it listens to him, it's clear that deep down, it still holds some resistance. On the other hand, Murkrow and Slowpoke have no reservations and approach Sneasel, despite having been the ones who defeated it before. Initially, Sneasel couldn't tolerate them, but over time and with their persistence, it began to accept them. Kane doesn't give much importance to Sneasel's resistance. After all, he defeated it in battle and even threatened it, so the mere fact that Sneasel has yielded and agreed to join the team is already a significant achievement. Kane doesn't consider himself someone who can command immediate respect, everything requires a gradual process. After spending the entire day chasing Sneasel, the outcome was positive, despite how difficult it had been. Inside the cave, it wasn't possible to see the sun, but upon checking his watch, Kane realized it was already 7 in the evening and his Pokémon hadn't eaten yet. In the cold cave, Kane began stacking stones to prepare the meal. He took out a large pot, sliced all the meat, and added various ingredients and seasonings. Kane prepared a simple hot pot, accompanied by the intense aroma of meat and vegetables mixed with the seasonings he'd brought. Noticing the food was ready, all the Pokémon gathered around the hot pot. At first, Sneasel didn't want to join, but Miltank forced it to sit by the fire. Eating hot pot in an ice cave seemed like an appropriate choice. Moreover, the group meal helped strengthen bonds among the Pokémon. Even Sneasel, who initially didn't want to socialize, began to enjoy the food and interact more with the others. After a while, Kane joined the meal. The cave, once cold and silent, was filled with warmth thanks to Kane and his Pokémon. After the meal, Kane gave each Pokémon a bottle of milk. They all sat in a row against the cave wall, chatting. Meanwhile, Kane woke up Skorupi to give it some milk. Skorupi was very curious about the new team member, Sneasel, and approached to greet it, which left Sneasel feeling a bit awkward, unsure how to react. That night, Kane set up a tent inside the cave, spending the first night since Sneasel joined the team. Sneasel, you've lived here for a long time, have you seen any Swinub? Kane asked Sneasel, who was trying to maintain a distant attitude. After resting in Sneasel's cave, the next day, Kane resumed his search for Swinub. The main goal of coming here was to find a Swinub with good qualities and level to complete the Hunter Guild's mission. Encountering Sneasel had been pure luck and, in part, thanks to Kane's determination. Sneatilda hearing Kane's question, Sneasel thought for a moment and then nodded. It couldn't remember exactly how long it had lived there, but if asked where to find delicious food, it remembered perfectly. Sneasel had a clear impression of Swinub, not only because there were many in the area. Swinub are quite lazy and like to hoard food in one place so they don't have to move for a long time. Sneasel discovered the existence of Swinub while foraging for food and found them to be a reliable food source. Every time it found a Swinub, it knew it had also found a food stash. It didn't understand how Swinub managed to amass so much food. Swinub aren't pack Pokémon, so Sneasel only encountered them by chance. Some Swinub are quite strong. If you merely pass through their territory without disturbing them, it's fine, but if you try to steal their food, an angry Swinub can be very dangerous, especially in the ice cave, which is their territory. Since Sneasel knew where to find Swinub, Kane didn't have to search blindly, saving a lot of time. Guided by Sneasel, they began the search for Swinub. Inside the ice cave, there were many Swinub, but due to the complexity and size of the place, they weren't easily found, especially those that Sneasel had already visited once or twice. After 2 hours, they hadn't found many, and the few they did find didn't meet the quality or level requirements, so Kane didn't act. Kane didn't complain about not finding a suitable Swinub with Sneasel's help. The caves were so complex that even Kane could get lost, but Sneasel knew the place perfectly. Once Sneasel understood Kane's requirements, it stopped leading them to places where weaker Swinub lived. Finally, after another hour of searching, in an unknown part of the cave, Kane found the first Swinub that met his requirements. Pokémon. Swinub, dark yellow. Gender? Female. Level. 22. Type. Ice plus ground. Ability. Oblivious. Held item. None. Egg moves. Icicle Spear, Mud Shot. Basic moves. Tackle, Mud Sport, Powder Snow, Mud Slap, Endure, Mud Bomb, Icy Wind. Learned moves. Stealth Rock. TM moves. None. With a dark yellow aptitude and a level of 22, this Swinub was perfect to complete Kane's mission. Once he found her, Kane didn't hesitate and decided to capture her. Slowpoke, use Water Gun. For a common Swinub, it wasn't necessary for all the Pokémon to join the fight, especially considering that her Ice type countered Murkrow's Flying type. Yaden. Slowpoke shot a stream of water from its mouth, aimed at Swinub's nest. The Swinub, who was lazily resting, due to her oblivious nature, didn't pay much attention to the humans and Pokémon in front of her, thinking they wouldn't harm her. But she didn't expect them to come straight for her. The water stream entered her nest before she could react, flooding it instantly. Purring. End of chapter. Chapter 148. Searching for Onix. The Swinub, which had been calm before, suddenly became enraged. Although her nature is typically lazy and slow, that doesn't mean she's easy to intimidate. In this network of icy caves, her power is not negligible, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to guard so much food. With an angry cry, Swinub shot out of the pool of water, her eyes bloodshot, staring at the culprit behind the destruction of her home, Slowpoke. Slowpoke, keep using Water Gun, back it up with confusion, ordered Kane, continuing the attack. From Slowpoke's mouth, a jet of water shot out once more. This time, unlike the last, the water was surrounded by a thin layer of psychic energy, speeding up the attack and increasing its power. Moreover, this jet of water had the ability to adjust its direction. Although it couldn't make sharp turns, it wouldn't lose momentum when changing course slightly. Swinub, seeing the water approaching again, felt a natural repulsion to water-type energy. As a ground-type Pokémon, she truly didn't enjoy this energy. Her small tail trembled slightly, all her fur stood on end, and a cold wind with tiny snow particles blew from her mouth, the Icy Wind move. This cold wind collided with the water gun heading toward her. In this icy cave, where the temperature was already low, Ice-type attacks gained 30% more power. You could see that the front of Slowpoke's jet of water began to freeze. At this rate, it would probably reach Swinub with much less power, significantly reducing the water-type advantage. But things didn't turn out as Swinub expected. Slowpoke's eyes shone with an intense blue light, and the psychic energy surrounding the water gun solidified further, accelerating the jet even more. To Swinub's surprise, the water jet hit her head-on, and with the tip already frozen, it was like a sharp arrow that caused even more pain. It seemed her own move had backfired. Purring! Swinub cried out in pain. However, Slowpoke wasn't going to miss this opportunity. Without Kane needing to remind him, he used his psychic power to launch several consecutive waves of water. Swinub, already slow-moving with average defenses, couldn't mount an effective defense and lost the ability to fight without even being able to counterattack. Slowpoke's water-type moves were doubly effective against Swinub, a ground-type Pokémon, and with the help of psychic energy, Swinub had no chance to defend herself. The battle unfolded without surprises. Since Swinub isn't a Pokémon that lives in groups, facing a Pokémon of her level and quality was no challenge for Kane and his team. Using an ordinary Pokeball, Kane captured her and applied some medicine to ensure that Swinub wouldn't lose her life from the wounds. Sneasel observed everything Kane and his team were doing, and seeing the difference in how Kane treated other Pokémon versus how he treated him, couldn't help but feel a bit happy, though he didn't know exactly why. Perhaps, sometimes, comparisons are inevitable. After successfully capturing Swinub, Kane decided not to go deeper into the ice cave. As they advanced, the temperature became unbearably low. Even with a feathered coat, Kane was starting to feel cold. Moreover, except for Miltank, who, thanks to her thick fat ability, withstood the cold well, and Sneasel, who was already used to this environment, the other Pokémon were also starting to suffer from the cold, especially Murkrow, who already felt like he couldn't move his wings. Kane noticed this but also thought it could be a good training opportunity. Although the ice cave was cold, training in such an environment would consume more energy, but the results would be impressively good and would help Murkrow improve his resistance to ice-type moves. Retracing his steps from the depths of the cave, Kane asked Sneasel if he knew anything about Onix's location, but this time Sneasel wasn't sure. Although he knew the ice cave environment well, beyond his own den in the forest, he didn't have much knowledge of the outside. After all, the area was too large, and he couldn't cover long distances in a single day. Since Sneasel didn't know anything about Onix, Kane decided not to keep searching in the ice cave, as such a cold place probably wouldn't be home to Onix. Once outside the cave, Kane breathed in the fresh air and realized just how cold the previous air had been. After warming up, Kane returned Miltank to her Pokeball and decided to explore the mountain in search of any sign of Onix. The mountain was covered in rocks, so the chances of finding an Onix were quite high. Kane decided to dedicate the rest of the afternoon and the following morning to searching for Onix. If he didn't find it, he would have to abandon the search for now. Umbra's mission was already delayed, and Kane was also worried about a surprise attack by the League on Team Rocket's headquarters. He didn't know the exact date, but he knew it would be soon. He didn't have much time to waste. Climbing up the mountain path, Kane moved between uneven rocks, each step requiring extreme caution. One misstep and he could fall. Murkrow and Slowpoke had nothing to worry about, one could fly and the other could use his psychic powers to move easily. Sneasel, for his part, was very familiar with this terrain and, thanks to his agility, was the fastest in the group. Along the way, they encountered several Geodude and Graveler. They were quite peaceful, and although they noticed Kane's presence, they returned to eating rocks without paying much attention. Besides Geodude and Graveler, they also saw some Diglett and Sandshrew. The Diglett posed no problem, but the Sandshrew were quite mischievous, attacking Kane and his team in groups. However, under the water gun fire from Slowpoke, only a few managed to escape with their lives. The mountain was vast, but Kane found no sign of Onix. Murkrow was sent to scout from the air several times but found nothing. In theory, Onix, with its large size, should be easy to spot among the rocks. But luck wasn't on their side. Kane could only hope to find Onix in a place Murkrow couldn't see. The sun began to set, and with its last rays, it disappeared below the horizon. Kane found a fairly clean rocky cave and, after a quick cleanup, turned it into his campsite for the night. End of chapter. Chapter 149. An unexpected discovery. The next day, just as the sky in the east began to lighten, Kane was already awake. After preparing breakfast for his Pokémon, he called everyone to get up. Only Sneasel seemed not very used to this routine. In fact, when Kane woke up, he was already awake too, but since the other Pokémon were still asleep, he made no move. However, when Kane called them for breakfast, Sneasel suddenly reacted. Was he slowly starting to fit in? Was he no longer rejecting Kane as openly? Even though a voice in his mind kept telling him that Kane was untrustworthy and that he shouldn't follow him, his body was very honest. For example, when he saw the perfectly arranged breakfast, which gave off a tempting aroma, along with a glass of fresh milk, he couldn't help but feel drawn to it. Seeing that all the Pokémon were sitting in their places, waiting for him to join, Sneasel immediately stood up and hurried to take the spot reserved for him. When he saw his food up close, he couldn't help but swallow and was about to start eating. But since the other Pokémon hadn't started, he also had to hold back. "Go ahead, eat," Kane said with a smile, giving Sneasel a quick glance, who seemed a bit nervous. At Kane's words, the Pokémon began to enjoy their breakfast. Sneasel, who had hesitated a bit to start, soon joined in. The more he ate, the more he enjoyed it, so much so that even when Kane patted his head, he decided to ignore it. His body was being completely honest. After breakfast, they resumed the search for Onix. That day's noon was the last moment Kane had planned to find Onix. If he couldn't find it, he would have to give up. They didn't continue climbing the mountain but searched at the same height, moving horizontally to ensure they had enough time to return. Along the way, many Pokémon tried to challenge Kane and his team, but they were quickly dealt with by Slowpoke. Most of the Pokémon on the mountain were rock or ground types, which made Slowpoke's water-type moves very effective. Although rock-type Pokémon had high defense, their resistance to water-type moves was very low. After defeating numerous rock and ground-type Pokémon, Slowpoke leveled up, reaching level 25, matching Sneasel as the highest-level Pokémon in Kane's team. Even if they didn't find Onix, just leveling up Slowpoke made Kane satisfied. There aren't many training spots like this. They searched for almost 2 hours without finding Onix, not even in places that seemed promising. Just when Kane was about to give up, Murkrow reported that he had found a considerable cave ahead, where there might be an Onix. Kane followed Murkrow to the entrance of the cave, which was as tall as 2 people, and noticed that there were marks of something large that had passed by, similar to what an Onix would leave. Slowpoke, use water gun in the cave to see if there's an Onix. Although the possibility of an Onix being there was high, he couldn't be completely sure, and aside from the marks at the entrance, he hadn't found other signs, which made Kane feel somewhat puzzled. Slowpoke shot a jet of water into the cave. The cave was quite deep, and the sound of the water hitting the ground took a moment to return. After waiting a few seconds, soft, disordered noises started coming from inside the cave. Little by little, the sound approached the entrance, but Kane frowned. Something's not right. If it were an Onix, the noise would be much louder, and this doesn't sound like a Pokémon slithering, it sounds more like wheels scraping against the ground. Kane thought. They didn't have to wait long before a bluish-grey cylinder, resembling a tire, came rolling out at great speed, making a sound similar to a tire sliding on the ground. When Kane saw what it was, his pupils contracted, and he quickly shouted, "Get out of the way!" He jumped to the side, dodging the cylinder rolling out of the cave. His Pokémon also reacted quickly, successfully avoiding it. The bluish-grey cylinder braked abruptly as it exited the cave, stopping after skidding violently on the ground for a few seconds. The marks Kane had seen before at the cave entrance were caused by this. Donphan. The bluish-grey cylinder stopped rolling, revealing an elephant-like Pokémon over a meter tall. 2 thick, white tusks protruded from the sides of its trunk, and from its tail to its trunk, it was covered by a thick, dark blue armor. Its small eyes were hidden under the armor. This Pokémon that had rolled out of the cave was a Donphan, a Pokémon from the Johto region. Kane had mistaken the cave for the possible home of an Onix, but it turned out to be inhabited by a Donphan, the evolution of Phanpy, a ground-type Pokémon. Pokémon. Donphan, light green. Gender? Male. Level. 25. Type. Ground. Ability. Sturdy. Held item. None. Egg moves. Mud Slap, Focus Energy, Body Slam. Basic moves. Fire Fang, Thunder Fang, Horn Attack, Bulldoze, Growl, Defense Curl, Rapid Spin, Rollout, Assurance, Knock Off, Slam. Learned moves. Iron Defense, Stealth Rock, Block. TM moves. None. A level 25 Donphan with a light green quality, something Kane did not expect. On their way, most of the Pokémon they had encountered had a yellow quality, and now a light green quality Pokémon appeared. Moreover, this Donphan seemed to have evolved recently, at level 25. Kane felt relieved not to have encountered a level 30 Donphan, as they learn the move magnitude at that level. This area move, which depends on chance, could have been disastrous. Even if Kane and his Pokémon managed to avoid the attack, the rocky terrain could have buried them under the mountain. However, since this Donphan didn't know the move magnitude, it became a valuable target for Kane before heading to the Hunter Guild. If he could find a suitable mission, he could earn a lot of Pokédollars and points in return. Donphan couldn't imagine that these intruders who had poured water into his cave already considered him a source of income. Time was pressing, and Kane couldn't afford to waste any more of it. Since this Donphan was of great value, he had to capture it immediately. Slowpoke, Water Gun. Murkrow, Tailwind. Sneasel, Icy Wind. Kane immediately ordered the attack. It was the first time Sneasel fought under Kane's orders. Although his movements were a bit slow at first, he quickly reacted and understood Kane's instructions. End of chapter. Chapter 150. Abandoning the search. Murkrow's prankster ability allows status moves to have priority, which is a concept in the game but functions similarly in real life. The move Tailwind is a status move that affects the entire team, so when Murkrow used it, all the team members felt their bodies become lighter. Slowpoke directly launched the Water Gun move. Sneasel, although a bit slower in his movements, understood Kane's intent. He didn't aim the Icy Wind move directly at Donphan, but instead used it to combine with Slowpoke's move. In this way, it didn't completely freeze the Water Gun, but it also didn't diminish the Icy Wind's effect. Instead, it allowed small ice fragments to appear in the stream of water, blending the Ice-type energy with the Water-type energy. Although the combination wasn't perfect, considering it was their first attempt, it exceeded Kane's expectations. The stream of water, with small ice fragments, hit Donphan directly. Kubar. Donphan, being a ground type, took double damage from the combined water and ice-type attack. This attack, blending both properties, caused significant pain, making him cry out and filling his eyes with fury. He had been resting peacefully in his cave, sleeping deeply when suddenly, a cold blast of water woke him abruptly. He thought some enemy Pokémon had invaded his cave, but after looking around, he didn't find anyone. Still angry from being woken up so suddenly, he rolled out of his cave to vent his rage, but just as he was stopping, an even colder blast of water, full of ice fragments, struck his face. Immediately, Donphan's anger intensified. With loud snorts coming from his long trunk, he began stomping the ground with his front legs, raising clouds of dust. Without a word, he curled up in a tire shape, and his heavy armor acted as a protective cover as he rolled, causing small stones on the ground to jump in all directions. The Rollout Move. The power of the move at the start isn't very high, but as Donphan continues to roll for longer, its power doubles. In the end, it can reach a power of 480 points. If any of Kane's Pokémon were hit at its maximum power, they would immediately lose the ability to fight. Moreover, if the rollout move is used after Defense Curl, the power of the move can increase even more, reaching a total of 960 points, which is truly terrifying. Kane was well aware of Whitney from Goldenrod City, whose family not only specialized in using Miltank but also mastered the use of the rollout move. Usually, it's difficult to stop the rollout move once initiated, but Whitney's family has developed techniques to control it. Once Donphan started rolling, he charged without thinking. Kane was not a fan of these types of Pokémon that relied solely on brute strength without using their brains. And it wasn't just Kane who disliked them, his Pokémon also didn't enjoy facing this kind of opponent, as it felt like intimidating a foolish giant, which left them with little sense of accomplishment. Slowpoke, use your water gun with confusion and trap Donphan in a bubble of water. Sneasel, keep using Icy Wind to slow it down. Murkrow, use Dark Pulse to destabilize it, Kane calmly ordered. Donphan was just starting to roll, so the power of the move wasn't significant yet. Additionally, the faster it rolled, the harder it was to control its direction. Sneasel once again released the Icy Wind move. Previously, to combine it with Slowpoke's water gun move, he hadn't used all his power, but now, to reduce Donphan's speed, he unleashed all the power of his Ice-type energy. Donphan, who wasn't very fast to begin with, started accumulating a thin layer of frost on its surface, further reducing its speed. Murkrow used the Dark Pulse move, not so much to attack Donphan directly, but to strike the ground around him, making the terrain even more uneven, which also contributed to slowing down the rolling. Slowpoke, as the main attacker, used the Water Gun move followed by Confusion, not to attack Donphan directly, but to wait for his teammates to slow down the rolling. Then, with his psychic power, he enveloped Donphan in a bubble of water. In an instant, Donphan came to an abrupt halt, trapped in the bubble, unable to move, with his small eyes wide open and face reddened, struggling as he couldn't breathe. Sneasel, use Icy Wind again to show him what it's like to be frozen, Kane said, laughing at Donphan's situation. Snee, nodded Sneasel, releasing his Ice-type energy once more, freezing the bubble of water around Donphan, transforming it into a large block of ice. Donphan was trapped inside, completely motionless. If it weren't for the slight movement of his eyes, one might think he was dead. Kane couldn't help but admire Donphan's resilience. Although the ground-type Pokémon was weak against water and ice-type moves, his constitution was remarkable. Despite being trapped in such an extreme environment, he could still move his eyes. After waiting for a while, Kane ordered his Pokémon to break the ice. By then, Donphan had completely lost the ability to move, lying rigid on the ground. If it weren't for his weak breathing, Kane would have thought he was dead. Kane used a Pokeball to capture him. After letting Donphan recover a bit under the sun, he stored him in the Pokeball and sealed the switch. With Donphan successfully captured, Kane, satisfied, resumed his search for Onix. However, now with a different attitude. Once he had captured Donphan, a Pokémon with a light green quality, he knew its value surpassed that of a common Onix. So even if he didn't find an Onix, he would feel satisfied. As expected, after searching for 2 more hours, he didn't see any sign of an Onix. Since he had reached the time limit he had set for himself, Kane decided to abandon the search, hoping to find an Onix elsewhere. Alongside his Pokémon, he began descending the mountain, fully understanding one thing. Going up the mountain is easy, but coming down is hard. The terrain was full of loose rocks, and although he had been cautious while climbing, now that he was descending, Kane realized how much more complicated it was to go down. Finally, after enduring the slow pace of his descent, he had Slowpoke use the Confusion move to create a flat path, which allowed them to speed up a bit. Kane had avoided using Slowpoke's powers to help himself, wanting to train alongside his Pokémon. Recently, his Pokémon had shown rapid growth, but Kane's physical condition wasn't on par, so he needed to train to not become a burden in the wild. As the speed of their descent increased, Kane began to hear the sounds of battle not too far away, and not just the noise of Pokémon moves, but also what seemed to be a human voice giving commands. A trainer in a place like this? By the sound, it seems like a girl. Kane thought to himself. End of chapter.